All right, so last time we checked in on the former members of Alpha 9, nearly, well over a decade since they saved the universe. The Rainfalls had founded the ODM Academy, as well as getting multiple large promotions and having great success, while Ash had become captain of his Ranger Squad. Their respective children, on the other hand, are having it a little rougher. All of them have chosen to join the military for their own reasons, and all of them had had some interesting occurrences happen. Between runaway boyfriends, cheating girlfriends, misunderstandings with family, training with people they shouldn't, anger at their parents, and an electrifying outburst that ended in bloodshed, many seeds for the future were planted. And today we begin to watch them bear fruit. And I believe that's it.
Okay, so the kids find themselves in a bunker in the town of Woodbury, Australia. The base is underground. The kids have just gotten here. You've been here for I'd say about 15 solid minutes. Standing before the kids is a super large, Tortolan-esque looking individual. Somebody who looks strangely like Ash. Nobody can see Julius in the office. Nobody can see Memory End here. And there's a young man standing right here with his arms crossed, just looking everybody over as these two quietly mumble amongst each other, arms crossed, looking at one another. Go?
Ricky's gonna look from side to side, look over at Carter. Is this normal?
Carter shrugs. First time I've ever been in the military. Couldn't tell you.
Looks to the guy next to him. You know anything about what's going on?
Probably waiting for a brief from our superior officer.
Okay.
OIC officer in charge.
Okay. Should I ask them? And points to the two in front of him.
He shrugs and just smiles and stands at ease.
Soul leans forward just slightly to get the gray-haired kid's attention. Just wait patiently. He'll come out when they're ready.
Alright.
Why is he hiding in his office? You can just barely make out what they're saying as they back up this way.
Hiding. I wouldn't think we'd be that scary.
I don't think it's us he's hiding from.
What do you mean by that?
Not a clue, but I very much doubt he's scared of any of us.
Alright. Well, got nothing else to do. What's your name?
Carter nods. Name's Carter.
Ricardo, but, call me Ricky.
Oh, interesting. Tilts his head. Don't really look like a Ricky.
I get that. Dad named me after someone that was important to him, I guess.
So, interesting. Nice. He looks back forward towards the two mumbling to each other and nods.
You think he's ever gonna come out quiet? Cuts him off.
Soul leans over to Carter. Do you think he's scared of us? Like he wants to make a good impression? And Carter shakes his head. No, he knows that we care and everything like that. Just, I do wonder what he's doing in there.
Knock at Julius's.
Julius walks over to the door, opens it up.
Colonel!
Okay, how can I help you?
You
takes a step back.
You want us to start the briefing with the kids?
Yeah, yes, please, if you could.
Don't you usually do this? Points over his shoulder with his thumb.
Oh, usually just... I'm really busy right now. With, he looks over on his desk with a single piece of paper on it, taps on it. Paperwork.
Looks down at the desk. Okay. walks up this way. The kids hear these two mumbling to themselves. Apparently we're supposed to do it. What? The Vash holding a beer.
Carter tilts his head. That's not normal.
Thought you said it was your first time.
I got some insider information. The colonel usually is the one who does the briefings.
Which ones are his kids again? Under his breath. Quiet, god damn it. Swig of his beer, puts it away, pitches it in the trash receptacle over here.
His kids.
Yeah.
The colonel's kids are on the squad, huh?
You see that girl in the mask? Looking over his shoulder at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth just standing there at ease, looking around over at the person next to her, looking him up and down, then back forward.
Well, I guess you should begin the briefing, Captain. Yeah, right. Looks over everybody. Hello, kids. Walks up, standing at ease. At ease. I guess you already are.
Hello, sir.
Pleasure to meet you. Giant Tortolan coming up next to him. We'll get to introductions and all that good stuff in a bit. So the colonel's quite busy from what I hear with paperwork. How do you guys like the base accommodations so far? You're doing good, just keep it up.
Looks nice, sir. Never.
Good, well, welcome to the Headhunters, son.
Thank you, sir.
And welcome to the Headhunters, Rainfall members. He bows.
All three of them, Soul, Carter, and Elizabeth at the same time. Thank you, sir. And then Soul tilts her head. And you don't have to bow to us. That's really unneeded.
Isn't Rainfall Pequod's last name? Oh my god. Looking at the ground.
Ricky's gonna turn his head and look at Carter. Huh. Alright.
Carter looks at them. Yeah. Patricia is my mother.
Hey, the woman on your father's desk picture thing.
That would be correct, sir.
Okay. Pictures of you guys there too when you were squirt.
Yeah, he took a lot of pictures of us when we were younger. Never really explained why. Guess he wanted to catalog us through the ages.
Bash. Yeah, well, maybe someday you'll find out why. Anyway, the Headhunters is an illustrious organization. Under your father, Colonel, looks over the group Rainfall's command, we have produced some of the finest fighting force warriors in the known galaxy. And then you all realize he's reading off his wrist computer. Trying not, he has sunglasses on, but you can definitely tell he's nodding up and down at his wrist computer, trying to hide the fact he's doing so. And with that said, the illustrious lineage of the Headhunters. Jeez, steps over this way. Anyway, I'm Captain Bash. Nice to meet you. And he's gonna go put his hand out to Soul.
Soul takes his hand with both of hers and shakes it up and down. Nice to meet you, Captain Bash.
Thank you. Comes up to Carter O'Keefe. Hey, kid.
Soul takes O'Keefe's hand as Carter does the same to Bash. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. You're Ricky Valorius, right?
Yes, sir. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure. Shaking your hand, walking over this way. Shakes your hand. Hello, Ricardo.
Please, call me Ricky.
Okay. They go to shake these individuals' hands. As they're doing so, Bash. So over here, this guy over here who gives a two-fingered salute. He's your pilot, named Oz. And then your direct officer in charge, OIC, is as Carter hears somebody walking around this direction.
Carter looks over in that direction, his ear almost like tilting up, the elvish tip of it tilting up.
shaking Elizabeth's hand. How you doing, sweetheart? He gets down on one knee.
I'm doing quite well, sir. Thank you for asking.
Pleasure to meet you. He's gonna step back, Oak here, picking Elizabeth up with one hand by her shoulder, not hurting her. My God, you're tiny.
Don't mind. I might be tiny, sir, but I sure do pack a punch.
I bet you do. Sets Elizabeth down. Carter hears the sound approaching closer. Flip, flop of somebody wearing flip flops. And this person comes out right here, looking at her nails. Blue gym shorts, blue hoodie, blue frosted tip nails and toes, and her blue EarthGov lieutenant's hat. And she stops and she just stares right at Carter. She doesn't even look at anybody else. Bash, put her down as he's putting her down, Elizabeth. And this is your OIC. Lieutenant Rain looks around confused. Fall. There's a lot of rainfalls here. I know, isn't there? They just all stop as she's staring right at Carter. Then her attention on Carter breaks and she starts staring the rest of the group over.
Soul puts up a salute. Carter does the same, and Elizabeth just waves.
Ricky's gonna salute. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
Her upper lip lifts slightly as she presents a small snarl towards the group.
Oh my.
Did we do something wrong?
She's just staring right at the group over and over. From her right, up, left, with her... You can see like two of her teeth from her snarl.
I don't know.
What's that all about? Maybe that's why he's hiding in his office. As this guy just stares right at her.
Jeez, what is it with her? It feels like I just got hit in the gut.
Yeah, same here.
She lets the snarl go and flip, flop, walks right up. Okay, we'll move. Stand back to Elizabeth, puts her hand on her head, and smiles down at
her. Elizabeth's masks has a setting where she could put almost like emoticon pictures up onto the display, and Memory Ann gets a display of a smile.
Aww. She pats Elizabeth's head without saying anything. Greets this person, who hasn't said a word, really. Greets this individual. Comes over here. Throws her hand up at Ricky and walks by. And stops right in front of Carter and just crosses her arms. Locks eyes with Carter and stares him down.
He stares back at her. Puts his hand out. Ma'am.
Carter. She'll put her hand out and slowly start shaking Carter's hand. Rain, fall.
He leans back just a bit. Are you okay, ma'am?
Haven't seen you in a long time. You're all grown up. Her voice cracks on the word up.
Yes, ma'am, it has been a while. You look good, ma'am.
So do you. Thank you. Lets go of your hand sharply, comes over, and gives Soul a light hug.
She reciprocates the hug. It has sure been a while, Memory Ann.
Well, nice that everybody's getting back, reconnecting, seeing each other again, and, I don't know, this is strange. Yeah. Comes over here. She lets go of the hug, and she's just staring between Carter and Soul, and occasionally looking down that direction.
Soul tilts her head. You okay? And you don't have to lie to me, or you can tell me anything.
She puts a finger up. Is the colonel in? Yeah, he's busy with papers. She storms off to Julius's office. Eh? Haven't seen her storm away like that since for 6 months she was here. Oh no. Walking this direction. Get behind me, son. Stands in front of Ricky.
Thank you, sir. Did we do something to make our Lieutenant angry at us, sir?
I don't think you did. A slight knock at Julius's door, Memory Ann giving him a cute wave. Now, their relationship has gotten better in the time she's been here. She's successfully led a couple squads. She tries her best. Julius definitely can tell she's been trying her best. Giving it her all, I'll say. Not really trying to impress Julius anymore. She's diligent and, just like her mother, meticulous and covers all of her bases and details at all times. She even does some light recruiting exposition for the headhunters in some basic training bases, on some basic training bases across Earth.
Julius looks at the cute smile that she's flashing at him, squints just a bit, walks over to the door and opens it.
May I have a minute of your time, sir?
Of course, Lieutenant. Come on in.
She comes in right in front of Julius's desk, looks up at this picture, then down at Julius. Just clears her throat. That's all she...
He looks at her expectantly. You may speak freely, if you so wish.
Raises both eyebrows with a smile. Why are your children out there?
Because they have odd specializations in combat and need a place to go, i.e., the headhunters, what we're made for.
Her head tilts slightly, but we don't do nepotism. Remember?
It isn't nepotism if it's the best place for them. I'm not automatically promoting them to lieutenant as someone here expected to be within, what was it again, 7 months?
As someone here with better scores than you.
Scores aren't shit. I had shit scores, and I still led Alpha 9 to victory.
Her head recoils. I still led Alpha 9 to victory.
Oh my god. Okay, you know what? The only reason you're still here is because of nepotism, Memory Ann. If your mother wasn't who she was, and if you weren't a part of this family, you would be gone. And I wouldn't even court-martial you. I wouldn't kick you out. I wouldn't do anything like that. I would have sent you to some backwater, dumbass colony where you get to spend time with the stupidest people you'll ever know. And you got guard duty. I would have demoted you to fucking corporal. But hey, you know what? Sasha and Icy, they're the nice ones here. So be thankful for them and be thankful for nepotism, Memory Ann.
She crosses her arms and squints in at Julia. Be thankful I get to lead your children and be responsible for them. Because that's fair.
Be thankful you get to protect them. I'll assume something here, still somewhat care about my children. And my little sister. So, would you rather you be able to protect them and you be there for them? Or would you rather, I don't know, someone who won't really care for them and won't really protect them, lead them instead?
She leans the squint into Julius and slams her hand open palm down on Julius's desk. It starts frosting over. And what if something happens to one of them? I'm sure you'll be devastated. Auntie Pequod would be devastated. All the Rainfall Elders who sit on their asses would be devastated. But it wouldn't really be on them. It'd be on me. And that's not fair. She's staring Julius down.
Julius stands up, puts his hands on the desk, and the ice starts to melt as his hands grow in heat, and he leans forward. Life's not fair. The military's not fair. Nothing's fair. You get used to it. Persevere and live. That's how it goes.
This isn't when I was 13 and I would watch the kids while you and Pequod wanted to go screw one another in the bathroom. You realize that?
I'm perfectly aware of that, Memory Ann. I'm giving you more responsibility than watching my children, as you so lovingly put it, me and my wife screw in the bathroom. I'm giving you the opportunity to prove yourself to me so you can finally get out of my hair. I was completely ready to promote you. You understand that, right? Promote you out of the headhunters. Gone. But right now, with this little conversation that we're having, you have proven to me that you are not mature enough or ready enough to do so. So lead them well, and maybe you'll change my mind.
She glares at Julius and storms out of the office as she's storming out. It's not Friday, but this Friday, make sure to choke on your fucking nepotism spaghetti. As she everybody hears her screaming. Uh-oh.
As Julius's door closes, they hear Julius yell something and a bit of flame go out from underneath the door.
She comes out here, puts the fakest smile on possible, and just stands at ease.
Everything all right, ma'am?
I'm gonna go see the colonel. Comes, knocks on Julius's door. She just looks over. She can't even see Ricky behind Oak here. Fine.
Julius opens the door, takes his seat back behind the desk.
You ready to come on out there and give him a what to, how for, Colonel?
Oh, Bash, you can handle it, bud. I'm going up to Gateway for lunch.
What do you mean I can handle it?
He hops over the desk, puts both of his hands on Bash's shoulders. Bash, you are a very capable man. You have seen me do this many times. You got this. And I don't want to be anywhere near that silver-haired bitch right now.
He takes his glasses off, eyes wide. Okay, I thought you two were, never mind. Yep, me and O'Keir got it from here. Enjoy the lunch, sir.
I will. Thank you, Vash. Good work.
Yep, thank you, Colonel, as Julius disappears through a teleporter to Gateway here. Right. Walks back out here. So, how's everybody doing?
Soul's eyes are wide. Carter just looking down at his feet, and Elizabeth whistling while looking off in this direction.
Good. That's good. Okay. So, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, you can stop standing in front of him. Right. I'm sorry. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you for a short tour around the underground base here. Colonel Rainfall's very busy today. He has a lunch date with the president. And Rihanna. Exactly that noise.
Understood, sir.
Very important things to discuss, some political discussions and all that. You know what? In fact, you guys just give yourself a tour around the base. Your armor, those of you who have combat armor, is over there. And okay, we gotta go talk about something. Yeah, right. They go into Julius's office.
So we're just supposed to walk around?
You hear this guy let out a sigh, kind of like that, and just walks this way.
Carter just sort of whistles to himself. Ma'am, where are the barracks?
I'll give you a tour of the base through grit teeth.
He leans back a bit. Just the barracks, ma'am. I need to put some stuff away.
She walks over, flip, flop, the men's barracks. Here, girls' barracks, on her wrist computer ping. Here. She comes over this direction, come on. You can put stuff away later.
Yes, ma'am.
She walks here, looks down at this emblem, and storms into here. Sorry.
Should we follow her?
Soul nods. I think we follow her.
Yeah. Go!
He's gonna start following too.
This is the mess hall. His arms crossed, arms out. It's not stocked.
Should be fine.
We stock it ourselves. We have to clean the base. It's part of team building exercises that Colonel Rainfall wants us to do to make us a better team.
Yes, ma'am. Very good. There's a shop on base or in the town that we can buy stuff at.
She collects herself. Yes, there's a store. Prices are good, fair, and we'll do a tour of the town later when Okir and Bash are done panic attacking in the Colonel's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, man.
So we have to keep the place stocked. She turns over, looking around at everybody, and clean, and all that type of stuff. We'll delegate jobs later.
Understood.
In terms of the illustrious history, she walks this way of the headhunters. This emblem, she comes out here, was actually drawn by General Lorelei, if you've ever heard of her.
Really? Just taking a close look at it.
He's looking down at it, cold.
Soul bends over, gets a better look at it. Carter's just staring at it, tilting his head.
I don't know anything about it, honestly. She shrugs. The old emblem for the headhunters I've seen on the colonel's in the colonel's office. He has an old patch. This is, yeah.
It's certainly a unique design, I have to say.
Yeah, unique.
You're a captain. You're supposed to know what to do. I don't know what to do. He just took off like a bat out of hell. And she's clearly PMSing or something. Like, you can vaguely hear them because the door's left cracked open. Memory Ann snarling at the door.
What else, ma'am? Is there any other part of the base you need to show us?
Weapons supply is down here. You can store your weapons here or in the barracks if they're not firearms. If you want weapons down in the barracks. Well, maybe we just take them on a tour of the town. God damn it, she's staring at the door. I could get the Harley out.
Are there training facilities in this area, ma'am?
Do you think he has a beer in here? I don't know. Let's look around. Delta, a small contingent of Delta unit is placed, picking this guy's attention, caught by that word, is they're based out of this town. Yes, small unit. Hostage rescue force for Earth. Standby unit, something like that. Idiots. She's looking in the door.
Understood, ma'am.
Say we just get the Harley and take him for a run somewhere. We could do that, yeah. I mean, why not? I guess. Or we could call Tommy. She starts to get more angry.
Soul puts a hand on Memory Ann's bicep, looks up at her. Anything else?
No. She smiles down at Soul. There's a lot of redundancy in this base. Trust me.
Oh, right, of course. Then maybe, while we're waiting, we can go somewhere and rest so we're not just all standing around like a bunch of idiots. And she chuckles awkwardly.
Memory Ann, now that you say it, as Bash and Okir come out, Bash, alright, boys, to your barracks, which is over there. Just spend a little time getting yourself squared away. It's a great idea, I know. And girls, to your barracks, get yourself squared away. Then we're gonna do some getting to know one another exercises. He's literally reading off a piece of paper. Elizabeth is close enough to read, see the side of the paper, and it's steps to orientation of the headhunters from Juliet. It's probably one of the first pieces of paper Julius ever printed out for him. And you go to your barracks, you get yourself squared away. Don't get to know each other too much because we're gonna sit in a... What's that? I can't read his handwriting. A circle, I think that says. God, he writes like a kindergartner. And, yeah.
Yeah, this is circle, sir.
It says circle? Yeah, well, doesn't your brother have... I mean, the colonel have pretty bad handwriting.
Oh, famously so. I could barely read his chicken scratch.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yep. Go to your barracks. Batch, boys over that direction, girls that direction.
Yes, sir.
Get yourself squared away, all your equipment and all that stuff, and just try to relax.
Understood, sir.
It's gonna be a rough day. We're gonna really beat it into you as Memory Ann just walks off. And there she goes.
Sol and Elizabeth look at each other and walk off towards the barracks.
It's been months since I've seen her like that. Or years, actually. Jesus. Like a bat out of hell. Ever seen the colonel run that fast, huh? Yeah. Yeah.
Carter raises his eyebrow. Was she like that a lot?
Looking over at Carter. Bash, when she first got here, the colonel puts his fists together and her butted heads a fair bit, son. But a couple months in, she leveled out and actually was very pleasant to be around. She's been pleasant to be around up until 15 minutes ago. Looks down at his wrist computer and up at Carter. Just while looking over at the bear. He could kill us all in the snap of a finger. That's terrifying.
Carter nods. Interesting. Thank you, sir. As he walks off to the barracks.
Yeah, go find your bunk, boys, as the boys will follow suit going into the barracks. Alright, we gotta figure out what we're really gonna do. I'll gas the Harley. Carter hears him say that as he disappears this way.
Oz, right?
Looking over his shoulder at you coming out of the bathroom.
Any of the bunks spoken for?
Take your pick.
Alright, he's just gonna flop down on the one there.
Welcome to Woodbury.
Nice to
Thank you.
Gives you another 2-finger salute, climbs up on the bed, top bunk over here, and just starts reading off his wrist computer. Putting headphones on.
Carter will walk into one of the rooms, look around, take some of his shirt straps, go under the bed and attach the blankets together so it is perfectly crisp enough that you can bounce a quarter off of it.
This guy watching Carter, Colt sits down on his bed and just sighs.
So that was, interesting. Is orientation always like that?
Not usually.
I mean, come on, we're the kids of... He stands up. Pretty special people. It had to be a special orientation.
Ah. Seemed like a nice dude. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I suppose so. He looks over at the guy who was watching him. I don't think I got your name.
Ben puts his hand out.
Ben Carter. Nice to meet you. Shakes his hand.
Pleasure. Nods. Doesn't say anything. Just 2 words.
So Carter, Ben, Ozzy, and what was your name, bro?
Colt puts his hand up.
Gonna get up, shake it, and then sit back down. Well, name's Ricky.
Nice to meet you, Ricky Valorius.
Yeah, Ricky Valorius.
He nods and smiles.
So, I know where are you guys from?
This place called Rainfall Lane. It's basically a country itself. Hard to explain. But I come from there. It's near, like, Puerto Rico, that kind of thing.
Alright, I'm, California.
Nebraska. Small town in Virginia.
Alright.
Not paying attention to anything anybody's saying.
Cool. You got any idea why the lieutenant's looks like she wants to bite our heads off?
You weren't able to hear the screaming match between the colonel and lieutenant?
No, I get that. I'm just wondering why she wants to bite, and he's going to point at them, our heads off.
Maybe she just doesn't like boys. He shrugs. We grew up with her, kind of. I didn't. He gestures to himself, off and on-esque, but yeah.
You're friends with the Rainfalls?
One could say that, yeah.
Cool.
Carter nods. He used to come over, hang out while his mom and dad were there.
Probably feels weird about being in charge of them. I would. I mean, yeah.
Makes sense. So, who are your mom and dad then, if they got into whatever country he's talking about?
The Ranger General's my mom.
No shit, huh? That's sick.
Nods.
Yep, good old Colt Browse. And he smiles over at him. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in, like, years.
Okay. He looks around. Just curious why I'm here, but okay.
You weren't briefed or anything like that?
I mean, headhunters, he shrugs his for unique skill sets, and I'm a Marine Scout sniper already. He shrugs again. I don't know what I did to end up here, but I think I pissed somebody off.
There are worse places to be, right?
Definitely. It's just most of my Marine Scout Sniper platoon went through the Headhunters, then Scout Sniper School, not the other way around.
Well, maybe it's just something like they saw your unique skill set after things happened, so they decided to send you to the headhunters, get you more acquainted with some things.
Maybe. He shrugs, or I did something wrong, I don't know. Starting to think that way after the fireworks show outside.
I mean, I don't think I did anything wrong, and she looked like she wanted it. She didn't even shake my hand, so I don't think you did anything either, man.
Hopefully.
Carter scoffs, shakes his head, looks over at Ben. So, small town in Virginia, right? Are you like a, I don't know, a farmer or something like that?
You could say that. He stutters every once in a while when he talks.
Oh, okay. Interesting. My uncle, his name is, well, his code name is Banksy, but my Uncle Banksy, he grew up on a farm, so I always enjoy hearing about stuff like that.
Whereabouts so in Virginia? He doesn't say anything. It's somewhere in the Virginia place.
In the Virginia place, you mean the state?
It's this place that doesn't show up on maps. No, it's this.
Doesn't show up on maps?
He just shrugged.
Carter chuckles. Doesn't show up on maps. Looks over at Colt.
Orange Twist City, where mom and dad have their other home. Ranger Capital.
Ranger Capital, goddamn.
Orphan? Colt looks at him and he looks over at Colt. Yeah.
Oh, alright. Well, he snaps a couple times. Lorelei, right? I remember Dad telling me something about that.
He nods his head. I'll be the squad medic.
Okay, so we got a sniper, a medic, a pilot. He points over to Oz. He nods over at Ricky.
Martial artist, frontline fighter.
Oh, okay. Uh, what do you study?
Oh, it's hard to say. It's called Mushin, but he's gonna put his hand out and ignite one of the blades. I use these.
Cool. He's looking over.
Yeah, man, they're pretty sick, ain't they? Took a lot of work to find how to use them. He's gonna let it turn off. It's a style called Mushin, but it's a mixture of a few different types of jiu-jitsu and a little bit of an Indian style called Gatka. Just fast-paced strikes. Kill the guy before he can really do anything is the idea.
And wizard, and then Elizabeth. Sounds like a hell of a squad.
Carter nods. Sits on the edge of his bed, careful not to wrinkle it any. Yeah, one hell of a squad, that.
What do you do?
Swordsman with a bit of magic.
Alright, so frontline.
Yeah, frontline. Always just sort of spoke to me. Saw my grandmother using her swords, training some people. And I sort of just wanted to learn how to fight with swords.
Hey, can't blame you there. I guess we'll have to be careful of each other on the front line, eh?
Carter chuckles. Why is that? Looking to, I don't know, push me over or something?
Nah, just wouldn't want either of us to get caught in the middle of something, eh?
He nods. Then we'll watch each other's backs.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Hopefully the lieutenant does the same. Puts up a finger. Looks down at his feet. She will.
Yeah. She'll, he scratches the side of his face. She'll put personal things aside for professionalism. He looks over at Colt. Right?
Purses his lips and looks at Carter. Yeah. I really don't know. I don't know her.
Well, who else am I gonna ask? You're the one here with the most experience in the military, other than Oz.
I've never had a lieutenant like her. Wagging his finger. Marines are.
He shakes his head, chuckles. Fair enough, man.
That was a death glare. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, the way she looked at you, I was scared your head was gonna pop.
He chuckles a bit more. I thought my head was gonna pop too.
What'd you do to her?
Grew up, decided to go into the military.
What's the last time you saw her?
He counts on his hand, 2-3 years ago.
He just crosses his arms, thinks to himself.
Why do you ask?
You guys date or something? Bad breakup?
No, I would not have any kind of chance with her.
Not with that attitude.
He looks over at Colt. Yeah, maybe you're right. But no, we never dated or anything. I was only 15 when she left, so it really wouldn't make sense. She was 21. So maybe if I was a bit older.
So you're related to the red-haired girl and the robot. He's laughing.
Carter nods. Yeah, I am related to Soul, silver eyes, red hair, and Elizabeth is her name. The tiny one.
Elizabeth Mark IV. Ah, she is a robot?
No, she likes to wear her mask around.
Oh,
Uh, Never really asked why. I think it has something to do with like her father.
he nod.
So you're related to those two, but the lieutenant has the same last name?
It, it's a the rainfalls are weird. Not everyone is like by blood rainfall. Don't tell my parents or anything that I said that. Get hit upside the head.
That makes sense. Bunch of people who were family through marriage and stuff like that.
Yeah, marriage, adoption, so on and so forth.
Okay, so you're not blood related to the lieutenant.
No. We
Red
grew up.
scarves. Look for red scarves.
Red scarves?
Yeah, red scarves. Carter moves his neckline a bit, shows the red scarf that he has on, pushes it back down underneath his shirt.
Like some kind of calling card?
Yeah. Rain. Grandma always called it rainfall red, so wear rainfall red scarves.
You mention your grandma a lot. She's some kind of good fighter too in the military?
Davine Rainfall. Colt speaks like head of the ODM Academy.
Right. The name's familiar. I think my dad mentioned her at some point.
Yeah?
I think he was on a squad with her at one point. I don't know.
Carter shrugs. Might have been. She was a civilian contractor before ODM was a thing, so maybe it was. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. So, I mean, we just gonna sit here? Just supposed to sit here for a while, I guess?
Until the OIC officer in charge comes and gets us. Yeah.
Alright. Hope your sisters having a better time over there than we were.
Carter chuckles with how Soul is, pushes up his glasses. I am sure they're getting along just fine.
Seemed to like them. This side of his mouth. She at least embraced them.
Carter chuckles a bit. Yeah, I think she's always had a soft spot for those two.
Now look on the bright side, bro. You got a handshake.
Yeah. He smiles over at Ricky. She just sort of brushed you off.
Yeah, it looks like the both of us are on her shit list from the beginning.
Carter sighs, shakes his head. Yeah, I guess so.
Flashing up to Gateway. Ah. So Julius comes storming through a portal as Icy's making a slushy. Sasha is sitting at her desk.
Julius is sort of just biting his thumbnail, as he storms into the office.
Watching you over her shoulder, out of the corner of her eyes, Sasha. What are you doing up here? Should you be the kids down orientation day? She air quotes. Figured you'd be down there all day.
He takes the thumbnail out of his mouth. Fucking nepotism spaghetti.
Nepotism? Oh, we're back on that. Icy starts laughing.
Yeah, we're back on that. Good old Memory Ann moves one of the chairs, sits in it. Throw a fucking hissy fit. And now no one's happy, because Memory Ann isn't happy.
Cherry slushy. She hands you a cup.
He sighs a bit, takes the cup. Thank you, Nicole.
I thought your relationship was getting better. I have her promotion paper on my desk somewhere here. She's looking around. I see sits down.
Oh, yeah, it was getting better until she looked the kids in the eye and just decided to go out for blood.
Out for blood? You think she'd be happy?
She most definitely wasn't. Mrs. slams her fucking fist on the desk and starts to freeze it over.
Well, so much for the patched up good relationship.
Yeah, so much for it. You know what? Tear the promotion papers up.
Sasha holds them up, hands them to Icy. Wouldn't you feel better if you torched them? And,
You know what? You are correct. He puts his hand out for the papers, takes them, and then lights his hand up.
Icy watches the paper turn to embers. Drink your slush.
He nods, leans back in his chair, and drinks his slushy.
It'll make you feel better. Sasha, I guess, she just doesn't want to be in charge of our children.
More like my children, I
Ah,
think.
okay. Well, too bad.
Exactly. Life's not fair. You have to take the punches.
She'll have to learn that the hard way.
Most definitely, but she's gonna learn it either way. She would have in the future when something went wrong in a mission, or she could do it right now in a controlled environment.
Icy, do you think Ash ever wanted to be in charge of you and the Headhunters? Or I ever wanted to be in charge of Alpha 9? Or you ever wanted to be in charge of Alpha 9? She's so rude sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he rubs his face. Trust me, I get it. But it's just a lesson you gotta learn. Not even in just our line of work. If you want to lead in any line of work, you gotta learn that sometimes life's not fair, shit doesn't go your way.
I see, she probably thinks we don't care about her.
Julius looks over at Icy. That? Or she's a stuck-up, entitled bitch who thinks she should have been promoted way earlier on.
Sasha, looking down at her paperwork. Maybe a little bit mix of both. It would be hard to see people as family when you're taking orders from them, and yeah. They're being mean to you sometimes.
Julius bites his bottom lip and takes a sip of the slushy. Yeah, I guess.
I see, I love her, like my own, but you gotta stop being rude.
Julius chuckles a bit.
And she left on her own. Puts up her finger, nobody told her to join the military. She did it just to spite her mother. Sasha, yeah.
He shakes his head. I don't know, maybe we should call Lorelei and sick her on her.
Sasha, that can be done, easily.
Let's call that DEFCON 1 option.
Sasha, on a scale 1 to 10, how bad did she take it, realistically? Stroking
Yeah.
her chin.
I mean, remember when I first told her she would be working with the Headhunters? About that. So a 10.
She choke on the spaghetti, is that why you said that?
The choke on nepotism spaghetti this time.
Nepotism?
He shrugs. She said, if rain
Save
falls,
the universe, what is she talking about?
if rain falls don't do nepotism, then why are your children here? And where else are we gonna put them? You think they're gonna do well standing guard with guns in their hands? Carter's shooting scores, he turns around, types on the computer, pulls them up. They were shit. He got like C's everywhere on shooting.
I see, looking at the scores, yeah.
You think they would do well in a normal squad? No, they have to be the headhunters. They're amazing in something, but shit in other things.
Sasha, the only real nepotism going on is reverse nepotism. Yep. It's not. I don't mean it as a slight, Julius. But Colt, Marine Scout Sniper, part of a platoon. He's already done quite a few missions. This is, in a sense, a demotion. And that was me, because this will be, as she taps the desk with her finger, good for him. To be with Soul. And Colt, and Carter, and Elizabeth, and that other guy who seems, she's looking at their dossiers, Benjamin, and Ozzy Osbourne, or whatever this guy's name is. It'll be good for him. I see.
Julius chuckles, nods. I was wondering why he was on that squad.
Good for him.
It will be. It will be very good for him.
We all know he has a crush on Soul. It's been that way forever.
Yeah, yes it has. And, I mean, like, I'm pretty damn sure she's had a crush on him forever.
Really? Sasha looks over at you. I say, oh, here we go.
He looks at Sasha, shrugs, takes a sip of his icy. Just a dad's, perception. I notice some things about my daughter when he's around her.
But then it'll be good for both of them. Then he'll just have to deal with it's not really a demotion, but technically speaking, it's a demotion. Actually, she pulls up the dossier of all of his platoon members. You trained all of his Scout Sniper platoon in Headhunters, then they went to Scout Sniper. She starts snickering. And he is aware of that.
Julius chuckles. Maybe I could swing it as like a, something that Scout Snipers have to do before.
A rite of passage? I see shrugs.
Exactly, a rite of passage. It's a rite of passage for Scout Snipers, too.
Get the lazy-eyed badge next to their hog emblem.
Exactly. Get a lazy-eyed hog.
Sasha, and then of course there's Ash's son, which that is a whole nother can of, as you hear coming the door opening here, but you don't see anybody yet, and Towns and Pequod come out of cloak. Look who I found! She's holding Towns' hand because to cloak him, and Towns lets her go and walks over this direction. Pequod, oh god, she looks exhausted.
Julius sets down his icy, walks over, picks her up, and sits back down on the chair with her in his lap.
Oh, she slouches, I should say, into Julius. Coming to Gateway is so draining. There's no other way to travel than town. Towns chuckling. We got a popcorn machine. Looking at.
Yeah, I mean, that stealth field is very damn useful for when you don't want to get noticed.
Sandwiches and tea. Right.
Yeah, do you want anything to eat, darling?
Sandwiches and tea would be fine. Towns got it.
Julius leans back in his chair, then puts his head onto Pequod's shoulder.
She rubs your hair, playing with your hair. And why are you up here and not down doing your duty?
As of one silver-haired lieutenant.
Choke on spaghetti. Pequod again?
Nepotism.
I thought you guys were getting along!
Oh, well,
Have you ever tried to tell her you do care about her, but this is the best path for her? Nicely. She lifts your head and looks you right in the eye.
He sort of bites his bottom lip, looks away. Oh, shit.
That's a no.
Oh, God. Yeah, maybe this is my fault.
Talon's giving you a cup of tea. There you go.
Julius shakes his head. But, still. Nepotism spaghetti? Come on. It's like as soon as she set her eyes onto Carter, It's like she just went haywire and went back to the first 6 months of the Headhunters.
Pequod, oh, I don't think Siletta was ever like this, but she's definitely her mother's daughter. I see. That is an understatement.
Yeah, true. In squad work alone, I could see that very meticulous in the way she does things, but in other ways, definitely.
Alan's giving Pequod a sandwich. She'll take a bite and put it in Julius's mouth.
He'll take a bite of it and pet her on the knee.
I mean, technically speaking, if she has a problem with anybody, it should be Aunt Icy. She glares over at Icy. She's the one who insisted Marianne's in charge of Carter. Icy just whistles to herself. Oh, and the non-military membered Mr. Wiseau was taken into account. Icy and Davy, Mom, and Suletta. Pequod, both of which who are not in the military.
Yeah. He looks over at Icy. Don't worry, I won't tell her that you're the reason they're being led by her.
She still likes me.
Good for you.
I say, come on, Julius, it's all going according to plan. And her tummy. Pequod, just spill the beans. Icy, Carter, Marianne, just give it time. Trust me.
Julius chuckles and nods. I mean, I'll take your word for it, Icy, but I do not. Oh, I don't know about that.
Icy, there was a time playing with her fingernails painted orange that I turned down the man of my dream. Looking down at them, and I was quite rude to him, and didn't really talk to him at all the first, 4 weeks we knew one another.
Yeah,
Gosh,
but
when you put it that way.
true that you are also an awkward kid, basically, who was going through that for the first time. And you didn't, scream at him or anything like that.
Icy, and she's not, though? She lived in Rainfall Lane all of her life and then left for the military. Like an idiot. Sipping her tea. Pequod, ugh.
Yeah, he puts a tongue in his cheek, takes a sip of tea, and then puts it up to Pequod's mouth.
I don't think she's even ever had a boyfriend, actually. I could just read her mind and find out. If you want. Pequod looks at Julius.
Julius looks at Pequod.
Do it. Icy will read her mind. She's thinking of strangling Julius. She starts laughing.
Julius covers his face and chuckles.
Now she's thinking about picking up a bowl of spaghetti and throwing it at Julius.
Okay, I like it.
Now she's thinking about how much Carter's grown up, and no, she's never had a boyfriend. Sounds strange. Good looking young girl, I mean, shrug.
Julius nods. Yeah, you'd think guys would be all over her.
Icy, oh, they are, trust me. She's just like her mom. And she's maybe unknowingly saving herself for somebody. As most spellcaster females do. Pequod, I still don't see it. I don't care what Tommy says or you say.
Julius shrugs. I have to agree with my wife. I don't think it's gonna happen. I see.
Pequod stroking Julius's chin, taking a sip of the tea. I would love to see those two together. When they were children, they were adorable. Towns always holding one another's hand.
I mean, it would be very cute. But I mean, there's only so much hope can get you. It's very important, but it's not really action or anything like that.
I see. Next time we piss off Dad, we could take a bet. One of us, whoever loses the bet, takes the blame when Dad's angry and has to get yelled at by Dad, which is terrifying. I bet you they'll be together within 6 months, 7 months.
He looks at her, smiles, sets down his cup of tea, puts his hand out. You got a bet.
She'll shake your hand. Pequod will put her hand out. 6 months. Not 6 or 7, 6. I see 6. Fine. Be together every day. It'll happen, trust me. Sasha, I hope so.
Yeah, sure it will.
Sounds about time Colt gets laid, too. Just saying. Takes a sip of the tea! Pequod, what?
Julius spits some of his tea out. Honey, soul, him, sort of.
Yeah, she definitely, likes him. Wait, you guys put him on the squad? Sasha,
That wasn't even icy. That was good old Ranger General over there.
They will be together, though. Icy speaks up. Trust me. Pequod, time turns with Davy.
You don't even know how utterly jealous I am of you, Nicole. I have to go to the Time Tombs at least once in my life. I mean, come on.
She squints at you. Why would you want to go? What do you want to see, the future or the past?
Julia shrugs. Maybe the past. See mine and my wife's journey through love. The kids being born, me holding them for the first time.
I got you a memory orb that you can do that with.
Yeah, but a memory orb and being there is a different thing. This tea is really good, Banksy.
Integra. Under her breath. Like Lacey. Oh.
Yeah, Integra.
I see. It would take time, but I will make you a stone. Actually, it would be a good test for memory and or soul to carry the spell. So you could consider it a field trip.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll consider it a field trip. He nods. It'll be good for both of them. If they both come.
Pequod, I hope I'm busy that day. Looking over here.
He looks over at the picture too. I'll just take like Banksy along with me.
Pequod nods her head. And then Ash's son. I still have conflicted feelings about my decision. Sounds, maybe he'll creep up behind Soul and grab her hips. Pequod, oh dear God. My poor girl.
Oh, I hope I trained my girl enough to just kill him there.
Sasha, death glaring at town. Pequod, I don't know if I made the right decision. With the whole letting Ricky do this kind of thing. As she's saying that, coming through the door, you made the right decision. Trust me.
Tommy, we weren't expecting you today.
Well, you can never expect one such as I. Sits down right here. Starts drinking Town's tea. He's just watching him drink.
I suppose that's true. What can we do for you?
Well, Julius, today is a very depressing day. It is, you know what day it is. I see in your mind the Saint's death anniversary.
Julius takes a sip of tea, sits it down. It's a sad day indeed, Tommy.
So that pass me the sandwich. Towns will hand him his sandwich. Yes, it is a very sad day. What is going on down the Earth side? Give me the inside scoop. Pequod, well, the kids are together and Memory Ann hates everybody, including us. Tommy, good.
Good?
Yes, good.
Julius nods, looks at everyone else. Good?
Pequod shrugs. I don't see how that's good, but okay. Tommy, trust me, don't worry about it.
Julius chuckles. We'll take your word for it, Tommy.
Everything will be fine. I will go down and see them later today. I know you're probably busy down there, Julius. Many things to do while you're up here on your lunch break. I just wanted to see maybe if you had the free time to come with me to the Science Memorial site in a little while.
Of course, Tommy, I'll go with you to the Saints.
That will be wonderful.
If Nicole comes with too.
She's about to take a sip of her tea. Asshole.
And Julius just smiles over at her.
Yes, I'd love to come. I'll come. Sure. That would be wonderful. You are one of his favorites. Everybody was the Saint's favorite. Gesturing wildly with his hands. He loved everybody. All of you. Like you were his children. Only not mentally fucked and evil, like his actual son. You remember he deflate?
It is probably one of my core memories, Tommy, seeing that man deflate.
Because the only core memory I have from that day is when you accidentally threw the knife into Ash's thigh. Tommy, let's not talk about that.
It was a good throw, Tommy, if that was your target.
Such as, was there a recording of that by chance, out of curiosity? I see. Starts looking through a wrist computer. I wasn't there for that. I see. Yeah.
Julius starts scrolling through his. I mean, it was 20 years ago. I don't know if I'd have one.
Got it. She pulls it up. Tommy throwing the knife behind him by mistake, hitting Ash. Such a good god. Tommy, well, you know, I'm a much better fighter now. Been training greatly with Julius. Making great strides. Right, Julius?
Julius nods. You're pretty damn fast, man. It's pretty cool to see you actually, be able to fight back. Why am I training you again?
He lifts his glasses up, looking at you. Pequod, if you're training for Rainfall production movie roles, you don't have to worry about that. We can get a stunt double. I mean, we just polymorph him. She gestures to Julius. Tommy, don't worry about it.
Okay. Is it something we should be legitimately worried about, Tommy? Because if so, we need to know.
No. Look, Tommy asked many favors of you over the years. This is one favor Tommy do for you. When the time comes, you will be very thankful to Tommy. Just looking at him confused.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Tommy, yeah. We'll continue to train together.
Pequod, what kind of favor? Tommy, don't worry about it. Fine.
Julius leans into Pequod. Once he says that, we're not going to get an answer out of him.
We won't get the answer till after the fact. Days later, and you'll say, I know everything was going to turn out okay.
Julius nods. Yep, that's how it always goes.
Tommy, this is excellent tea.
Yeah, Towns here definitely knows how to brew a good tea.
Towns nodding.
Julius nods over to the teapot and everything, and Nicole got everything we need to make this actually a comfortable place instead of a derelict office.
The office you are promoted in and began your journey.
Yeah, very true. Lorelai gave me the captain badge, and I was sitting, and he points to the seat where Icy's sitting.
What is Lorelai doing these days? Sasha retired, living down in Orange Twist. We have lunch with her once a month. She comes up, it's lunch with Lorelai Day. Tommy, that is good. Sasha, she really looks forward to those days. She's a big fan of grown-up, matured Julius.
Julius nods. Yeah, you can see it in the way she eats the sandwiches while staring at me.
I see, it's the one day a month Julius cooks up here.
Julius chuckles. I mean, if you want me to do it more, Lorelai would probably just sense it and come up even more often.
I see nodding her head. Yeah, that's true. Tommy, Wallace is very important. You'll face many enemies. And we're not for her. Like, you remember those guys in the black armor and they have all these guns and they shoot at you? Sasha trembles when he starts talking about them. I see. Let's not talk about them.
Yeah, no, we remember them, Tommy.
Sasha, some nights when I close my eyes, I can still hear that plasma rifle. That was the scaredest I've ever been in my life. I see. That was the most I've ever thrown up in my life. Pequod, that was the most I wanted to run off the ship and do something in my life. Towns. Yeah, I was just glad Banksy was there to hide behind. It was pretty cool.
Julius nods. That was the most I've ever gotten kills stolen in my life.
Are you still sore about that? I see, I did nothing. You should be happy you at least got to do something.
Dude, what are you talking about? You did nothing. You disintegrated that guy to nothing.
The last guy hiding behind a line of claymores that was guaranteed dead. Thank you. The fight was over. He was being encroached upon by Mom and Dad.
And yet you still got the kill.
The only reason I did that is because make sure you bring me back a suit of armor. I always get what I want.
Yeah, and thank God you did it, because if you didn't, we wouldn't have gotten, like, at least one suit that is completely pristine.
Towns, I got the first kill. Because
Yeah.
I got none, because I had to stay on the ship.
Julius nods, and I'm very thankful that you did, baby.
She kisses Julius's lips lightly. It was very difficult, too.
I know it was. And yet, you still did, and I am thankful for that. And he gives her a kiss.
Tommy, you just would have made it worse if you had left the ship. Trust me.
Julius coughs slightly.
She's glaring at Tommy. You are not prepared for an enemy like that. Now, you see Tommy prepared for those type of enemies. 20 years of training with the best martial artists in the world. Which, get ready to hear that all the time, because you're going to hear that from Ash's son all the time, because he wants to be best in the world. He groans. Why did I let him on in the military? I should have barred him.
It's
Around my children? I see. Oh, relax, for God's sake. Poor Elizabeth, she looks just like David. I can kill you, Elizabeth. I see. Get off it already.
Julius groans, shakes his head. It'll be fine. Sweet. Elizabeth never shows her face anyway, which is probably something we should talk to her about.
But you guys gave her my number, right?
Oh yeah, no, she's had it for like 4 years.
Good, yeah, because even Ash doesn't get his own son, so there's that.
That is still very worrying to me.
Me too, actually. Strange boy. I will go meet him today, after we visit the science.
Right, yeah, and then maybe you can just call me up, give me a little rundown about how they're doing.
I will do that. I'll tell you what, Julius, I will do that for you. But you must do something for me.
Yeah, of course.
You must promise to show Marianne that you care about her.
He looks down at his teacup up at Tommy. Yeah, I can do that.
You will be her father-in-law very soon. He puts his finger. I see. See?
I'll definitely show her that I care, Tommy.
In-laws must have good relationships before they get married. Remember that.
Thank you, Tommy.
And take good care of the young colt, too. You will be his father-in-law in due time. Sounds right. Looking at his teeth.
That one I believe wholeheartedly. He chuckles and takes another sip of tea.
Because she's like her mom. When she wants something, she's gonna go after it. So, yeah. I think so, anyway.
He chuckles. Oh, I'd definitely say so.
Tommy stands up. Well, it's time to go visit the site. It's the anniversary of his death. We need to go visit him. Sasha, and you guys have fun with that. I will be here doing paperwork. Sounds, yeah, look at the time. Gotta go. Still sucked. Pequod, well, you know, the leader of EarthGov Primarch, Rainfall, Civilian Theater, and Military Theater. I gotta go. Pat's Julius. Shit.
All right. Yeah, I love you, honey. Wish me luck.
Look at that. Right over there. That is a great place for a portal. You must have put that there because you are just the smartest, most handsomest, most thoughtful man in the world. Gives Julius a big French kiss, pulls it off, biting her lip, and I will see you at home. Are you sure you don't want to come see the sign? She goes through the teleport. Icy, yeah. Banksy needs my help. Tries to leave.
Julius grabs her by her arm. Uh-uh. You said you would come with us and Tommy. He stands up. And are you just gonna let Tommy down like that, Icy?
Tommy over here, fixing his hair, looking down, holding a Polaroid picture of him and Saint Guillotine. She looks over at him. No, just go get me a slushy. Blueberry, and then I'll come.
Julius pats her on the shoulder. Man, I bet when you read his mind, that symbol monkey thing that you always talk about with him, it's just going just a bit slower because he's so sad. And he walks over to the slushy machine.
She's just staring at Tommy, trying to read his mind, as cutting back down Earthside in the girls' barracks. Memrian rubbing Soul's head lightly. At least I have you two.
Thank you. Yeah. She looks up at Memrian. Are you not happy to see everyone else?
No. He sits down on her bed.
Elizabeth, sort of taken aback by that, leans backwards from setting some stuff on the bed, leans backwards and looks at Memrian. Not even Kotta.
If you want the truth, I'm not happy to see either of you either. Because I don't think it's fair that I have to be in charge of you. Because if something happens to you, I'm responsible. It's... Even with Colt, I don't think it's fair. Quite a few squads have come through here since I've joined, and I didn't know any of them. I didn't know them from Adam. She's like counting on her fingers. Didn't know them from Adam. I had no preconceived notions about them. I didn't grow up with them. I didn't grow up shepherding them and babysitting them. And some bad things did happen. Nobody died. People got wounded. But at the end of the day, I cared for them or grew to care for them, but this, I can't articulate.
She, Soul, grabs Memrian's hands gently and rubs the top of them with her thumb. It's okay. You don't have to articulate it. I think I understand.
It's not fair.
When
And something will happen. You know why? Nobody's died yet. We're gonna fight. We fight here. Nobody's died yet. Sure, people have gotten hurt, but nobody's died yet. She's starting to get emotional and choked up.
Soul puts her hands onto her arms and pulls her into a hug. And no one will die here either.
God, I hope you're fucking right. She looks over at Elizabeth. Why do you wear that? You're beautiful.
The emoticon smile comes up again. Oh, well, I don't know. I just like not having to make... I have difficulty with eye contact and knowing people are looking at me. So, if I have this on, I don't have to do that. I don't have to look at people.
You look just like your mother. You're gorgeous.
I know, and I've been told that quite a bit, but still, it's a bit easier this way.
I understand, I suppose. She shrugged, letting go of Soul.
Zol pats her on the shoulder and starts going back to putting some things away from her bag. Yeah, so, other than, well, you know, the past, looks at her wrist computer, 30 minutes. You've been okay?
Yeah. She sits down on her bed. I actually kind of enjoy it here, for the most part. It's fun. Your dad is, most of the time, nice to work for. work under. And the military, she shrugs, is not that bad.
Well, Elizabeth, that does give me some hope at least. And this Colonel Rainfall, he'll be good to work for.
He's given me a lot of liberties. He looks around at both of them, and I'm definitely overpaid for a lieutenant, that's for sure.
Soul shrugs. Maybe that's what he thinks you deserve.
I mean, I bought my own car when I first started working for him, hover car. And actually, she puts up her finger and then starts typing on her wrist computer. Melbourne, Australia, isn't too far from here, and a big town. You can go. She holds out her hand, get our nails done. Beautiful mall. We could shop. I guess you can have fun. We get weekends off. Beach.
I mean, yeah, I'd totally love to do that stuff with you. I haven't seen you in forever. I'd love to just catch up, too, anything.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of free time to do that. Trust me.
Elizabeth nods. So what's like the day to day around here? Just sit around, do some training exercises, mission if you have to, that kind of thing.
PT roll call is 9 a.m., which is not bad compared to most soft units. Most are like 4 a.m. unless you're talking tier 1. 9 a.m. we do PT every morning. And then mess for breakfast. We have to run the place. She shrugs and smiles slightly, looking at both of them. We have to cook, we have to clean, we have to take inventory of any weapons we use. Training exercises, it varies because we'll have some shooters on the squad and some. I saw Carter with that sword, so close quarter combatants. But yeah, it does help the organization delegating tasks. Your dad came up with it. The old headhunters weren't like this. It produces a very good team, inside and outside of combat.
So nods. I suppose it does seem pretty lax and all those things. Usually the headhunters, being what they are, will probably have younger kids, so once they get out of the military, they'll have, normal skills that they can have. Cooking, cleaning, paying bills, that kind of thing.
She nods, yeah. And it's not that bad. We'll just make the boys clean the toilets.
Soul laughs. That, I think, is a pretty good idea. Elizabeth looks at her. And we'll do the other stuff, right?
Yeah, I guess. She sure I'm not a good cook. I mostly do the administrative stuff, like I have to do paperwork. A lot of paperwork as the lieutenant of the squad. And I do some for the colonel to help him out.
Soul nods. Well, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. We wouldn't be a squad if someone was good at everything.
Bash is pretty laid back, pretty cool, kind of hip for an older dude. And then Okir is a big galoot, but nice to be around. They're just lost. She puts her hand up and... Yeah. Her dad abandoned them because of me. She looks at the ceiling today, so I'm sure they're pulling it together right now.
Well, I'm sure they are. That O'Keefe fella, he's quite strong. He picked me up with it just by my shoulders.
They call them Brig Tortolans. It was some race that Aunt Pequod and Aunt Icy found on a planet in the Aridnus system and brought them into the fold. They're kind of like turtles, but way bigger, way stronger. And he's a mean fighter too. Carter and Ricky was his name, I think. We'll be training with him extensively. And then there's Oz. He's nice. He just doesn't deal with drama well, and I created drama today, so don't expect to hear too much from him.
Okay. Well, I'm happy everyone seems so nice and laid back here. From some of the stories Dad has told me, it sort of seemed like it was a bit more rough.
It can be at times, Memory Ann shrugs. It just depends on the group. Uh, your dad used to threaten me with these. When I first got here, the first squad I got, I had a very bad attitude. And your dad would threaten me all the time with this ridiculous threat of Big Cat and Mad Max the Mandalorian. I don't know what that means, but apparently he's had to employ them in the past to train squads that lack cohesion. You squid.
Big Cat and Mad Max the Mandalorian. What kind of names are those?
And you see, Memory Ann looks at Elizabeth, and he wondered why I laughed in his face when he threatened me with those two. It's like the most false threat ever. She crosses her arms and starts snickering.
They definitely don't sound too. She scratches her cheek, grabs her bicep. Threatening? I don't understand why we should be scared of them.
I don't think they exist. He said they're like, I don't know, notorious, legendary Navy SEAL instructor. It just sounds like a Julius Talltale to me.
It does sound like something he would make up. Weird name like that. He isn't the best at naming things.
Memory Ann nods. Yeah, we shouldn't need them. Hopefully. Everybody's. I'll try to get along. So Colt's here. She just looks at Soul.
Soul, who was previously looking at Marianne, looks back down at her bag, starts rifling through it for something that is not there. You know, yeah, I noticed.
Pretty cool. She nods her head.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it is. It is.
She looks at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, her emoticon thing goes to a winking face.
How is Aunt Pequod and Aunt Davine? I have not seen your mom. She looks at Soul in years. I haven't seen them in years.
Oh, you know, Mom's been... She shrugs, stressed out. But my dad cheers her up. The spaghetti dinners really help her out. Those are very important to her.
Memory Ann looks at the ground.
Soul does the same. And Davine's doing good too, right? And Elizabeth. Oh yeah, definitely. Her and Dad, same as always, you know how they are. She chuckles. The Academy's doing good. They have a very strange curriculum, from what I hear, but very enjoyable to the kids.
Memory Ann nods her head. And Krellin and Fledwick and Samuel starts chuckling.
Oh God, I don't know what's going on.
Those three were my favorite. She starts laughing. Some of the best memories I have of my mother are us just making fun of them. Watching them walk around like three little kindergartners mumbling to themselves.
Soul chuckles. Honestly, they just sort of confuse me. They always come up to me and say I'm the most open-minded rainfall. She says it with quotation marks. And then just tell me really weird things.
Memory Ann, I remember once. I suppose I don't remember the circumstances, but you two were still very young. And I was being picked up from school, waiting to be picked up from school. And I was getting picked on by some nerdy boy. I don't know, maybe he liked me. She shrugs. I was only in 9th grade, and they sent Uncle Krellin to pick me up. I've never seen a 9th grade boy run so fast in my life. A prepubescent. Uncle Krellin got out of the hover car, accompanied by Fledwick and Samuel, armed with a sniper rifle in public for some reason.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. Maybe the parents, told Krellin and the Three Stooges that they had to take care of someone, and she punches her open palm. So they just did it in the best way they knew how.
They did. All Krellin had to do was walk up and say, I can't do his voice, Memrian, good see you. And he ran away.
Soul starts to laugh. I mean, I would run away too if I didn't know Krellin.
That's something about Mother Goodash. She starts tapping her chin. She's like,
Soul,
do you want to go see Mother Goodash? And I said, what? I just want to go home. And, oh, okay. And they took me home.
Soul's eyes widen and she points at Memorian. Oh my god, they offered you to see Mother Goodash?
So I wasn't mishearing them. She crosses her arms, looks at Soul, crosses her legs.
It's always about Mother Goodash. Soul starts to pace around, and Elizabeth, oh god, here we go. It's always Mother Goodash this, Mother Goodash that, and then something about this Ash guy who they don't really like, but they call him slightly better bad Ash. I don't understand it, and apparently Ash is his mother's name. I don't get it.
Memrian looking up at the ceiling. I've heard the name Ash before when I was younger, but a lot of that's a blur to me. She shrugs, I don't know.
Soul shrugs. The name doesn't ring a bell, other than
Isn't Krellin the last Star Child in existence? So his mother, technically speaking, can't be alive.
Elizabeth taps her thigh with all of her fingers a couple times. Yeah, you know what? You're right. And who is Mother Goodash?
Memrian shrugs. Next time I see them, we can ask a united front. If we have the most open-minded Rainfall with us, maybe they'll tell us.
Soul rubs her temples, sits down on the bed. Yeah, maybe.
And maybe one day we'll get to graduate to the great big station in the sky. Again, I was already working there. And then we can be without Icy and Colt's mother. She clears her throat. And the Colonel.
Soul nods, looking at the wall across from her. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, being able to be with them all the time.
It's nice up there. Memrian nods her head. I was there for a while. Then got sent here. It's just nice here too, so whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the beach is easier to access at least.
No, I mean, it's actually pretty easy from Gateway as long as you have... She lifts her mattress up and pulls out the Rainfall scarf. One of these, you can go through this ridiculous network of teleporters on Icy set up and get to basically anywhere you want to go. That's how your dad got the hell out of here so quickly.
Elizabeth looks over at Memrian. And you tape the scarf under your bed.
She nods.
Right. And Soul looks at her. And these teleporters are everywhere?
You never wondered how your dad got to and from work so quickly? Or your mom? She looks over at Elizabeth. Or your mom. Or your dad looks back over at or any of the Rainfalls. They're just like, here, boom, 1 second. Gone the next.
Oh, well, with my father and mother, I always just assumed that, Dad's really fast. You know? Yeah, maybe that was stupid of me.
Ridiculous network of teleporters.
Elizabeth chuckles. So that's why sometimes I'll just go into that room of the Odeum Academy and then not come out.
Well, yeah, that's probably the reason. Among other things.
Yeah, among other things, sweetie. Oh god, your calls are right. I'm going to finish unpacking. And she walks back over to her bed and starts unpacking.
Over here, the boys now moved around a little bit. Colt eating a granola bar. Benny over here. Oz in the bathroom brushing his teeth. They could just hear these two. We are trainers. We're supposed to know what to do. I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. I'm going through his computer. Do you think the password is like... You could see them arguing. You think the password is something like Pequod or something like that? I don't know. Well, what would you make the password to just text him and ask him? You know who'd know? Tommy. That's who'd know. And we're gonna call him right now. You keep an eye on them. He walks out of sight as Okir waves slowly into the boys and just stands there and looks at the wall.
Ricky's gonna wave back. So, we don't know what we're doing today, do we?
Carter's cleaning his glasses with his eyes closed, and then he puts them back on and opens his eyes. No, I don't think we do.
I don't think they do.
That's a better way to put it.
Yeah, my dad did sort of abandon them, I guess.
How'd he get out of here so fast?
The hell if I know. My dad's a fast guy, so maybe he just flew away.
I guess.
Too right, mate. He comes out here, teleport us. Sits down on the bed and room.
Teleporters, eh?
Nods.
All over the
Oh.
place. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, huh? Like the room that we were never allowed to go in as kids. Yeah, I remember them saying something about that.
You still with Hazel? Were you with her?
Yeah, I was with her.
How'd that go?
Not well. Not well.
Live and learn, Carter. At least you had one. You should see some of the Marine females. Butches.
Yeah, not your type?
Now,
Yeah, girls are
Mhm.
girls. Ain't been around too many since high school.
Oh yeah? What is that?
Training. I've been putting in a lot of work with, in Antarctica with my trainer.
Oh, okay. So, one weather extreme to another weather extreme, I suppose.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, good shit for me, though. Let me learn how to do what I do, so, you know.
Yeah. However you need to learn, I guess.
Yeah. You probably heard of her. I trained under a woman named Lazuli. Badass girl. Badass woman.
Suletta? Cool. Memory Ann's mom?
No.
Or-
no.
You weren't training with my sister, I know that for sure.
No, she used to be a major. She fought in the Archfiend incursion. She's the one who taught me how to do what I do.
Huh. Crosses his arms. Never heard of her.
Yeah, maybe I'll look her up or something. I don't know her.
That's weird. It was, she told me, her and my dad, they both told me that it was her and, her sister. Yeah, you said it right, Suletta, that, basically won the Archfiend incursion.
Drugs. I'm not a Rainfall. I don't know Suletta that well, and she's Suletta Rainfall. But yeah,
She never really talked about the Archfiend incursion. I knew she was in it, but didn't talk about it.
didn't know she always treat. I mean, your grandma and her call each other sisters, so yeah.
Yeah, we just always sort of thought they were sisters. Maybe, sisters from different misters or something like that, but he shrugs. Who knows?
I'll have to ask her about that next time I'm down there. But, nah, it's good training with her, and you gotta see her, man. She's a badass. Strong as I am, she can still throw me around.
Interesting.
Who trained you?
It was a mixture of general Rainfall and Davine Rainfall.
So you're just getting, well, your parents and grandparent makes sense. You just get to be trained by two of the most important people out there. That's badass.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, yeah. One of them I sort of needed to learn from. The other I wanted to learn from. I wanted to learn from Aunt Icy too. Don't get me wrong. Just that one was more of a necessity.
That makes sense. You're a spellcaster, huh?
Uh, not as not as proficient as a lot in my family, but he puts his hand out and some electricity crackles in his hand. Lightning is pretty much the extent of what I can do, other than simpler spells like fireworks, that kind of thing.
Fine by me. That's pretty sick, all things considered. Me, physical fighting, and I can use ki. That's about it.
Out here, you see Okir walking with a huge armful of folding chairs. He looks in, nods at you guys, staring at you.
Are they setting up some kind of meeting?
Walks out this way with the chair. I think they're just clueless right now.
Carter chuckles. Maybe we should have asked if he needed help.
I don't think he needs help, bro.
Bash walking this way with a beer in his hand, chugging it. That's a first. Captain drinking on duty.
He really is trying to wind down, ain't he? Oh,
I
Crushes the can, throws it in the trash, looks over his shoulder, pulls out from his back pocket another one and goes this way. He starts laughing.
Jesus H.
yeah, dear God.
Look, Betty, looking around the corner.
Oh, here carrying those. It reminds me of a lunch lady at the elementary school I went to, carrying chairs to set up for their little meetings in the cafeteria. I'm surprised he was able to pick up that many.
Right. When the colonel's here, it's, they're pretty good at their job, mates.
But right now they're in the deep end.
Yeah. And drowning.
Yeah.
I can see that. The colonel's here for basically all the time, right?
Okir walking back, still holding the chairs, looking at her. Looking for Bash. Splits his time between the station. He's got duties everywhere. But yeah. Yep.
Right.
Right. So is that his third beer today?
Probably 30th.
Oh boy.
Since the explosion of memory.
Yeah, she's kind of scary, to be honest.
Yeah. Under his breath. Yeah.
Yep.
I'd never seen such a pretty girl look like she could rip me in half before, but that's a first.
Carter just clicks his tongue and shakes his head.
What?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I don't know. I'd assume that one of us had done something like kick her cat or something for her to be that mad.
Who knows? Maybe she's just not happy with the position she's in right now. Who knows?
Why would she not be happy?
Carter looks at Ricky. I cannot read minds, man. I'm just making assumptions.
You got any ideas, Oz? You know her better than we do.
He just shrugs.
Right. Well, I'm sure she'll calm down eventually. Anyone want to take bets on how many beers that Bash over there is gonna down?
What are you doing? You can just faintly hear the. You can't be drinking that. The colonel said in case of emergencies, Mohawk. Put that away. None of the hard stuff. Go get the boys. I've got the chairs set up. How many of them are there again? 5 boys, 6 girls. How can you not count? On my planet, we did a different math system. I'll have you know. Get out there. Go get the girls.
Carter has to cover his mouth and he snickers slightly.
6 girls, huh? Okay.
Over here, a knock at the door. Marianne. Oh.
I'll get it. She stands up, walks over to the door, opens it.
Nice work, Soul.
For opening the door, sir?
You're doing good. Keep up the good work. Round up the other girls. How many of them are there? He leans into Soul.
There's 3, sir.
And it's uno, dos, tres, right?
Correct.
Alright, nice work. Round up the girls and come on out here. And I've got these folding chairs set up for you guys, okay? And I think you're sitting them.
Yeah, you sit in folding chairs, sir.
Okay, make sure you do that.
Okay, I will.
He walks away.
She closes the door, walks back in. Is Okir Spanish?
Fabrienne, no, to be honest, I'm not sure where your father found him, how he ended up here, but he's a hell of a warrior and very good at teaching warrior culture, Brig Tortolans, and he's really good at who cares? What did he want?
Well, I was supposed to round you guys up to go into, like, the main foyer courtyard. He has a bunch of folding chairs set up that we need to sit in. He was very adamant about that.
She slaps both of her hands on her face and drags them down and starts walking out.
Elizabeth looks at Sol and Sol looks at Elizabeth. Spanish? Well, he counted uno, dos, tres, so... no, it's fair. It's a fair question.
They come out here. He's alright, you see, these are chairs, and you're gonna sit in them. I'll go get the boys, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright, don't hurt yourselves. He wants this. Bash, drinking the Mohawk vodka 5th. Okir's gonna come knock at the door here.
Come
You can
in.
see through the door. He sees you guys looking at him, but he's still knocked.
Come in.
It's time for... Everybody's gonna come out. Nice work, Carter.
Carter. Thank you, sir.
Got that bed all squared away. The only thing you're missing is a fine piece of ass in it. Puts his hand on his belly and starts laughing.
Thank you, sir. I'll get right on it.
Where I come from, it's a fine piece of shell. Anyway, get your non-fine asses out there, and there's some folding chairs out there. You're gonna sit in them. And then we'll figure out we're gonna do things from there. Good job, Rick. Bash just drinking the fit.
Thank you, sir.
Give me that goddamn thing. They start, no, fuck you. He goes this way, get back here.
Look, Ricky looks over at Oz. Ever had this happen before?
No. Gets up off the bed and walks up.
Alright.
Okay. I guess we go now. And he starts walking out towards the chairs.
As the kids come out here to sit down, flashing to the academy. It's a normal day at the ODM Academy. Hunk is in Davine's office with Integra and Hale. And Banksy. Tal is going in here. He was talking to Suletta, and Suletta is just staring down the hallway where Davine's private office is. JJ, I think Dad misses.
Oh, I think so, darling. She walks up next to Soletta. He's still in there?
She nods her head and then starts shaking it. Yes. I considered teleporting Mr. Snuffles in there to make him feel better, but I think he's got what he wants. Banksy comes up this direction. He's just Ash's son on the squad. I told him we took all the precautions possible. Tal coming back out. Yeah,
Davy nods.
I'm worried. Who is this Ash guy? When you're older. She looks at JJ and rubs his head. Banksy, maybe not when you're older, actually. Huh? He looks at Banksy and Tal. Later. Just run off. Okay.
Davy chuckles, looks back down the hallway. Oh, I should go talk to him.
We could all go. Banksy looking down the hallway. Soletta, I think just the two of us. Thank you.
Davy nods. You two go prepare for the awkward talk.
Awkward talk. Banksy looks at Davy.
You're going to tell JJ about Sherion, correct?
Oh, you want us to do it now?
Oh, no,
Not again.
just prepare for
I
it.
can kill you, Mum. Soletta, oh.
Davy groans. Oh, God.
Why
okay.
can't we make a PowerPoint about this? Soletta, no, because if that PowerPoint finds its way into the students' hands, that... Oh, God, he shivered.
You... Oh, God. Just do whatever you two do.
We tried to get away from him, and yet here we are 20 years later, and the motherfucker come round again. Soletta, I said a long time ago, and what rough beast, it's our come round at last! Everybody in the... Blaze, is everything okay? Come down here.
Where, she clears her throat, turns around. We're fine, Blaze, just, having a disagreement between faculty.
He nods his head. If you need anything, let me know.
Yes, of course, darling.
He goes back in.
She turns back around to tell him, Banksy, just whatever you two do when you have to have this kind of conversation.
What do you mean, whatever you two do? Do you know how much there is to go over, ma'am? It's like spilling the diary of grade A fuck-up number 1. Soletta, I agree. Looking around between both parties. Banksy, it's actually kind of annoying to have to recount this stuff. It's been all these years, and I can kill you, ma'am. Soletta, I should have killed him when I had the chance.
As should I have, Letty. I will go have that conversation with him, if you so wish.
It's like we... Oh, God, I don't know why Pequod let his son... I get why she let him in the military. That, I see. I think he deserved a fair shake. But letting him on the squad with the kids, it just Forget it. Banksy, let's go talk to JJ. Do make sure Hunk is okay, please.
We will, darling, don't worry.
God, have to relive it all over again. God, one bullet to the head. Soletta clenching her fist when she hears that.
Davine puts a hand onto Soletta's shoulder and squeezes it a bit.
She just sighed.
It's okay. They got this. They're honestly the best at it.
The fact that years later he's still it annoys me, okay?
Definitely. Trust me, Letty, I understand. But sometimes there is some information that our children must know that, well, let's be honest here. If either of us did it, the child would either be scared for the rest of their life or, I don't know, probably just scared for the rest of their life.
Soletta puts her hand on her chest. No, they didn't have to know. They didn't have to join the military. I understand if they wanted to. Fine. I'm not saying coddle them and keep them here forever. But if they never forget it. She comes in here. Meow, grabs Mr. Snuffle.
Davine sighs and walks in behind her.
My memory and joined just to spite me. Wow.
She shakes her head. It's yes, that one is quite terrible.
Broke my heart. Just as Elizabeth broke Hunk's heart.
Davine bites her bottom lip. Quite.
Even Pequod, I don't agree.
She sighs that the kids had to go into the military.
One tour. I guess one tour is fine. I was in for so many years, I'm just jaded. It would be good for them in some respects. Still, oh god. I had nightmares. She looks over at Davine last night about, I don't know what Ash's son looks like. I truly don't have anything against somebody I don't know, but I had nightmares about a basically mini-me version of Ash sneaking up behind Elizabeth.
Oh god, you had that nightmare too?
Yes, Nicole did as well, but, oh, it doesn't matter. Let's go see your husband.
Yes, try and cheer him up.
Meow.
She'll walk in and sit next to him.
He's got both of them in hover chairs, kind of like the Baby Yoda one. Suletta coming in. Meow. Like, uh-oh. Look at her.
Hi, darling. Are you doing okay?
Just sighs and goes back to doing Davine's paperwork. Yeah.
She holds his hand. You can talk about it, you know. Don't throw yourself into work, please.
I don't know. Oh, I mean, he literally does that. Suletta, I feel the same way.
Davine nods. I understand, darling.
I just don't know if I have any right to really say anything.
Why wouldn't you have any right?
Well, I think we did a good job with JJ and Elizabeth. Since they're on our end, I think we did a good job with all the kids, all the grandkids, plus they're all just kids. I think we did a good job. And one of the things I'm most proud of myself is I didn't coddle Elizabeth like I did Nicole. But I can't say I didn't want to.
She nods. You've always felt the need to protect her, but you kept within your bound. I understand, darling.
Yeah, you know.
It's, oh, trust me, it's quite upsetting to me that Elizabeth is not here at the moment, but...
It's really upsetting, actually. In some ways, to me, it's kind of like a slap in the face, really. To her mother, and then me, secondary. And then the whole family. All those kids. I know Julius and Pequods didn't have a choice, though. It's just everything we went through. To put them back on a squad in the military, they're going to get shot at, all this stuff, and Ash's kid being there, yeah, that's worrying. But just the generalized aspects of, yeah, let's put him through the ringer again. We almost died on a bi-monthly basis. Has anybody forgotten that? He sits up in his chair. So that I wasn't there for every fight, only towards the end, but no, yes, you almost did. And it was good. It'd be a good cause to die for, saving universe. There's nothing out there on the horizon for those kids to tackle, and even if there were, they're not ready for it.
Davy nods. Definitely not. Just...
He threatened to kill my mother? Huh. What?
Davine looks down at her lap. They're having the Ash talk with JJ.
Oh, Christ. Ugly on the ceiling. And now I'm worried about that. Thank you. That's great. Just great. All the things we... No. At least we got these two. He gestures. Oh. Plays with Integra's chin. Soul. She's playing with some... she's coloring, actually.
She smiles at them both.
Or, excuse me, Hale.
She smiles at them both. They are quite cute. She scratches Hunk's chin. what if tonight, today, whatever, whenever, when the kids get back down from Gateway and come home, we all go to, oh, I don't know, the golf course?
That would be, you mean the responsible kids that respect us. Unlike
Yeah.
our daughter.
She groans, rubs her face.
Suletta, I know the feeling. Tearing up, choking up.
Yes.
How can he get his legs that high? Quiet down, boy.
Yes, those kids.
Don't make me restrain you.
How can they be so... That room is soundproof.
Unc squeezes his eyes with his 2 fingers. Yeah, I'd love to see. I mean, yeah, the golf course sounds great, I guess. Whatever. Yeah.
Davine holds Hunk's hand. We did all we could, darling. But it was ultimately her choice in the end.
No. He kisses her hand. You're right. And we couldn't coddle her. Wasn't gonna repeat the mistakes of the past. She wants to go out there, learn things the hard way. And that's whatever.
She nods, gives him a kiss on the cheek. You did a wonderful job. And I know that Elizabeth absolutely adores you. The only, I think, at least to my knowledge, that she really wears the mask is because she wants to be like her daddy.
Oh, he gets choked up slightly. Yeah. Well, she doesn't need to be like me. Just herself. Starts playing with his hands on the desk. Beating a rhythm.
That's true. That's true. But maybe she wants herself to be someone like you. All the good parts. And she gives him a kiss on the cheek.
He's gonna take her hand again and start rubbing it. And as far as I'm concerned, I see Memorian as my own. But she needs a kick in the fucking ass. Suletta, agree. Looking at... Wow. But she won't come back here, probably because she knows she'd get a kick in the ass. But actually, there'd be a line out the door. Starting with, because he'd muscle his way through Uncle Banksy and his godforsaken power armor to kick her in the ass. So, yeah, one of these days, get her back here. She's gonna get a kick in the ass. Hell, maybe that's not even the way to go about it. He looks at Davine, I think, hearing it from her favorite, because you know Nicole's too nice. Hearing it from her favorite aunt.
Davine smiles, rolls back and forth on her feet. That can definitely be arranged. I'll just have to... I'll even surprise her in her barracks or wherever she might be at the headhunter's base.
Make sure Ash's kid isn't there. I don't want you around him.
Honey, even if Ash's kid was there, he would not be able to see me. I'll be too quick for him.
Good. God, I was talking to Sasha. She said Ash's kid is a conundrum even to Ash. You know how bad that is? He looks at TV, that's Suletta. For all of Asherion's faults, I figured he'd be a good father. At least, I want kids, I want this, and you figure and, oh my god, what type of monster has he produced?
Oh my god. She rubs the back of her neck.
And you want me to spy on these people, this guy, and not chop his head off? Now, you can't do... You quiet down right now or you're going into timeout, young man. Well, starts licking his paw.
Davine looks over at the wall where the noise is coming from and looks over at Suletta. Did we tell them to tell JJ to spy on Ash's child?
I'm a civilian. I can't just walk where... You're the Uncle Banksy in the power armor. You can get anywhere. True. Don't take that tone with me, goddammit! Suletta, oh god.
Davine shakes her head, looks back down to Hunk, and kisses him on the head. Everything will be okay with Elizabeth. And, she looks over at Soletta, whenever you want me to, I will have a discussion with Marianne. I believe I can bring up some valid points as to why she should love her mother.
The last thing she told me was she hated me. She cracks a very sad smile.
Oh, Letty.
That's why I said she needs a kick in the fucking ass.
She lets go of Hunk's hand and walks up to Soletta and gives her a hug.
And she doesn't hug back. She's just holding the cat depressed. Thank you.
Yes, of course, darling. She leans back. I will have a talk with her. No matter what now. You, Letty, you are a wonderful mother. For the entirety of your child's life. Unlike some people here. She smiles at her. I will have a discussion with her. And I will show her exactly how good you are.
Thank you. I'll let you know when the time is appropriate.
Of course, whenever you're ready. She gives her another hug, gives her a kiss on the cheek, and then goes back to Hunk and holds his hand.
He's looking down at Integra, holding Davine's hand. At the very least, we've got a monopoly on these two.
I mean, it's quite simple, actually. She looks at her nails and then at the kids. Well, the grandparents were on Earth the most, so it's just common knowledge that we should be the ones that keep an eye on them.
Integra, it's mind-blowing. Soletta looking between the two kids. Hale is coloring, but she's lifting the crayons with her telekinesis. She just looks like Nicole. She looks like a baby peacock. It's... Oh god.
Oh, yes, our kids, we've always said it ever since little Lazuli was born, but they make the cutest children.
Maybe we made a mistake. He shrugs, looks around. Maybe Rainfall Lane was a mistake. Maybe we ended up inadvertently coddling Elizabeth. I have no idea.
She puts a hand onto Hunk's cheek. We did not make a mistake. We were the best parents we could have ever been, and we did a wonderful job at it. But if she wants to make the utterly idiotic decision that is joining the military, that is her decision. She shakes her head. We did a wonderful job, and Rainfall Lane is the best thing that has ever happened to the Rainfalls, other than the Rainfalls coming together.
They're just idiots. All the children, they're stupid, in my opinion. With the exception of JJ and the infants, they're morons. Utterly stupid.
I would... She looks at the two infants. I would have to agree.
Honk, it's not fair to say that about Carter and Soul and Laz. That's what their mother wanted, and I can understand why. She only requires one tour. And Suletta, but they're still stupid. They're idiots. Morons. Maybe not Laz. But the younger two are idiots. Like, just kind of takes Davine's hand, doesn't want to say anything, and just kisses it twice. Man.
Davine just sighs, looks at the two kids, and shakes her head. Maybe you're right, Letty.
Well, Soletta shrugs. At the very least, that one won't be allowed to join the military. So, there's that. 20 years from now, she'll be here with us.
She nods. And maybe, if we can convince Pequod, that one Won't have to join the military either.
Hunk, I could try, we could try, but you know who could really do it? Old Ewan McGregor.
Good old Ewan McGregor.
Somehow he got better looking as he aged. Strange, really.
It is strange. I think the longer hair really helps him out. You know how he always used to cut his hair shorter.
Yeah, yeah. I know he got the hair follicles blasted out of his face, but I think he'd probably be able to grow in a nice, as Hunk's wrist computer beeps, huh? Oh God. Why did I set a reminder for the? It's the anniversary of the saint's death. I'm sorry.
Davine laughs, pats Hunk on the shoulder. Oh, it's to watch the video.
Right. Suletta, that would perk me up, but I think we should. I'll call Tal and Banksy to come get Hunk. No, let him see it. Let him start him young. It's not graphic or anything. It's just, mostly.
Very, very true. It's mostly just the saint rolling around on the ground, groaning, and then smoking and drinking.
Hunk will pull up the video, put it on a projector on the wall, big screen, hand hail to Davine and hold it tighter. As they. Oh, good.
This little hail is the most needless death you'll ever see.
Hunk, damn straight. Looking at the projection, in here, up here, Rolly is sitting with the Three Stooges. Krellin is scribbling something in a journal. Samuel is looking over Krellin's shoulder, watching him scribble it. Rolly's just looking back and forth between Krellin and what's Frederick doing?
Frederick is sitting there with the pads of his fingers all pushed together like he's Dr. Evil or something like that. Looks over at Rolly. How can I help you, Wowie?
He's eating his lunch. I'm just eating. That's all. Having lunch with. Don't you guys have like duties to do around here? Sometimes. Goes back to school.
Other times we get them done so fast we can go about our own businesses.
Beeping to Frederick, saying he's guarding the kitchen. What did he say?
Oh, just... Frederick stares forward. That the dog was behind me, and he looks behind him to Rocco.
Right. Takes another spoonful of macaroni and cheese Mama Land and Zap have made today. So, what are you guys doing? Looks around at all three of them. What are you guys doing leaving the ground so much? Scar's been asking questions where you guys are always going out into the woods. Krellin, doing secret things. You scribbling. Samuel peeping, come up with a good lie to Fred.
He's
smarter than he looks.
Well, we like to go camping a lot, and as you know, the woods outside Windfall Wayne are quite nice. We also have to buy supplies for camping quite a bit.
Happy beeps, saying good job to Frederick. Krellin and doing broadcast.
Yes, the broadcast,
Not broadcasting about Davine. I thought you weren't allowed to do that. Beeping frantically. Better lie. Still smarter than he looked.
No, we are not broadcasting about Davine. We broadcast mainly about the dogs, if you believe it or not.
Krellin setting down his pen. Rolly. Rolly looks at him. What know about robotics? Nothing. Zap knows a lot about it, and so does Blaze, Jennifer, and Star, definitely. Just goes back to scribbling in his book.
Frederick nods. Thank you for the information, Wowie. We'll take it to heart.
Think can get build giant robot? Rolly, huh?
For our camping supplies, easier to carry around.
You guys are weird. He looks at all three of them. Samuel nods twice.
We have been told that many times by a few people, Wowie. We have come to realize it is most likely true.
Krellin, weird or not, need to help Davy. Going through hard time. Daughter, stupid. Leave. Break hunk heart. Make symbol. For all rainfalls to look up to. Mother good Ash Prime, Rolly. Rolly, Ash drops his spoon.
You misheard him, Wowie. He said bash.
He's down on his spoon and picks it up. Yeah, I probably misheard it. I'm gonna go. You guys are weird. I'm out of here. He gets up and walks out. Don't worry, won't say anything.
Frederick wipes the non-existent sweat off of his brow. That one was close.
Nothing to worry about. He good. Won't say anything.
Not unlike honey.
Honey. Looking around over his shoulder. Where is dog? This one here points to Rocco. Always following us. Samuel beeping. Perhaps undercover spot. Looking at.
Frederick looks down at Rocco. If undercover spy, Rocco is a very good undercover spy. No reason to believe he is selling secrets just yet, seeing as we have not been caught. But he has heard us talk about this.
Krellin puts up his finger. In espionage, turn spy against spires. Rocco, go spy on Davine and Hunk. Rocco just looks blankly at Krellin. Does not listen.
Strong mental fortitude.
Maybe trained by Soul.
Frederick rubs his chin, thinking. Rocco, what do we have to do for you to spy on Davine and Hunk?
He yawns, long dog yawn. Puts his head down, closes his eyes. He's sitting on the floor. Krellin, shrewd negotiator. Squinting.
Frederick tilts his head. A hard sell indeed. He turns around to Krellin and Samuel. Perhaps persuasion is not enough? Actual bribing, maybe?
Samuel sits down as Krellin slides the journal between Samuel and Frederick. There is a poorly drawn figure of robotic Mother Ash. Play this game with Carter's soul when they're young. Fallout 3, Liberty Prime Online. Turn Mother Good Ash into Prime. Symbol for all rainfalls to look up to, feel better. I'm sorry, what? She gets out of her chair. Crap. Always here, always listening. Most forgettable person.
Frederick looks over at Sunny. What are you talking about? Good old Sunny?
Did I hear Mother? She comes over, Good Ash, let me see that notebook. Prime, Samuel turns the page before she can get in line of sight. And there's just random scribblings about how Krellin sees Davine as the best in humanity, the best of humanity.
We were just talking about the mother, Davine. He gestures to the book. See, Quellen is quite a fan, as are we all.
Yes, we all are too. In a way, puts her hand on Samuel's shoulder, turned everybody's lives around. That's sweet. Looking down at the fuck? Krellin, always so suspicious, hurt my feelings. I'm sorry. She comes over and hugs him from behind.
Oh, it is okay, Sonny. We understand. We
You guys
have
know we're just kind of traumatized by that name, right? ASH.
yes, we understand the slight we better good ASH.
Okay. She lets go of Krellin and pats his head. Carry on. She walks out. Krellin, guilt trip. Smiles slightly to himself.
Very good, Quelwyn. I did not think of that.
Learn from Pequod, always does to Julius. He smiles and rubs his hands.
Very smart. Perhaps we learn more from Pequod.
Watch closely. Strong leader of all species. Looks down at Rocco. Time goes see Mother Goodash. Leave spy here. Points down to Rocco.
Must be sneaky. We cannot wake the spy up.
They leave. They get up and leave to go to their sequestered location where Mother Goodash is, as the girls find themselves sitting here in a line of chairs, and the boys find themselves sitting here. Okir and Bash sitting here. Bash, all right, kids. So we're gonna go round the. I'm sure some of you got to know one another in the barracks when we split you up, and some of you already know each other. Some of you haven't seen each other in a long time, to my limited understanding. Clearly, by what we saw earlier today. Anyway, he's looking off into the distance as he delivered that. So, we're gonna go round, and we just want you to introduce yourselves. Say, a few things about yourself, military experience, your specialty, and what you hope to get out of being a part of this squad. Okay, and we're gonna start with Ricky. Please, Rick, take it away. There's no reason to feel shy or anything about that. You guys got to work together. You got to be a team. And listen, if you guys aren't a cohesive unit, you don't want to know what happens to the teams that don't work well together. Okay, big cat coming for you.
Big cat. Yeah, sir. He's gonna get up. My name.
And I will stop you to ask some questions if so. That's what he has written here to do. Yeah, go ahead.
My name's Ricardo Valorius. You guys can call me Ricky, please. I'm from Southern California. This is my first time in an actual squad in the military. My specialty is close quarters combat. I'm a martial artist who can use ki, and my main weapon is, and he'll ignite it again, keyblades. He'll let that go. In terms of what I'd like to get out of the military, I just want to advance and be the best I can be, I guess you could put it.
And why'd you join up? What motivation? Why would you join?
Make Mom proud. Let's put it that way.
If there is any reason that's good, it be that. As he's glaring at Memory and Okir's doing the same thing. All right, let's go down the line to Carter.
Carter stands up. I'm Carter Rainfall. I'm from basically the Puerto Rico. I'm from Puerto Rico, and I specialize in close quarters combat, swordsmanship, while implementing my own magic into the fight. He shrugs. I'm here because my mother wished me to join up for at least 1 year, or one tour, and I wanted to make right by her.
Did you ever wonder why she wanted that?
To teach us something, responsibility.
Okay. You never asked?
No, sir.
Right. Bash looks really confused. Okay. I think it was probably to teach you respect. Did you not have a good relationship with mom?
No, I love my mother, just she wanted us to do it, and it was certainly the best choice, so I
Yeah.
did.
Happy mom, happy house, definitely. All right. He's looking around the room. I could go Colt, or I could go Elizabeth. I'll go Elizabeth.
She stands up. My name is Elizabeth Rainfall. I live in the same place as Cotter, or come from the same place as Cotter, and she looks down. Oh, I joined up because I wanted to see what it was all like. She shakes her head. I wanted to see what it was all like to be a part of the military, and she shrugs. Maybe that was a mistake, I don't know.
Okir stands up and starts clapping.
She looks over at Okir and tilts her head.
Bash, sit the fuck down. Says here to give Elizabeth extra motivation when she's social. Sit down. He sits down. Good job, Elizabeth. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. She looks down at her feet. Do you have any questions for me, or may I sit down?
No questions, darling, other than make eye contact with me when you talk to me. I'll take off the glasses if it makes it easier for you. And he takes off the glasses.
Her head turns to him, and she
Right here. Points to his two eyes. Here, and keep them here. You're behind the mask. Should be easy.
her head looks up at his head.
Alright, good enough. But you have to practice that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Well, we could open the ticking time bomb that is Memory Ann. Memory Ann glares at Bash, puts her hand around Elizabeth and tries to pull her in. We'll go to Soul.
Soul stands up. Hi, I'm Soul. I live in the same place as both of these two, and she points to Carter and Elizabeth. I'm pretty much an open book if you want to know anything about me. But I specialize in casting spells. I'm what most would call a spell slinger. I use primarily laser pistols, and then I can augment those laser shots with special magic, while also being able to cast what most would consider normal spells. She sort of just grabs at her bicep and then lets go of it. Yeah, I joined up for pretty much the same reason as Carter. She shrugs. Didn't really ask about it either. Probably should have.
Bash nods. Well spoken for. Good eye contact, darling.
Do you have any questions for me?
No. Nope. You sit down and relax.
Thank you. She sits down.
All right. He looks over at Memory Ann. We could open that can of worms. Or we could go to Colt. Colt stands up at ease. In a resting position, I should say. Name's Colt. Two finger salutes, just kind of like Oz did. Marine Scout Sniper. Don't really know why I'm here. Joined the military because it's didn't know what else to do. But he sits back down. And honestly, I don't know why I'm here. But I'm happy to be here under Colonel Rainfall. Bash. Okay. Yep. Yep. Do you always look at Soul when you're talking? I said eye contact on me, not her. Colt looks over at Bash.
Soul looks down at her lap and
Why is that important? Shut up.
Yeah, I think only Memory Ann and maybe Carter notices that she has a slight blush going across her face.
I will say it's strange. Marine Scout snipers are tier 1 military units, so you either piss somebody off to get rolled back here, or somebody up there thinks you belong here for some reason that is unbeknownst to the very knowledgeable Okir and I. Very knowledgeable. Memory Ann scoffs loudly. Oz groans. Okay, and moving down the list, let's see here. Ben. Benny stands up. Name's Ben. Sits back down. Right. Vax just looks at him. I thought Elizabeth was shit. They're bad. I'm shit at socials. Yeah, that's what it says here. They hear them mumbling amongst themselves. Memory, hey, Benny, just tell us a little bit about yourself, darling. He stands back up. Benny waves, looks around. From a place called Orange Twist City. I lived there until I was 18 and wasn't good at any of the jobs or school, and so I got shipped to the military. He sits back down. They're still mumbling to themselves about how horrible he is at social skill. God, he's worse than I was when I first came to Earth. Oh, no.
Soul
I
finally
didn't know this would be a grade A fuck-up team. We might have to call Big Cat now. Not yet. They're too young.
Soul finally able to look up from her lap just gives Benny 2 thumbs up.
He smiles and nods, looking down at his lap. Alright, and now we will open the can of worms that is Memory Ann. Memory Ann. She stands up, clears her throat. Memory Ann Rainfall's the name. Being a lieutenant is my game. I joined the military I'm not really sure why I joined. But I joined and found my place here, and I'd like things to run smooth. She looks over all the boys and by the number. Clear? She cracks a very fake smile.
Yes, ma'am.
Told to do
Yes.
something, do it. Whether you like it or not, I don't care, and I don't want to hear if you like it or not. Take all your training seriously. Because you might think you're hot shots now. I thought I was a hot shot, and then I got shot at. Things change when somebody's actually shooting at you. No matter who you trained with, no matter how good. She dismissively looks at Ricky. You think you are. You die like anybody else. She sits back down. Christ. Yeah, we should have not included her in this exercise. She pulls Elizabeth in closer.
Elizabeth, sort of stiffly, with her hands on both of her knees, grabbing them tightly, just leans onto Memory Ann.
And then there's Oz. Oz, right on. You'll get to know me more when we fly. Don't have anything else to say. Waves everybody off. He doesn't do well with drama, kids, okay? And today is a drama-filled day, if you can't tell. Do you guys know that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But tomorrow is not going to be drama-filled.
that sounds nice, sir.
All right. So let's have a demonstration here. Our front line. So we have an interesting composition. We've got our medic. We've got Elizabeth. What type of fighter would you classify as yourself? Look here. He points to his eyes.
She pulls away from Memory
You
Ann.
know, Elizabeth. Your uncle gave me this button I can push that retracts your mask, right?
Oh God. Okay. She looks over at Bash. I would classify myself as front line. I was trained by both a ranger and a Spartan, sir.
Oh, girl, he stands up and starts clapping. We gotta get her an ice cream cone. Do you like Rocky Road, Ricky?
It's fine, thank you.
We didn't have ice cream where I came from. Oh, fuck's sake. Here we go. And then I came to Earth, and there's Rocky Road, and sherbet, and strawberry ice cream, and cookie dough ice cream, and all these different type of frozen dairy treats. There was no dairy on my home planet, I'll have you know. Ugh. Memory and rubbing Soul's shoulder.
Um, that's very interesting, sir, and I assume you're a fan of ice cream.
Big fan. I'll take you all out to get some someday when it's not so awkward. He sits down in the chair.
Sounds like a good time, sir.
Bash, so, you get weekends off here at the base, okay? And Memorand's in charge of you guys on a day-to-day basis for the most part. You have to keep this place clean. These are not up to my standards. They're up to the Colonel's standards. Let that sink in for those of you that grew up with him. Maybe he wasn't like a neat freak at home, but he is here. This place, he's very proud of the reputation this place has, and he's more proud of the lineage. Ran inquisitively looking at Bash when he says that, of the Headhunters organization. You have to keep this place clean, organized. You go out on a shooting exercise, account for every round fired. Memory Hand will delegate tasks. Who does that? On the weekends, you're off. You can go back home. You can go back home. Normally people cheer. He looks around.
I mean, I'll probably head back to see Mom from time to time, yeah.
Nice work, Rick. He's looking right at you.
Thank you, sir.
This is being motivational, right? Oh, shut up. Anyway, you can go back home. You can hang here around here. Melbourne is not too far from here. If you got your own transport, you can go to the big city. Malls, movie theaters, you name it. We'll take you for a tour around the small military city here. This small city was built around the Colonel's base. That's the Colonel's base. Let that sink in again. Any question?
No, sir.
All right, good, good. So that means somebody's got to cook on a day-to-day basis, or you don't eat. You're not allowed to eat the MRE stores. Those are for us to give you when you're taken out on training exercises, or when you're going out on long-range patrol missions, long-term missions to be packed in your gear. You have to take care of your gear. Take care of your gear. It'll take care of you. And occasionally, you have to take care of the Harley.
The Harley?
The Harley?
My Harley, yeah. You have to take care of the Harley. Gas it up for me. I'll give you the money. Gas it up for me. And, I can't just walk out of here. Maybe run to the store for me, get me some beers or ice cream. You make some trip, just play it cool and you'll get through this fine. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright, good. And try your best at all times. Because there's always someone watching. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Try to avoid storming into the Colonel's office and causing a ruckus.
We'll try our best, sir.
Alright. Remember, he points over to this insignia. That insignia means something. All your gear, the shirts we're going to issue you, the pants, the workout clothing, the PT clothing, it all has that. You represent the Headhunters, which means you represent Colonel Rainfall, him and his reputation, and the lineage of this organization. Once again, get used to hearing that. If you fuck up, you won't last here long. Inside or outside. As long as you're wearing that emblem, you have something to live up to. Standards. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Squinting and just looking very closely at the emblem.
Alright. Now we're going to take you on a tour of the town, but is there any questions before we break out of here?
Not for me.
No, sir.
Alright. We're gonna go try to call the Colonel, and then we'll take you for the tour around the town. Why don't you guys just bond or something? Yeah, do that. Good job, Elizabeth. He claps for her one more time. They walk into Julius's office.
So, what do you guys think?
I think we're fucked.
Oh yeah, is that bad?
We'll be fine.
So leans forward. Why do you think that, Ozzy?
It's going to be dysfunctional squad, man. Can already tell.
She sits back in her seat and shrugs. Maybe, maybe not. We never know.
Yeah, we're all grown-ups here. We can work together.
Sure you are. He just walks. He goes into Julius's office with them.
Okay.
Emrian just groans slightly.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't either. But I'm sure we'll all be able to work well together. She looks at Memorian, Elizabeth, and then right at Colt. Right?
Emrian nodding her head. Colt doesn't look back at her and goes this way and starts inspecting his armor. Benny, watching him leave, shrugs.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go fine. I mean, I've got, good people behind me keeping me safe while I tear stuff up in the front line. We'll work fine.
Carter
I'm
nods.
happy to be on a squad. Benny looks around. I get a lot of cool tech and gadgets to heal people. Yeah.
Yeah, see? And we got him to patch us up. We'll be good.
Carter nods. Yeah. He rubs the back of his neck. We'll be good. Yeah. As long as he stands up, we all get along. He walks off over towards Colt.
Memrian, we all get along. Under a
Yeah.
Sol looks over at Memorian. Hey, whatever.
It's a nice mask you got there, Elizabeth, right?
She looks at Ricky, nods once at him, and then over back towards Memorian.
Yes, it's a lovely mask, Ricardo. It's a lovely mask that she shouldn't be wearing, but he rubs the head of her mask. It makes her feel better.
Whatever makes her happy, right?
I like my mask. He stands up and sits next to Ricky. My armor's in here if you want to see it. He points this way.
Yeah, let's go take a look. Why not?
Memorian, come on. He's gonna go in.
He'll follow him. So, this your armor?
He points to this one.
It's nice. I don't know much about the kind of armor you guys are going to be using. I don't wear it.
T7 combat medic armor. He comes up, looks at it. I always dug the helmet and just the motif in general.
I mean,
Did you always want to be a combat medic?
Looks down at Carter. Colt's inspecting his armor, making sure everything's up to standard while you guys are talking. He shrugs. I didn't know what I wanted to be. That was kind of my problem. At the orphanage I lived at, when you hit 18, if you didn't have a plan, you either worked somewhere in Orange Twist, or you got to go join the military. You couldn't live there for free anymore. And I never had a plan. He looks at his helmet.
say it worked out. You're in a squad in the Headhunters. That's something to be proud of.
He nods. Yeah.
So what kind of tricks are built into that?
Nanotechnology, healing darts, recuperative nanotech, you name it. Slow release med pack.
So you're gonna put me back together when someone breaks me, huh?
Try not to get too broken. He smiles at Ricky and then looks back at his mask.
Might be a bit boring for you, because I'll just rip through whatever they put in front of me.
And who's this? Well, that's probably Oz's combat flight suit. So, what happened to your sister, Carter? Laz.
Oh. He just sort of looks down at his hands, closes his eyes, takes his glasses off, and pinches the bridge of his nose, puts his glasses back on, and then opens his eyes. Uh, she's in the military right now. Marine pilot.
Girls have Memorians led the other two girls in. Oz standing there with. Really? That's. How come she didn't get rolled back, but I did?
Carter shrugs. Not a clue. And Soul pipes up. Well, maybe she's just off on a mission right now. Or someone has to put in the request to bring her to our squad.
Colt looking over his shoulder. Nods. Yeah, she always was super smart.
Yep. She graduated college, bachelor's in math. And then joined up for the military.
Memorian clears her throat. Is Scars, Uncle Scar, still Uncle Scar? Uncle
my-
Scar?
Yeah, Uncle Scar. This, big old Leogan guy. He's super nice if you get to know him. But, yeah, he's still Uncle Scar.
Isn't he?
Memorian nods.
Isn't that guy in movies?
Some. He's mostly a behind-the-camera kind of guy.
My dad mentioned some Leonin named Scar. Some movie my dad was in years ago. I don't know. I wasn't listening.
I think I remember watching movies with the lady who owned our orphanage was named General Lorelei, and she would show us movies. Is he the guy who won the Oscar for getting blown up in a truck? Memorian starts laughing. First time Carter, it's a very cute laugh that catches Carter's attention.
Carter immediately perks up. Yeah, that's him.
What's that guy's name? Modem? Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm. Yeah, I saw fucking memes of that dude.
No. Memorian stops laughing at the name Malcolm. Yeah, the Malcolm movies, and then our parents make well, not currently, but made movies for a time.
Damn, your guys' family's crazy. Some of the most famous people out there, and they make movies.
Yeah, that's what sort of first started Rainfall Productions, and then we had to put the movies somewhere, so Rainfall streaming service.
Memorian, back when better times, I guess. Maybe when people were closer.
Carter looks at Colt's suit of armor and chuckles. Yep, back when people were closer.
Colt shrugs. When I was 16, I joined up, so I guess I missed some things. Looking at his armor.
Yeah, a couple of things. He pats him on the back.
Like what? Speaks up.
Soul looks down. Well, just some things like relationship problems. Nothing too bad.
Looking at his armor. Never had a girlfriend. Boys and girls were split at the orphanage.
Carter nods. Makes sense.
Remember, Anne, I've never had a boyfriend, so don't put too much stock in.
I've never had a girlfriend either. Never enough time.
No time for that for me. He's flicking his fingernail.
Elizabeth meekishly puts her hand up. No, may either.
Colt, nah. Same. Too many butches in the Marines. Under his breath.
Carter hides a snicker. And Sol looks around, biting her lip. Yep. So, she walks up behind Benny, leans over to Colt. You're a Marine Scout sniper, right?
Was. He looks over at Saul.
Well, sorry. You must be pretty good at it then, if you're with them all.
He looks back at the armor. Apparently not. Not good enough, maybe. He shrugs.
Maybe too
Cleans
good.
the visor off.
Maybe too good.
Oh, I doubt that. There's way better shooters than me in my platoon alone.
Yeah.
Like I said, I guess I pissed somebody off.
Yeah. Or you got put on a squad with some of the. No offense, but the kids are some of the most important people out there. I mean, that's gotta mean something.
He shrugs. My mom always told me not to look at my last name as important, so I don't know why I'd be here for that. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm surprised they let me keep my armor.
Still shrugs. Maybe this is just temporary. Trying to get something out of it for you, like a badge or something like that.
He looks over his shoulder at Sol. Maybe. Wanted to be a ranger. Mom said I had to be part of 2 Tier 1 Special Forces groups before I could even apply to ranger selection. As Memory Ann has come very close behind Carter during this discussion, she's scrutinizing the armor, squinting over Carter's shoulder. That is absurd. That's ridiculous. Still squinting at the armor.
Wanted to be a ranger, huh?
Wanted to be, but I would, yeah.
Yeah, you probably will be. My mom was a ranger, and her dad is now. They, talk highly of him. Supposed to be badasses.
Looking over his shoulder at Ricky. Your dad is my mom's best ranger captain. I know that much, because I know the name Valorius.
Yeah. I'm sure he is. Wouldn't know.
Still leaning over Carter's shoulder. Absolutely ridiculous. Scrutinizing the armor. 2 Tier 1 Special Forces unit. Nobody's ever done that. Technically, it's 3. You'd have to be blank, blank, and then ranger selection. Cold sigh.
Yep, real crazy. What he has to do, and he's staring at Oz's flight suit.
End up being a hell of a paycheck, I guess.
He shrugs. I suppose. Sometimes I wonder if she just wants me to quit. Around the corner, this gigantic turtle looking at. I think they're getting along. That's great. As the kid's concentration is broken by a beer can opening.
That's 4, right?
As far as we know.
Still open to taking bets on how many he'll drink.
I don't think they've noticed me. He's looking.
Carter has turned around completely, just staring at Okir. And
He wears glasses. He's blind as a bat, right? Yeah. And they hear chugging.
Ricky just trying to hide a laugh.
Maybe he's like that thing from that movie. He can't see me if I don't move. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Should we let them know we can hear them, even if we couldn't see them?
Why would they let him in the military if he can't see things that don't move? Oh, Christ. I was chuckling to himself.
Elizabeth looks up at Marianne.
I mean, really, he's like punching a baby if you think about it.
Carter rubs his face, and Elizabeth, she'll give him a fright.
Yes, under her breath.
Okay. She just acts like she's looking at the armor, and then she spins around and looks at Okir and points at him.
Oh God! He goes around the.
That was good shit.
She's quick. Yeah, like her mother.
Elizabeth starts to chuckle to herself and covers where her mouth would be on the mask.
Ricky's gonna lean down a bit and put his fist out for a fist bump. That was good shit.
She jumps, looks at his fist, and nods at him.
Alright, sorry.
That's okay. Just not one for fist bumps. And she looks over, off into the distance.
Alright, cool. Thanks for letting me know.
You don't do fist bumps? He comes up to her and puts out his fist.
She
Germophobic? There was germophobic kids at the orphanage. Like crazy germophobic. OCD, they called it, Ricky. He looks at Rick.
Yeah, I heard of it. There was some kid back in high school who would only order his pencils biggest to smallest.
Not even a fist bump. She puts his fist out again.
Carter clears his throat as Elizabeth looks up at him, looks down at his fist, and gently hits it.
If you want to wear my mask, you can anytime. He gestures over here. Probably too big for you, though.
She giggles to herself. Probably.
That mask you have must be really expensive. That's top of the line medic armor, and I can't do emoticons on my face visor.
She looks up at him. Yeah, I actually got a few. My favorite is probably this one. And she does one where it looks like super confused with the raised eyebrow and everything.
He smiles down at it. Can that just do like any on command?
Sorta, yeah. It'll usually read my facial expression at that point, and then if I tell it to do so through a little command that I can do with my hands, it'll do it.
They're definitely cut out for special ops. I think they're just playing dumb, pretending not to notice me at this point. You don't say. There's another beer can open.
Can you put other pictures besides the emoticons on it?
No, actually, it's just sort of like pixels, you know, little LEDs in the mask that can light up on command.
Damn, I was gonna say you should put old Okir's face on it and turn around again.
You got a cool voice. How come you guys don't have an accent like her? He points around to the other rainfall.
Well, she was raised primarily by Davine and Hunk, and Davine, my grandmother, she has a British accent. Well, we were raised by our mother and father.
Memory and nods. That's correct.
And Elizabeth nods. I don't usually hear that my accent is cool, though, so she shrugs, looks down at her feet. Thanks.
Out of the corner of Soul's eye, she sees Okir with a pair of binoculars, giving her flashbacks to her youth, seeing Zap and Scar with them. You're welcome. Here, come look at my armor. He takes Elizabeth over.
I've never really seen medic combat armor before.
How do you get these things to focus? He's what? Memory Ann pokes Carter's shoulder and points.
He turns around, looks over her shoulder, getting sort of close to her, and looks at him. Should I just suddenly tell him how to focus the binoculars and then act like I didn't tell him anything?
Memory Ann, no, let him have his fun.
He chuckles. Alright.
He takes the helmet and hands it to Elizabeth.
She starts looking at it, looks inside the helmet. Alright, what kind of tech does it have in it?
Nanotech, but nothing like yours.
Her emoticons go into a smile. Yeah, it gets a little weird, complicated, but my uncle Blaze and a good friend of the family, Jennifer and Star, they made it for me. I I think this helmet is plenty cool though, and it suits you quite well.
But now that I actually have a steady paycheck, if I could ever meet that Blaze guy, maybe he could make me one. I'd pay him. Looking down at the armor, the helmet.
Oh, well, if you're a friend of the family, he'll do it for free.
Oh. Oh. Well, yeah, I'd like to meet him. He shrugs.
That'd definitely be cool. She hands him the helmet back.
Do you want to be a ranger? Just look, he's squinting at Ricky. He's like, Dad, right?
I don't really know. I just want to climb the ladder as much as I can, I guess you could say.
I swear to God, if you make ranger before me, he walks out this way. Okay, watching him with the binoculars as he walks by.
Well, I wasn't intending on it.
Come on, Rick. He calls for Ricky.
He's gonna make his way over. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm just ready to get out of here. And if we walk out of the room, maybe they'll stop. He gestures that way. Okay, tour of the town time, I think. You don't fucking say. Drinking his beer.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Marianne claps her hands together. Captain Bash, come on, kids. Let's go. Take you around the town. You need to get the lay of the land. I want to show you my Harley.
That sounds cool. It old or something?
Very old, yeah. If you kids are interested and you're you're nice and you don't cause drama, I'll let you ride it. I'll teach you. Ask Marianne. I taught kids how to ride it. Marianne nods. Yes, he did. Come on, Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
She's walking with her arms crossed. Benny, I'll take the helmet back now. Thanks.
Right, yeah, sorry. I was...
Gotta put it back on this thing.
Yeah, of course, I was sort of interested by it.
We can look at it when we get back. I've never heard anybody talk like you before. Puts his hand out to let her go first.
Right, thank you. I was so born with it. And she awkwardly chuckles to herself.
He'll walk out this way. Bash coming here. Bash points down. The kids came down the elevator, so you gotta get on the elevator and ride up the emblem, so to speak. Emblem embroidered elevator. Bash is looking down at the emblem, what he can see of it as you guys ride up the elevator. Ricky in the middle of the pack. Alright. So, any questions, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Take you a tour around the town, nice and brief, and then we're gonna go for a run. A long run.
Sounds like a great time, sir. Been waiting for that.
Good. Hope you're cut out for it. As the elevator lets you up above ground into the brief part of the town you saw, and Bash is right over here, and this is her, Janet. Right here. Gesturing to this Harley.
Soul walks up to it and starts inspecting it. It looks very nice, sir.
Memory and Janet was his ex-wife. Bash had to remind me, didn't you? He's like,
Oh, it looks cool.
thank you, son. Yeah, I bought it. I bought it shortly after. I had a kind of crappy Harley. When I don't know how much I want to get into it, but coming up here. But I actually fought alongside your parents a long time ago in a brief but very disturbing and brief, but it felt prolonged. Let's just leave it at that conflict. And then I started rising up through the ranks, and I bought it when I made a lieutenant. Got a big bonus.
Sick, you fought with my old man, huh?
Old man, their grandmother, your mother, and father points at Colt, and some of the Reaper squad. They were kids back then, if you guys know them. The Rainfalls, I should say. Emery had not.
Elizabeth nods, and as she does, she sort of pulls on Soul's arm, puts her over here, and then steps right here. Sorry, had to get a better view of it.
This is a beautiful bike named after my ex, lawyer I met from Canada. She was my wife. Long story short, Julius was telling me all the time, don't get involved with her. She's crazy. She's crazy. Didn't listen to him. And, yeah. O'Kearley said this way. She was fucking nuts. To Ricky. She stormed into the base screaming, you should have seen the Colonel's face.
Yeah, I'd say someone being willing to storm in there yelling would be nuts.
Anyway, she's barred from getting into this town. That's why I don't leave very often.
Makes sense.
What do you think, she's camped out outside?
Wouldn't surprise. Beep beep beep. Looks down at his wrist computer. Oh, it's the Saint's anniversary. Oh, that guy. Yeah, the Saint. Right.
The Saint?
Trust me, I don't even know the whole story. I've been briefed many a times, and I don't understand it. The Colonel makes us all set a date on our wrist computers to remind him in case his buddy Tommy shows up and is, you know, the Colonel has a lot on his plate. You know, so.
Ricky and Soul can both hear Elizabeth snickering to herself.
Gosh, yeah, stop that. They're too young for that.
I mean, the name The Saint is pretty funny if I say so.
That's what I thought. I thought he'd be like this, like, divine figure. And he was just this, like, middle-aged looking guy in sweatpants, I think they call them. And yeah, he didn't look very saintly to me from the definition of saint I've been described. Sweatpants?
What's he the saint of?
Apparently this place called Garden City.
Garden City, huh?
It's in Michigan. His arms crossed, nodding his head. Memory Ann snickering under her breath.
And so
He was kind of cool.
Okay.
You remember him?
Memory Ann looks at Carter and blinks. Vaguely, yes, I do. Yeah. He was still among the living when I was 8, 9, 10-ish. So.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll have to ask you about him someday.
Of course. She blinks at Carter. What little I have vague memories of sitting at Mr. Wiseau's restaurant on the counter and he'd always bring me a root beer float. She chuckled. Then he'd just mumble to himself about how much your father meant to him.
He smiles and looks at her. That sounds like some good memories.
Oh, they were, yeah. She looks up at Gateway in the sky. They were. Crosses her arm.
So did this saint guy have a name, or was he just the saint?
Nah, he is only referred to as the Saint, as far as I know. I think Julie, the Colonel, probably knows his name. But then there's this other guy you'll definitely see hanging around here named Mr. Wiseau. You address him as Mr. Wiseau, not Tommy. Is that understood? That's a rule. Look at the handbooks that were sent to your wrist computer. If he shows up, he's addressed as Mr. Wiseau, not Tommy. You're not on a first-name basis with him. Mind your P's and Q's around him. He's a good friend of the Rainfall family. And you've probably heard the name Wiseau. Yes, that's the guy that owns, like, everything. So you want to be on his good side.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the warning.
He looks over his shoulder and he'll... Just like that, he'll be here. Trust me. Marianne, he comes and goes. I don't think he knows many offensive spells, but his teleportation skills are on Aunt Icy's level. She looks between these three, the Rainfall.
Carter nods. I remember one time I was just outside the house, and then boom, suddenly he was there, out of nowhere. Like he just popped in.
Does he still call you Babyface?
Yep, still does.
And you? She looks at Soul.
Yeah, I'm also still babyface. And Elizabeth looks up. But in a spooky face.
Baby face and spooky face, okay.
Spooky face.
Elizabeth shrugs. I don't know. He just started calling me spooky face one day.
I mean, I thought the helmet looked cool.
Mr. Wiseau is a strange man. Bash shrug.
I mean, kinda sounds like it.
Trust me, you'll meet him. He greets every, at some point in their time here, squad. Memory end, yes, he does.
You'd think you were talking about a ghost or something with the way you talk about him.
And he's not in the military, yet he can parade around wherever he wants. It's quite weird.
Elizabeth shrugs. We're good friend of the family. Maybe he just looks to visit Julie's and that's why.
Bash, no clue. Don't ask questions. Above my pay grade. Anyway, let's go this way. And he's gonna take the kids down here. Taking them this direction. Everybody walking together. So there's a bar in town. For those of you that are old enough to drink. But listen, if you're cool and you're chill and you want to go get a drink, if you're old enough to sign your life away for 4 years to the military, you don't gotta be 21 to drink. At least when me and Oak are in charge, okay? If the colonel's here, that's between you guys. Especially those of you that are his children and or related to him. Delta's posted here. Points here. Colt immediately breaks group to go start talking to them. And there he goes. Right.
Sol tilts her head as she watches him walk away. He did say he had to join 2 Tier 1 operator squads. Delta is Tier 1.
Standing behind Ricky now. I guess he's trying to get out of here.
I guess.
ASAP.
I mean,
Maybe he
whatever.
doesn't like ice cream.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Sol just shrugs. Yeah, maybe he just wants to leave.
That's the Fury. Or Furina, rather. That's our ship. Oz pointing to it. He's got one headphone in. Earbud.
You fly that thing, bro?
He nods.
That's sick. That thing looks like something off a TV. That's awesome.
You'll like the ride. Nice and smooth.
Alright.
Carter nods. I'm sorry, I'm not used to, like, pilot regulations. Don't you have to have, like, a co-pilot at all times or something?
He nods his head. You'd be correct. You do. We've needed one. The colonel's been trying to get us one. They're out there, but I don't, unlike some people, he glares at Memory Ann. I don't question the colonel. Memory Ann looks at her feet. As far as flying it, I can fly it alone. Weapon systems, it's a two-seat machine. So, I need a co-pilot to bang bang. Bash, and I'm sure the colonel's working on it.
Okay.
Alright, so as long as you can fly us, I'm sure everything will be A-okay. And she smiles up at Oz.
He gives her a thumbs up. If anybody knows a co-pilot who puts his arms out looking at this ship, I actually can't do training exercises until I get one. So,
Carter shrugs. The one pilot, well, I know technically 2, but the one pilot who's still in active duty, technically, is part of the Marines, so I don't think I can help you there.
he nods. Well, I'm not in a hurry to leave the headhunters, like some people. There's that Marianne again who's looking down at her feet.
Carter almost puts a hand onto her shoulder and then lowers it, then raises it again and pats her shoulder.
Marianne nods her head twice. Bash, 2 fingers in his mouth, sharply whistling. Colt coming around the corner with a group of guys he's fitting right in with. Well, that's, He shrugs. It is weird for him to be here. That's kind of the ilk he's cut to be with.
Yeah? Yeah? She's just looking at him, talking to the Delta guys. I'd say he definitely fits in with them.
They're all gathering around. You can hear them talking about weapons and stuff like that. Mostly just curious questions as to what the hell he's doing here.
I guess he found his buddy group.
Bash, you could say that, Rick. Yeah, we probably won't be holding on to him long.
Well, even if we don't, I still hope he does his best and everything. Hope for the best, yeah.
Okay, here, I'll get him. Bash, let him hang out with his friends. Come on, we're gonna show you around the other side of town. Takes the kids this way. We're not buying him ice cream. Bash, yeah, whatever. Anyway, so besides that, there's a grocery store in town, which is over here, and then the med facility is here. Again, Colonel Rainfall. This whole town belongs to Colonel Rainfall, whether you like it or not. Looking at memory. Med school. He walks up to the building, taps the side of the building. Med students, come here. You get hurt, you go here, they'll work on you, okay?
Okay.
Med students, but trained doctors, okay? So it's not like we're going to throw you in with somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, but yeah. If you get hurt beyond something a medic can do, triage. Benny nods.
Yes, sir.
Beyond that, besides the bar and the supermarket, you want to do anything else? Big time stuff? You want to go shopping at a mall? You want to go see a movie? You want to go... There's a water park in Melbourne that people love. You go to Melbourne. And if you need transportation, because you don't have your own vehicles, I can arrange it for you on the weekends. So long as you're cool and you play it cool and you don't cause problem. And Memory Ann has her own car. So she can give you rides too, because she's a good OIC. Right? Marianne, yeah.
Alright, cool.
Oz, in a pinch, I can fly you anywhere.
Might take you up on that at some point.
You want to get back home for the weekend? Colonel Rainfall will let me take you.
Appreciate it.
He nods his head.
Elizabeth turns around and nods at him, and he gets a little smirking emoticon.
He, for the first time, cracks a smile. Miss home already?
She shrugs. Miss my dad and mom, so maybe.
Sounded like you had great parents to me, so I'd miss them too. You guys all kind of sound like you had cool parents. You're lucky to have them. Okir, waving in. These two wave back at him.
Ricky's gonna look in where he's waving, catch sight of the two people, and just sit there staring into the window.
Rick snaps his finger in front of Ricky's head because Okir's moved out of the way.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing? You gotta watch that. Don't stare like that. Don't be creepy.
Sorry, sir. Just getting the lay of the town.
He walks here and looks in. Yeah, you're getting the lay of something, alright.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Getting the lay of ice cream. Yeah, there is an ice cream shop here. It's owned by this penguin woman mogul that makes the ice cream from icicles from Jupiter that apparently the colonel's wife funded a business for, and now she's got the global ice cream empire. Except it's the best ice cream. Anything besides her brand, not worth having. Memory Ann leaning into Carter, the penguin from the movie theater.
Carter nods. I actually have some memories of her. Yeah.
Brienne snickers slightly. Bash. And now, well, he looks around. Somebody's gonna go round up Colt. Soul, that's your job. Go get Colt, bring him back here, then change into your PT clothes. No flip-flops. Brienne looks down at her feet and, yep, right. And we're going for a run.
Yes, sir. And she'll walk off towards Colt.
He's talking amongst they're all talking, just small talk about weapons and stuff like that. He fits right in. Quite an intimidating group of men to approach.
She walks up, puts her hands behind her back, and clears her throat.
This guy turns around. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm part of Colt's squad. I have to bring him back now.
They all look at her. Boots click together and salute her.
She gets taken aback. You don't have to salute.
They keep holding the salute. Colt sighs. Yes, they do.
No, they really don't. Please don't salute me.
They will drop the salute.
She rubs the back of her neck. I thank you, though. I appreciate it, but I'm just Soul, okay? Not a. Well, I am a rainfall, but you guys don't have to be all like that with me, okay?
They look very confused by what she's saying and nod and go back amongst doing their own business. Talking over here. Catch you around, Colt. Like he's already getting along very well with them. Colt, yeah. Watches them walk away. They salute you out of a respect thing. If you don't want to be a rainfall, get your name changed.
She crosses her
That's
arm.
why they join the military and want to be where they want to be. To fight for your mother and her ideals. Why would you be a douche like that?
She looks down at her feet.
They stand for something. That's more than we can say for ourselves. Walks over here. Or at least I did at one point.
Right. Yeah. Well, Okir and Bash, they want us back for, PT. They're gonna send us on a run, like they said.
Really? The two Klugs finally figured out we should do something?
She chuckles. They're doing their best.
How is he gonna do PT? He's drinking so much alcohol. And beer. Beer weighs me. I hate beer. He looks it.
Soul shrugs. Maybe Okir's gonna do it? Who knows? Maybe he'll just stay back and do some of Dad's paperwork for him. She chuckles to herself, looks up at him.
I'm surprised they can even tie their shoes.
Yeah, they do seem a bit, I don't know, hopeless. Not to sound mean or anything.
He nods. Let's go.
Sure, lead the way.
He'll walk off this way, and the kids will go to change in their PT clothes and start doing some physical training. That's flashing out to the planet of Anova, which nowadays is relatively safe. Tommy's standing in front of the Saints Memorial, leaning over, putting a 52-pack of Ice House Edge down in front of the cross. Ambeso. Varmash.
I miss him too, Tommy. He was very good to us.
I see. Playing a Oh god, I wrote Tetris, but I wanted it changed. Snake! Caterpillar on her wrist computer!
Julius looks over at Icy. And Nicole here, she misses him too.
Huh? Yeah, no, I still can't believe he's gone. I think about him every day. I don't know. It's down at the ice! Such a tragedy.
It was a terrible way to go.
Tommy puts his arm out. He wants Julius to stand next to him so he can embrace him.
He takes a step forward and puts an arm around Tommy's shoulder.
He puts the other one out. Icy comes around, puts his arm around her. The two original baby faces.
Yeah. Did we ever ask you where that nickname came from?
Nah, and I won't tell you.
Alright. He looks back down at the saint's grave.
I'm glad they take such good care of the grave. You do a good job, Icy. Icy, yeah, the troops here should tend it every day as you requested. That is good.
Julius nods. So, did they take away the ice house? Because every single time we come down here, there's no pack of ice house.
I have been wondering that myself, but I don't want to cause drama. If somebody is coming and drinking it, I would rather them not do it and me just buy it for them. Icy tapping her chin. Not that I am the best judge of character, but I can read minds, and I handpicked the detail that takes care of it. They're all good men. So I don't think they would be doing it. Tommy, strange. Maybe the Sire himself comes to take it with him back to the afterlife. Icy snickering. Yeah, maybe.
Julius chuckles, pats Tommy on the shoulder. I'm sure he's thankful that you keep on supplying it for him.
A smoker's choice and the Mohawk vodka. That was his favorite, Julius. Every year you do this. You're thinking to yourself, that was his favorite. You know that, right?
Oh, I know it. They were his favorite vices.
He was a troubled man, Julius. He had his vices, but he turned his life around.
He did. And the entire family, you, the Rainfalls, everyone. They were better for it.
I miss him every day. He's the first thing I think about when I wake up, and the last thing I think about when I go to bed. I remember like it was yesterday. We were in my restaurant. I said, Saint, today is the day. You will go to Nova and retrieve the egg, fossilized. Make sure intact. He did not question me. He went. Dedicated to making sure we had all the tools we needed.
He rubs Tommy's back. Yeah. Yeah. And he came back with the egg, but at what cost?
The cost of his own life. But I know he died thinking it was worth it. Starts really choking up and crying. He was a good man, Julia.
He was a brave man.
One day you will see that creature reborn again.
I'm sure I will. Tommy, I'm sure I will. He just keeps on patting Tommy on the back, looking down at the grave. If only he was still here.
I see. He's always with us. Clears her throat.
Julius looks over at Icy and squints at her a bit.
I feel the same way, but it's not the same as not having him here. So many good memories, Rainfall Productions. I'm ashamed, appalled of what these children have turned into. I see. That makes most of us. Looking down at the ice.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, definitely so.
It was like when they all hit Well, memory on different story. But that was all according to plan. But just Carter and Saul, they all disappoint me. I had much fun, you know that. Rainfall Lane Productions, the long weekends, good times. Being around good family and seeing them all have good time make Tommy feel better. Give Tommy family he haven't had for a very long time. Besides Yuri, no family. I see Yuri? Tommy is my brother.
You have a brother?
Yeah, I never mentioned this.
No!
Well, the Saint was more brother to me, and you are more brother to me than he ever was. Yuri, not bad guy, not very bright. Big, strong, always big and strong. Not very sharpest knife in drawer, mother used to say. God's way of compensating.
Julius blinks a couple times. We've known each other for like 25 years, Tommy, and you've never told me you have a biological brother.
Well, like I said, you are more brother to me than him, as was the Saint and the rest of the Rainfalls that are males. He is idiot. I put him in charge of many companies, all crash and burn. I put him in charge of Cadillac after the Saints' untimely demise, and he crashed and burned it into the ground. You can see why I don't associate with him much. But he is good with the youth.
Um, so he's like a teacher or something?
He's just an idiot. If I wasn't so rich, he'd be living under a bridge. Failure at everything. But I'll take care of him for my mother's sake. He seems like me.
Julius. Okay, well, I'm glad you're a nice enough man to take care of him like that, Tommy.
I'll introduce you to him very soon. All the Rainfalls. You can meet him, but first we must develop a plan of attack to get through these turbulent times that these idiot children have created. Tommy will begin today. I'm going to go down to Woodbury and sense the lay of the land.
Oh, okay, yeah, sounds good. And like I said, just contact me, let me know how they're doing.
Tommy, letting go of both the original baby faces, kneels down on one knee and puts his hand on the Ubisoft's 24 pack. I'll see you soon. Walks back to the ship. See, snickering to herself.
Julius bends over, puts his hands on his knees. Every damn year.
She comes over to you, rubbing your back. Yeah, this is the first time I've had to do it in a long time.
Julius starts to snicker. So, he stands up straight. What do you actually think's happening with the ice house?
Look up.
Look up? He looks up.
The Saint with the bathrobe on. No umpire's helmet, though. The shield on his back. Hands in the bathrobe. Arms looking down at you. The ice house fades away, and the Saint nods with a slight smile.
Julius just waves up at him, whispers to Icy out of the side of his mouth. What the fuck?
That's not a trick, that's actually him. Tommy wants him at Carter and Memory Ends with all the Rainfall's weddings, so... We're not supposed to tamper with the afterlife if Lorelai ever finds out.
Yeah, if... Oh my god. I see. Julius starts to laugh. Wait, this is gonna be the best gift ever to Tommy. We're finally gonna get him out of that, like, rut he's been in.
Best gift ever to Tommy. Best gift ever to the Saint. He really wants to be at Carter's wedding. He died to make sure your son got that egg. Needlessly, of course.
I mean... Oh god, so needlessly. If he just didn't...
The wind, as you're saying that, the wind blows and you see the Saint fade away. As you were saying, she looks down at you.
She looks up at where the saint was, then looks back at her. If he just didn't drink or smoke, he would have been alive.
I can't stop laughing. You know they showed Elizabeth. Oh yeah, that's right. But oh god, I wonder if they showed Hale and Integra the Saints. It's like a rite of passage almost with mom and dad. It's their favorite video ever.
It is. You know what? I wouldn't even be mad if they showed those two.
My ringtone for Banksy when he texts me or calls me is, and she plays. See,
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
you just never hear it because we talk up here. Temple.
Oh god, maybe I should do something like that with my ringtone and Pequod. I'm sure she'd get a kick out of it.
Oh, we've got the recording of his. She looks at the memorial. Untimely demise. Though my favorite clip is this, and it's a clip of the first time Julius watched it. Why is he toasting, say the line, to my 7-year-old son?
Did he just toast a fifth to my 7-year-old son?
She stops it. That's my favorite.
It's pretty damn good. The just utter shock of disbelief on my face.
She looks back up where the saint was. I think we should probably head home. Pequod's having a mental breakdown. Taps her temple.
Oh, shit. Then, yeah, we need to get home.
It's not that bad. It's just conflicted about Ash's son. Come on. You first.
Alright. He starts walking off towards the ship.
As you're walking behind her, you notice she's got her hand to her forehead and she's trying to see if she's taller than you, like trying to line it up. And then you hear, damn it.
As they're walking and she's super focused on doing that, he turns around. Boo.
Hey! She jumped!
He starts to laugh. Someday soon, you're getting taller.
Maybe. She groans sadly, because she wishes she was just a little taller. As cutting here, the kids are chugging along in a run, and even Oz has joined them. Oak hears he's running backwards, and he was ahead of the group. He's, come on, kids, keep up. Come on, so nice work, Elizabeth. Pulling up the back end as the motorcycle is going off loudly. Bash is driving Janet along the side of the road. Colt is pulling ahead of the group.
Carter's just running along Elizabeth as he says, good job, Elizabeth. Just gives him a thumbs up, shakes her head, and starts jogging behind Benny. And Soul, she looks like she's struggling. She's actually, like, right here next to Carter.
Oz is definitely struggling. He's grabbing at Ricky's back every once in a while to keep up.
You need help,
Ricky's
bro?
perhaps carrying him slightly, maybe foreshadowing something.
You need some help, bro? Come on. Here, get in front of me.
Good. Pilot, not run. Thank you. Just... And he vomits at the side of the road.
Ricky stops for a second, rubs his back. It's not that bad. I mean, this is nothing.
Ross comes back over. Okay, alright, just chill for a second. We got a vomiter. Bash just revving.
Elizabeth puts her hands on her hips, and she's breathing a bit heavier. Soul leans over onto Carter. Oh my god. I remember why I didn't do great in physical training. Yeah. You thought you were out of it, didn't you? Oh, I did. I really did.
Colt is continuing to run. Okay, what the fuck? What? How can he do that? I'm even getting... Bash just shocked.
That's badass.
That's... Turns the motorcycle off. That's why we're all confused. That's why he's here, Rick. You know what I mean?
Maybe he's here as an example for us.
Maybe you're smarter than you look, son. He whistles sharply, Colt stops, and starts walking back slowly. Memory Ann, hands on her knees, leaning up, just breathing heavily. Most squads I was a part of, I didn't partake in a lot of these.
As he looks over at her doing that and sees her in that position, he just stares. Why not?
Because this is ridiculous.
I mean,
It's good to. He just blinks a couple times as his eyes go a bit lower. To train your body.
Yeah, maybe my body, I am old.
No, you're not. You're not old. And Soul looks over at Carter. What are you doing? And he looks up over at Tabash. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Bash, standing next to the motorcycle. Take a break, 5 minutes, get your canteens, drink. Oz, you good? Cheerio! He 2 finger salutes and comes, sits out here like a little kid. Colt still making his way back. Well, yeah. Take a break, kids.
alright. I'm gonna just sit down on the, I'm assuming this is like a fence right here.
Cobblestone wall. Yep.
He's gonna sit down on the edge of it. I mean, okay.
Elizabeth leans forward to Benny, nods over to Oz. Is that gonna be alright? Like, heat stroke or something?
Benny, come on, we'll go check on it. Looking this way. They go to see Oz. Oz is heavily breathing. Benny kneels down, takes Oz's hand to take his pulse. I'm fine, thank you. Benny, just relax. Looks at his wrist computer, timing his pulse. Heat stroke? I don't think so. It's just the lack of being conditioned to this, and that is, we've run 10 miles. Oz, what the it's been 10 miles?
Yeah, just about, mate. As she starts waving her hands in front of his face to try and help cool him down.
Bash leaning over, talking to, both groups. Much like Memory Ann, Oz didn't take part of squad team building exercises in the past. He chose to today. Oz, because it seems like such a fucked up unit. I think they need all the help they can get. Bash starts chuckling. Look here, nice. Sitting down here on the wall. He sits down on it and the wall starts to break. Oh. Pulls out a small cooler with some ice cream in it and starts eating it.
So, it's been 10 miles already?
Yeah. Walking back close now, good.
How far are we running?
Up that mountain, halfway. Points off into the distance. Bash.
Can Ricky make an educated guess onto how far that is, or no?
At least another 5 miles. Yeah. That's not counting going up the mountain, though.
Shit, man. You're putting us through it today, ain't ya?
Bash, this is nothing. You screw up big time, you get Big Cat and Mad Max, you're gonna be wishing you were doing a 15-mile halfway up.
Carter looks over at Bash. You know, you've said those names a couple times. What do they do?
Okay, they're badass motherfuckers. Pardon my Spanish. French. Pardon my French. Whatever. He just keeps eating.
Oh, yeah? Like, what do you mean? They sound military, so where are they from?
There's UDT, Underwater Demolition SEAL instructors. They're legends among the training community. I mean, the best. So I don't want to get too much into it, but your father's squad, Rick, the 3 members of your father's Ranger squad trained the headhunters. Then they went on to Ranger selection, and they were trained by Big Cat and Mad Max, and Okir and I and the Colonel. But the Colonel brings them in when the squad, as we said, is developing issues, cohesion, and you don't want to incur the wrath of the Colonel to the point where he brings in those two. Notorious Memory Ann. I didn't partake in any of the Big Cat. They are real people, from what I've seen, sort of. And I won't be partaking in it if this squad gets. Yep, see? And she complains about nepotism. Colonel letting her slide.
I guess. So they just work people to hell and back?
They know how to build a team. Let's put it that way. Yeah. If you don't like being cold, wet, and tired, you're not gonna like their training.
I can handle cold and tired, just ain't had to be wet very much while training before.
You'll be wet, trust me.
What does he do, chase you with a garden hose?
Never-ending garden hose, actually.
You can't be serious.
Instructor Big Cat has an M60 light machine gun that never runs out of ammo. Blanks, albeit enchanted by your aunt, Icy. Memory Ann nods. I can attest to this. I would hear the machine gun fire from the base.
Carter nods. Yeah, that sounds like Aunt Icy.
Huh. And these are the guys they sick on squads that don't work together well.
Right? Bash leaning over the cobblestone wall, handing Memory Ann a canteen. She starts chugging it down.
Okay. Is it always this hot here?
Yes, son, it is.
Huh. And I'm guessing the humidity's always like this.
Yes, he nods.
Oh, shit.
You get used to it, you'll grow to like it. If you could get used to Antarctica, you can get used to this.
Yeah, but the air feels like soup, sir.
Yeah, some days are worse than others. Colt comes here, sits down on the cobblestone wall.
Yeah.
Carter
Sure.
Carter leans against the patch the wall next to him. Yeah. It would make sense why Dad would choose it to be here, the headhunters. Extreme conditions, like I said. He nods over to Ricky.
Yep, you gotta know your heritage. The original headhunter base was a place called Raven Rock in Antarctica, so your turf, Rick. And, the Colonel and your father, Ricky, trained there. Many other people did. But, yeah, so the extreme condition thing carried over, but I think the Colonel wanted this base here because in Antarctica there's nothing to do. On the weekends here, there's things for you guys to do.
Sounds about right. My dad mentioned some place called Raven Rock.
That was it.
Mom said she grew up there.
Probably. Bash putting his hand out, gesturing to Ricky. You're most likely right. I don't know any particulars about. I know a little bit about your father's time there, but yeah, know your heritage. That's where the original headhunter base was.
Yeah, makes sense.
Decommissioned now. I think they destroyed it like 15 years ago. But yeah.
Shit. Can't go see
Yeah.
That's a shame.
The last person in charge was this old lady. Okir speaks up. She was some type of SIS extreme living legend or something, and then she went nuts, and the Headhunters was canned for a while from what the Colonel told me, and then the Colonel was chosen kind of by her to take over. Long story short, she was topless on Gateway. I don't know. She got hit by a bus. Memory Ann staring right at Okir. Just with more of an inquisitive look.
Ricky
Hit by a...
What's that again?
Hit by a bus? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Did you catch her name?
Okir looks over at Bash, and Bash, I know her name. we don't say it. It's not that. It's a sore spot for the Colonel. Okay, let's just leave it at that. We don't talk about her. We don't. Oh, he was close with her. That's all I know. I've never inquired other than one time, and it did not go well for me. Oakir, yeah, it's don't really talk about it. We don't really talk about her. Makes him angry, not at us, but at some situation we don't understand. Colt, thinking to himself. Marianne looking back and forth between both of them.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I knew someone who was SIS at one point and got hit by a bus.
Huh. He looks over at you. Yeah, Bash. Yeah, I mean, maybe when some time passes, you can run it by the Colonel if you got questions, but it's, like I said, a sore spot, so we don't bring it up. But that's, I think, a lot of the motivation the Colonel has here to do right by. So, there's that. He looks back at his motors like,
Yeah, I'll ask him about that at some point, sir. Thank you.
just not today. Puts up his hand. I've never seen him leave the base on day one of a group's. Yeah. Normally he's here a fair amount of time, and he dictates the curriculum, how you're going to be trained, and we kind of do the training and enforce it because he's got other things to do. So.
Okay. So this normal training for us then?
This is impromptu. Don't really know what he would want you to do. Normally, he's there with you guys. He's watching you, studying you guys as you get to know one another. The chair circle exercise he does, and then he develops. Yeah. This is impromptu. Yeah.
Alright. Makes sense.
So, most squads don't have to do, She squints down the road over to the mountain. Oh, what is that, like a 20-mile run? Their first day?
No, darling. Eating his ice cream. Sit down and have some ice cream.
She sits down next to him. Thank you.
He's got the little frozen bowl, and he puts another spoon in it. Rocky Road. Just like the one you're running on.
I do enjoy some Rocky Road.
You eat it. He hands it to her. Just, eat it slow. Don't give yourself that horrible, whatever they cut brain freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir. I won't. And I don't want to hog it all either. She puts the bowl in between the both of them and just takes a spoonful and starts eating it.
You're so modest. He'll take a spoonful. Marianne, taking another canteen from Bash, freezes it over and starts drinking it.
Carter leans forward a bit. Shouldn't we, conserve our water?
Bash, yeah, you should. Luckily, I brought extra because I figured you'd be thirsty.
Appreciate it, sir. He's gonna lean over slightly. Is Ozzy alive over there?
He's good. He's now lying down in the grass. Not doing this again.
Ah, come on, man, it's fun.
No, it's not. Bash. Yeah, there's some bad attitudes around here maybe every once in a while, but it's nice to see everybody out and about together. Isn't that right, Marianne? She freezes another canteen over, drinks half of it, and slams it into Colt's chest, who looks down at it and just hands it off to Carter.
Carter looks down at it, takes a swig from it, and hands it off to Ricky.
Ricky's gonna take a nice long swig. That's some neat shit you can do, ma'am. Excuse me for cursing. Hands it off.
Ice magic. Not very useful in this heat. That's why the bastard chose the base to be here. Bash. No,
I mean,
because he planned on having you as his, lieutenant here.
I hope he's choking on that goddamn spaghetti. He looks up at Gateway.
Spaghetti?
They're not even having spaghetti tonight.
Oh, they're probably doing something fun, like going to the golf course. And they'll be sitting there having steaks cooked by Uncle Banksy to perfection as I suffer out here in the sun.
I mean,
Elizabeth.
I'm welting like a flower. I'm already old. Bash, oh, motherfucker. I'm over to his motorcycle.
what do you mean you're old?
I'm 8,000 years old.
I'm sorry, what?
Yep, 8,000. That's old. Bash, his species does math differently. By our standards, he's 48. Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
Oh, okay. But still, Marianne. He leans forward again. You're not old. You're very young.
She puts her hand in her hair, pulls it in front of her face, and looks at it. Don't look young. Colt just comes over here.
I mean, I don't know, it's not white hair. It doesn't make you look old.
Leaning up against the cobblestone, looking up a gateway. And the worst part about it all is we all gave it up. To be at that stupid golf course. She's just mumbling to herself.
Carter just stares at her, takes a step forward to be a tiny bit closer to her, and leans against the cobblestone.
Uncle Banksy's steaks were the best.
They were pretty damn good.
Ribeye.
New York strip.
Probably having it right now. And I hope your father chokes on it.
Carter chuckles. Well, I hope he doesn't, but he shrugs. I sure do wish they would send us some.
They won't, trust me.
Look on the bright side, ma'am. It's not raining yet.
Yeah, that's true. She looks over at Ricky. We can have steaks. We can have our own. Go grocery shopping. We have to. Because we need to stock the place. So.
Alright.
Carter nods. We should probably have like a list of some kind so everyone knows what we need to get. Something like that. I could probably start doing that now. And he pulls up his wrist computer and starts typing out a list.
Bash, you sure could. Looking over at Carter. What do you think, Memory Ann? That's initiative. Memory Ann looks at Carter. Sure, Carter and Ricky, you two can be in charge of keeping the base stocked. We have a lot of mouths to feed.
Alright, hope you guys like meat.
Yes. Memory Ann. Yes. I hope somebody knows how to grill like Uncle Banksy.
Well, I never met him, but I can cook. I mean, don't know if it's good. It's edible.
Oz is passed out, lying in the grass asleep. Who's Uncle Banksy? That you know him, right? He's part of your family too, Elizabeth.
She was kneeling next to Oz, checking on him, then stands up, looks up at Benny. Oh, well, looks back down at Oz. He is my uncle. Well, it's difficult to explain. He's technically my brother-in-law. But I'll just call him Uncle Banksy. He's the one that taught me how to fight. He's Auntie Icy's General Rainfall's husband.
You guys are lucky. He's looking down at poor Oz passed out. Seems like you guys got a big family.
She nods. Yeah, we do.
I mean, we kind of all, he's speaking up, we kind of all had, I guess it was kind of like a family at the orphanage, but not really. Pretty cool. That you have it, I mean.
Yeah. It is pretty cool that I have it.
Pretty cool that you have it.
Carter looks over at Marianne. Do you have to do that? I mean, I don't mind if you do it about me. But can you not do it to Elizabeth and Soul, please?
She looks at Carter. Fine. Crosses her arm.
Thank you.
Turns her nose up to Carter.
Oh, God. He goes back to making his list.
I mean, he's right. You guys got some pretty badass barons.
Yep. She starts to pet her legs. Yep, we do. And she just sits down next to Oz.
He'll be okay. He's looking down at him.
You sure it doesn't get stuffy in that helmet?
No, the nano. It allows me to breathe. Quite easily, actually. It's just sort of like you're breathing through mesh.
Built-in air conditioner?
Yes, actually. Uncle Blaze, he did it for me even though I hadn't requested it. He said, with where you're going, young madam, you're going to need it.
Smart guy.
Well, that's just cheating.
Elizabeth shrugs. It's not cheating, it's creative winning.
Fair enough.
Alright. Okir stands up, walks over here, slams his closed fist into his chest armor. Which one of you thinks you can, knock me over? If you can knock me over, we'll cut the run short. Bash, the hell we will. Looking out, what are we gonna do with them? Okir, trust me, I'll even click some buttons on his wrist computer. No armor, no power armor. My armor is powered down at this point. Colt looks at him. Yeah, not me. Starts chuckling. No chance.
Soul puts her hand up. I'm guessing no magic?
Nope. Man to man, woman to man, mano a mano, uno to dos.
Time out.
Ricky gets a big smile on his face. No volunteers? Mind if I have a go?
Come on, kid. Memory and do it, Ricky. Knock him on his fucking ass.
Oh, I will. Limit breaking allowed?
Save us from this misery. Limit break? Yeah, absolutely. Here, do you need space? He'll walk backwards.
Alright, he's gonna do it. He's gonna pop that. And he's gonna charge him and hit him as hard as he can. Should I roll anything?
No. Because as Ricky comes up, whatever attack he did, punch, blade, just stops right on his armor. He looks down at Ricky. Couldn't even pierce the nano laminate armor. You know, this is the cheap stuff, right?
That ain't possible.
He didn't move an inch. Who trained you again?
Lazuli.
Never heard of her. He'll grab Ricky's arm. My turn. Whoop Ricky off this direction into the wall. Boom!
Gonna slowly get up, dust himself off while laughing. That's awesome.
How long have you been training? Hands on his hip.
8 years now?
8 years and that you... We're gonna... When you leave here, we're gonna make sure you're actually trained. Not a sideshow freak.
If that means being able to push you over, I'll damn take it, sir.
Bash, well, it would appear your nominee failed to, yeah. So I guess we're going back on the run. Ben, pick up Oz. Throw him on the back of the cycle. I got straps. Fix Oz up! Could you help me?
She nods and helps him up with him.
Put Oz on the back. Alright, kids. Let's go. Colt sighs, stands up, puts his hand down to Soul.
She takes his hand and steps up to him.
You'll make it through.
Yeah, I sure am. Well, I just got some ice cream in me, so I'm all good.
He looks back at her and then looks up at the mountain. Just, you can grab onto me to keep moving. It's gonna be a long run.
Oh, sure, yeah. And she just sort of lets go of his hand and puts her hand grabbing onto his shirt a bit, if you don't mind.
No problem. Teamwork makes the dream work. As he blinks up at the gigantic mountain they still have to scale.
Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. We made the first 10 miles just fine.
At least we get an MRE at the end, right? Bash, that's right. Move out.
Yes, sir.
The kids will continue to move out as flashing to Rainfall Lane, Julius and Icy, Pequod's house, and Julius's house. Julius and Icy have arrived through the teleporter into the pool room. The grandchildren are here with Uncle Banksy and Pequod. Pequod is... Banksy's making her second martini, and you're arriving as you hear this conversation. I am a horrible mother. Banksy, I don't think so. Look, seeing Julius, you've been around Banksy long enough. With his head gesturing alone, he's screaming for help.
Julius flies over and gently lands next to Pequod.
Oh, look who's here. She starts downing the martini he made quickly as Icy comes and embraces Banksy. Surprised you got the grandchildren away from them. Banksy, yeah, well, they're busy with a new batch of students, so we actually got them. Chuckles looking down at Integra and Hale.
Julius chuckles, smiles down at Pequod, and sits next to her. You doing okay, baby?
I am a terrible mother. I sent our children with the son of Ash.
No, you're not a terrible mother.
And even if the son of Ash is like Ash as he was meant to be, I shouldn't have made them join the military. He's looking down at Integra and Hale. I just didn't... The one thing I took away from my... Give me another one. Banksy. Looks at Julia.
Julius looks at Banksy and looks at him in a way that says, yes, but very little bit.
I am the leader of EarthGov. Give me what I want. Banksy. Oh.
You heard her.
Lest I call Des. Banksy, no, I'd rather not. Yeah. Starts making a very dirty martini for Pequod and Icy. Pequod, the one thing I took away from my parents is, even though I grew up with everything, I had I had a plan. I wanted to be a businesswoman. I wanted to do things with my life. If we let these fuckers sit around here and do nothing and live off our our hard work, they would have turned out... Somehow they still turned out stupid. Banksy. Oh. I don't think they turned out stupid. Icy. I disagree.
No, Banksy, they turned out stupid, but he rubs his face. The thing with, growing up, especially right now, during this time in their life, I think everyone's stupid around this time.
Banksy nods, and what better place for them to be, whether Ash's kid is there or not, than somewhere they're going to get discipline and training and learn lessons the hard way. Pequod starts... He's not even done making it, starts drinking it as Icy just slowly sips hers with eyes wide, watching her. I know the last 9 months with Integra were long. Have you really been waiting that long for drinks? Yes. She just keeps drinking.
Julius just rubs her thigh as she continues to drink.
I'm so sick of Carter, and he's such a bitch. He turned out to be such a little bitch, just like me when I was his age.
He definitely has bitch-ish natures.
So he took after me, for sure. Definitely, I was just like that at his age. Poor kid.
He tilts his head. Well, if he's just like you at his age, then once he gets to this age, I think he'll be just fine.
And all we have left is Integra and Hale. He's clutching her scarf, looking down at them. That's it. It's over.
I mean, honey, we still have our kids. He stands up, walks over to Integra, holds her hands up. We also have this one, too. And Hale. And he gives Integra a kiss on the head. It's gonna be okay, darling.
We might as well just have 3 more. Macy, uh-oh. Looking at... I think these 2 are gonna keep our hands full.
Julius nods. I mean, yeah. If you want more, we'll have more, but... He gestures down to these 2. For right now, I think these 2 are enough. I mean, look over at Hale. She's already using telekinesis.
That's true. She's still coloring with a coloring book, doing it with telekinesis, I see. Yeah, and she's not joining the military, so... Pequod, a smart mother.
Julius walks back over and sits back down. Well, it was ultimately up to them if they joined or not. We always said we wanted them to join, but it was up to them, right? So, you're not a bad mother. They wanted to make you proud. They wanted to make you happy. And they joined to make you happy. They wanted to... He rubs the back of his neck. They wanted to let you know that they loved you. At least that's what I think.
Just like I wanted to do for my parents, who also spent no time with me. She slams her hand on the bar counter and begs, Christ, starts making another one. We're having dinner at the golf course with, never mind.
Julius looks at Pequod. You know, if you didn't spend any time with them, I didn't spend any time with them. And in some of their cases, I believe Carter and Souls, they probably would have done better if I had spent more time with them. So, if you're a bad mom, then I'm a terrible father.
He looks at Julius. I just got so busy. You're busy, but I'm... Even Elizabeth, I was thinking about it today. By the time she was 5, I didn't even get to know her. I feel like I missed her whole youth. Now I have free time. But back then,
He holds her hand. Then we'll get to know them.
How? They're never gonna come home. They're complete fuck-ups. I think, oh.
Oh, God.
I think you're wrong. Go ahead.
Be that as it may, don't count them out yet. I mean, he leans back, gestures to Icy, and then gestures to him. We were fuck-ups. Huge fuck-ups.
The biggest.
And yet, when we were given a chance, we made the right choice. And he squeezes Pequod's hand a bit tighter, gestures over to Banksy. We made the choice of family, and if we did this right, if we aren't a terrible father and a terrible mother, like, we're probably wrong in that regard, but they'll make the right choice too. It's sort of out of our hands now, but they'll make the right choice.
She takes Julius's hand and puts it on her cheek. I hope you're right.
I know I'm right. Because you aren't a bad mom. You're one of the best mothers I have ever known.
She kisses Julius as she's kissing lightly on the lips. I see. Besides, things are kind of being set up for them to succeed. Colt is with Soul. Memory ends with Carter. Couldn't really do it if they were just living here. Though I don't think they should stay in the military.
Yeah, I don't think they should stay either. Just the one tour thing, or maybe I could pull some strings. Anyway, they are being set up to succeed, at least in that way.
Outside of the military. And that's what's important.
Exactly. Plus, the whole training regimen that I have them on, them having to take care of the base themselves, that's just teaching them basic needs as an adult. Cooking, cleaning, budgeting, everything. Maybe not the taking account of the weaponries, the armory, and everything like that, but he waves his hand. It has to be military somehow. Can't just all be, personal life type things.
She shakes her head, looking down at the new drink he's made her, sips it lightly. I guess. I see things will work out. Now you sound like Tommy. Jesus, whatever. Stop.
Julius chuckles. But she might have a point. Everything's gonna work out just fine.
How was the saint's grave?
Oh, very essential.
Ghostly? I think.
So, yeah, very ghostly. Almost like a force ghost, almost. Appeared right in front of me. I wonder who did that.
Crazy. It's not illusion, it's actually him nodding her head. Pequod finally starts laughing.
Yeah, and just... Tommy always sets down a 24-pack of his favorite beer, right?
It's a 52 this time around. I see space.
Yeah, exactly. It was a 52 this time. And every single year when we come back, it's gone. Now, I've had my own theories about it, but apparently it's just the saint coming back every year and taking it with him to the afterlife.
He ushers 52 cans of beer to the afterlife with a... He's got a lot of free time. Think about it.
I mean, when you're dead, that's the best time to rest and party, man.
Pequod now starts really laughing, leaning into Julius, sipping the martini, not chugging it. Seems like when they turned 15, 16, and Laz was even gone. I just missed when they're little, you look forward to when they're big and having them around. And I just miss that. I wish they were here. We could be doing things together with them. I made them join. I turned out to be just like my parents.
Julius kisses her on the top of the head. I miss that too, I really do. But when the time comes, they will make the right choice. And I think, he looks over at Icy, someone, and he thinks in his head, Tommy. Someone will make sure of that.
She starts chuckling. Pequod kisses Julius on the cheek as shifting to halfway up the mountain. The kids have made it. Bash parking the motorcycle. They've made it up top. Okir, look at that view, kids. Marianne is staggering. Falls into the grass here. Oz on the back of the motorcycle.
Sol is completely leaning on Colt at this point, just head on his chest, breathing heavily.
He looks down at her, shocked. Carter, you need to help your sister. Puts his hands up in the air.
He turns around, hands on his hips. Right, yeah. Sorry about that. And he goes to help her, and she smacks his hand away. Just give me a second, I can do it. I can do it. She stands up straight and wobbles over and collapses into the same bush Marines Anne is in.
Benny walks out here looking over the view. Bash, is breathing heavily.
Carter looks over to him. Is it a rough ride or something?
It's hot out here, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know, as Ricky stumbles over there and just flops on his back into the grass.
Colt's gonna sit next to Ricky.
Jesus, trying to kill us?
Maybe. He looks down at Membrianne. Poor girl. Welting. She's just staring up at the station. Welting to death.
Carter walks over and sits down next to her. Takes like a little piece of paper or something he has in his pocket and starts fanning her with it.
She looks up at Carter. Thank you. Help your senior citizens. Well-mannered.
Jesus H, you're not old.
You know how I said we're lucky it wasn't raining? I take that back.
Yeah, I could use some rain. Looking up at the clear skies. Even on the bike. Checks Oz's pulse. He's good. He's just... Yeah. Look here. Just looking over out the distance. What do you think, Elizabeth?
I think I just need a moment. And she walks over here, takes off her mask, presses the button, and chugs in the canteen, puts it back on, walks back over and leans on the wall. It looks beautiful.
It does. It sure does. He's just looking out across the vista.
Ricky's gonna turn and look up at Colt. And how the fuck are you not tired?
He looks down at Ricky. I'm tired, trust me, dude. It's just I'm used to it. You learn to manage it, you learn to compartmentalize it. It's all... He taps his temple up here.
You're gonna have to teach me that trick.
The crazy thing is, you'll teach yourself. If they have us doing this often. We will!
Laz had me running like hell in Antarctica, but it wasn't nothing like this. Jesus Christ.
I prefer the heat myself. Then again, I've got air conditioning in this thing. He taps his helmet.
Nah, no offense, sir, but the cold all the way. You can just put more on when it's cold. I think I'd get in trouble if I took as much off as I need to right now.
Bash looks shocked for a second. Yeah, no, you definitely gotta keep the clothes on. Yeah, we'd all get in trouble. Trust me, Oh my god. Isn't that like Code Red kind of stuff? Yeah. Under his breath!
I think so. It'd be pretty messed up for me to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you can get them legs up there, Rick. You got a good set of legs on you, just like your old man, so, you know.
Thank you, I guess?
I guess you got a good set of legs. Colt looks down and shrugs. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they mean by legs.
Soul laying in the bush. Air conditioning. As she raises one of her hands and snaps her fingers, and she'll cast Gust so everyone around her gets a nice breeze on them, not targeting anyone with the actual effect of...
Bash looking at her as the wind blows. What's that? What did you say? Creative winning, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth nods. Creative winning. It's a better way of saying cheating.
Good thinking on your feet, darling. He points to so.
She gives him a thumbs up and lays fully onto the bush as the gust goes over her.
Soul, tell me anything you want from the store and I'll get it. Dear God, that feels good.
Oh God, that's a good question. She rubs her face. A lemonade tea. That's my favorite.
I got you a dozen of them. You're a lifesaver.
She smiles and gives him another thumbs up.
He just slowly lifts his hand with the thumbs up before letting it flop back to the ground.
Carter goes back onto his computer, continuing to compile a list, looks down at Memory Hand, and specifically adds both root beer and vanilla ice cream to it.
He is laboredly breathing. Canteen, Captain. Bash will chuck a canteen over and she'll frost it over and start drinking it.
You think you could chill mine too, ma'am? I think it's starting to get hot.
Frost it over. Throw it over.
He'll toss it over to her as best he can.
She frosts it and barely gets it back to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just drinking his warm water.
Thank you, ma'am.
Carter looks down at Memory Hand, puts the back of his hand on her head. Yeah, you are a little warm right now.
I prefer a nice 62 degrees. Thank you.
No, I respect it. That is the perfect temperature.
The only reason I came out to do this PT today was like, I feel I owe the Colonel for my outburst, but now I'm, as I said, regretting it as she stares up at Gateway.
It's not all that bad. She gestures out to the horizon. The view was really nice.
It really is. He's looking out onto the horizon.
Gonna do his best to sit up and look. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Crazy. Look, he's got his hand over his eyes. That little speck all the way down there is the town we came from. Think about that.
Elizabeth will walk up next to him and just stare down at it. Oh my god, we really ran that far.
He nods. Apparently we did. And you gotta run back.
Oh, God.
Just kill me. just do it. Run me over with the motorcycle. Just tell my parents it was an accident. Bash chuckles.
Gonna get up slowly and then look over the edge. Hey, Benny. How bad do you think I get hurt if I jumped?
I think you'd die. you would die.
Damn it. Hoping for a quicker way down.
Bash, creative winning, but creative losing at the same time, I suppose. He's pouring water into Oz's mouth. He's good.
I should have focused more on trying to learn to fly.
I don't think they would let us fly right now, buddy. Not for this.
Not for this?
No, not for this.
No, yeah, son. I'm sorry.
Damn it, I guess creative winning has its limits, huh?
Yeah, it does. When you're defeating the purpose of the exercise, which is to use those legs. Build that stamina.
Makes sense.
Colt scaling up here to get a better view.
Soul lifts her head up. What are you doing, man?
Better view. Pointing out to the direction they ran from.
She pushes herself up. Oh, God. Okay. She starts to walk over. Carter, do you mind if I... No, yeah, go ahead. It's fine. And she'll just quickly cast invisibility on him. He disappears, and as he does, she lifts herself up using tempestuous magic. She flies next to Colt.
She's still invisible.
No, she drops invisibility.
He jumps. What the?
She smiles at him. I got a couple tricks up my sleeve.
Learn from the best, didn't you?
Very much so, yeah, that's right.
gonna sit down and look out at the town. It's like an ant, isn't it?
I think it's smaller than an ant. It's like a. It's, you know that those like dust things that you see when the sun hits a window just right and you see the ray of light coming in? It reminds me of one of those like super small dust particles.
He nods his head, unscrews the cap on his canteen, and hands it to her.
Thank you. She takes a couple small sips and then hands it back to him.
Could just throw me off the edge, Captain. Bash. No. He's chuckling to himself.
You said you did ice magic, right?
Yeah.
Can you, like, make it snow? That'd be nice.
No.
Damn it.
Where I lived, the weather was a constant. So he's walking over this way. A constant 65 degrees. But the lady in charge could change the weather. General Lorelei.
This Lorelei lady sounds pretty cool.
She is. She is very nice.
Carter nods. I bet she is. And he continues to wave the paper onto Memory Ann, even with the gust going on. And he stops waving for a second and leans down to Memory Ann. Is it the same Memory Ann that my dad, or the same Lorelei that my dad would talk about sometimes?
She nods her head. Ranger General. Yes. She appeared in some of the family's movies, mostly in cameos. I believe when they redid the Matrix trilogy, she played the Oracle.
She's the one who rubbed the cookie on my dad's stomach, right?
And then ate it. Seductively. Which I always found a strange stage direction from Aunt Davine and Pequod.
Yeah, that one was always weird. Do you think it's true though? Like, how she was into my dad?
No, that's a Colonel Rainfall tall tale. She scoffed! Just to make himself seem cooler.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, I think so too. Like, General Lorelei, Ranger General, I don't think so.
Colt just snickering to himself.
She looks at Colt and leans down next to him. Is it true or something? Do you know something we don't?
Mom always said that Lorelei had the hots. Apparently, she had a mural of your father from some movie in her house. I've never seen. She has two mansions. I've seen the inside of one of them, not the one that had the mural.
Oh my god.
So they say. He shrugs.
So it isn't just a Colonel Rainfall tall tale.
It could be my mother's tall tale. Maybe they're propagating it together, or it could be true. Who knows?
But why would they do something like that?
I have no idea. Seems like a strange thing to lie about.
She nods. Who knows? Maybe they're telling the truth. She sits down next to him.
He's out of earshot. He can't hear anything about General Lorelei because he's walked all the way up here, looking down. Yeah, I miss Orange Twist. Don't we all?
Elizabeth looks over at Benny. Do be careful, mate.
He looks back and gestures to her. It's fine over here. Say.
She slowly walks over to him and looks down. Oh, you don't look scared of heights or anything.
He looks over. No.
She nods and continues to look down.
When we were at the orphanage, anyway, we had to upkeep it once we got to 16. I used to. Big mansion. You used to have to paint gigantic ladders, climb them, paint the place, inside and out. Heights never bother me, as he even leans over more.
I mean, heights don't bother me either, but I I got a healthy not wanting to lean over ledges like that kind of thing.
Probably smart. He looks down into the valley below as Bash gather round and sharply whistle.
Yes, sir.
You need the calories. He pulls out MREs. You need the calories. Eat. Put it into your stomach. We'll let you rest an hour so you're not up chucking it on the way back. And he starts handing them out.
Thank you, sir.
Marianne taking hers. You're welcome. Marianne taking hers, looking at it. Beef bowl burrito. She just pitches it over. O'Kear just watches it sail past him, holding his.
You're gonna regret that, ma'am.
That's fine.
Carter just blinks a couple times. Are you sure you don't want any? You can have some of mine.
Beef bowl is the worst. What do you have?
He looks down at it.
Chicken quesadilla.
Chicken quesadilla.
That's palatable, tolerable.
He pops it open and hands it over to her.
She opens it up. Prepare it for me. You have to put the thing in the bag with the flameless ration heater. Add water. Come on, Carter. You can do it.
Yes, ma'am. And he opens it up and prepares the MRE.
Bash looks up at Colt. You gonna Spider-Man up there all day or come down with us? Yeah, sir. Slides down this side. Sits next to Ricky, this here.
Ricky's gonna look down at his and start making it.
It's not the best food, kids, but it's something you need the calories. They're made to give you the proper nutrition you need when you're burning a lot of calories. And like I said, you eat, you get an hour rest, then we're heading back.
Sounds like a good time, sir.
Carter just nods and smiles.
He's already eaten half of his. Watching him eat.
Elizabeth is just sort of staring at him, and a surprised emoticon pops up on her mask, and she hits it so it goes away.
I agree. I saw that. That's called the O face. He's not even paying attention. He's just eating.
He is eating it surprisingly fast, isn't he?
Even Colt looks at Ricky. It's like watching him eat.
Bro, careful not to eat the bag.
Huh? He looks at, food's food. He shrugged.
Yeah. Wait a minute. He's gonna lean into Bash. Did he just call that the O face?
He doesn't know much. He's only been in our culture for 7 years. Cut him a break.
Yeah, okay, sir.
He thinks the language we speak is Spanish.
Alright, well, yeah, okay. Gets back to eating his food.
He ate his MRE without even heating it. Memory and oh my god, how could you do that? It's like eating disgusting paste. He shrugs. When you grow up without food for a portion of time. Anyway, he keeps eating. Okay, you can have mine. Hands it to him. Just stares at him.
Carter hands the prepared MRE over to Memory Ann and just lays down onto the grass looking up.
She starts eating some of it. She's going through the bag looking for the sweets.
Soul looks down at the 2 MRE she has in her hand and tosses one over to Colt.
He catches it, looks down at it. Spaghetti and barf. Beef, they call it, but barf.
Oh, well then, this one is... She looks down at the one she has. Oh, this one is, I'll just eat this one, it's beef stew.
Well, The snacks that come inside are different depending on the MRE. If you have jalapeno cheese spread, I'll trade you these. He's going into his rainbow skittle.
She scoots over closer to him. Yeah, sure. Uh, she pulls out the jalapeno cheese, hands it to him. I'll definitely take some rainbow Skittles.
He hands her the bag of Skittles and see, Ricky, you got bacon cheese spread. This cheese spread, though it's a little oily, this shit's good. Put it on those shitty looking crackers. He puts some on his cracker, breaks it in half. Half to Ricky, half to Soul. This is like the only good thing in half of these. Bash, he's not lying to you guys. Chuckle.
He's gonna take it, eat it. It's not
It's
bad.
it's good. It's not bad for an MRE. It does not taste like MRE food. Let's put it that way.
No, that's pretty damn good. Honestly, they're not that bad. Trust me, there's some pretty shitty frozen TV dinners out there. This beats some of those by a mile.
You eat a lot of TV dinners? He looks down at Ricky.
Yeah. When you're down in Antarctica training with when I'm down training with her, with Laz, it's just some days you're too tired to actually cook, you know. So
I preferred the MRE to the TV dinner myself, so yeah. Ate a lot of those after the divorce. Like he starts working on his bike.
some of those banquet ones are borderline inedible, ain't they?
The meatloaf made me gag. Actually, the Colonel would. After the divorce, the Colonel would bring me food from Gateway and Rainfall Lane for a while there till I got back on my feet. Because he's not that bad of a guy. Memory end. I'm sure he's enjoying his steak. That motherfucker.
At the mention of meatloaf, you see Ricky get visibly green. Yeah, no thanks.
Don't like meatloaf? Memory end. Looking over at him, then up at Carter.
Don't like TV dinner meatloaf.
Oh.
Or, I don't know if you could call it meat or a loaf. I don't know what the fuck they put in that stuff.
Well, he looks up. Yeah, I don't usually trust TV dinners. I always think they something that isn't meat or isn't like mac and cheese or whatever is in them. I don't really trust those.
He's finished his second MRE. Okay, just watching it. Gently hands him another one. He shrugs and opens it. Did they not feed you where you came from? He looks up at him. No, they fed us. It's just I wasn't there since I was born. Right.
Elizabeth tilts her head at him, and she hands him her MRE.
I don't think you really shouldn't even be eating the third one. You're overfilling yourself. He shrugs a nasty habit. Hands the third one back to him. Just yeah, sorry. Puts it away like a rabbit. Comes over here.
Soul looks over at Colt. You were right about the crackers with the cheese dip. I would actually see myself eating those for a snack with it when there's nothing else in the pantry.
He looks at her and nods. The jalapeno spread and the bacon cheese spread. Pretty darn good. In marine culture, they're like the top trade item besides if you smoke. I don't know why you would, but cigarettes.
Soul nods. That makes sense. She pops open the Skittles. Put out your hand.
He hesitates to. Here.
She pours half the bag into his hand and half the bag into hers.
He looks down at them and eats one at a time slowly.
Is it true?
Soul just pops them all into her mouth and starts chewing on them.
Colt watching and then. What are you gonna say? Looks at Ricky.
Is it true that there's laxatives in the sweets of these things?
Ash, laxatives? No, not anymore. A long time ago, yeah.
That's what I heard people say.
They won't bind you up like the old stuff. Even 25 years ago, they were still kind of making them to bind you up. And the sweets were there to loosen you up. These are. You're only getting the best from the Colonel, so try your best for him.
Yes, sir.
Car-
Yes, sir.
Carter chuckles to himself. I would always remember my dad would say, "Don't eat the chocolate," when he would hand me an MRE. And that explains it.
Memory Ann, I hope he shits his pants. Fucking open gateway!
Uh,
Carter starts to laugh.
Lazuli told me that the some of the old chocolate bars they used to give tasted like a boiled potato. Is that true?
Bash. Boiled turd, I'd say, but.
Hey, then I'd say we're lucky, huh?
Yeah. As the MRE Elizabeth handed him, he opens the bag and starts going through it. You should eat this.
She tilts her head. Oh, well, if you want it, go ahead.
No, I'm good. He'll hand it back to her. I was very young, didn't know when the next time I was gonna eat, so when I see food, I engorge. It's a bad habit that they tried to break at the orphanage, which sometimes works, sometimes didn't work. Either way, you have to take your mask off to eat it, though. Bash, yeah, she does. Don't you? Looks down at her!
That is true. That is true. I do have to take my mask off. And she just stares down at the MRE.
You can go eat around the rock if you want to, honey.
She stands up immediately and runs behind the rock.
You can go. Penny watches confused. He just watches her walk away. Has she always been like this? Says here to give her extra motivation and praise when she's doing things good socially.
Carter looks over at Elkier. She's always been bad socially, yeah. Uh, we've tried to encourage her a lot, like the note says, whenever she is sociable, but when she got the mask on, she doesn't wear it around the house or the ODM Academy. But most of the time in public, unless she really trusts the people around her, she wears the mask.
So don't go around the rock and eat with her? Okay. Bash, no. Or give her his face.
Yeah, he looks over at Benny. At least for now, man.
No
If
problem, no. I get it.
Soul looks over at Benny. If she takes her mask off in front of you, though, that means she really trusts you. So if she does that, feel free to go eat with her when that happens.
Memory Ann, don't even think about her. Don't even bother. It's pointless. She's gorgeous under the mask, but she'll wear it forever. Just like her idiotic father.
Carter looks down at Marianne, and yet her father took off the mask.
Oh, only took how many years of wearing it?
Only took a certain someone to take it off.
And he was in mid-40s. And he was handsome too. Gorgeous. Still is. Like chiseled out of stone, just like that fuckwad up on Gateway.
Ricky's gonna look at Soul. I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here.
I guess she's talking about Julius. Oh, under his breath.
Yeah, she's talking about my dad.
Okay. And Elizabeth's dad wore a mask all the time?
Yeah, he did. First it was to my knowledge, a balaclava, and then it was just a normal gas mask that had some special features.
Alright. You know Elizabeth a lot better than me. Did I do something to make her not like me or something? Because it seems like she doesn't want to touch me.
Soul shrugs. She reacts to certain people differently. I'm really not sure.
Some people just like their space. He shrugged, looking at his MRE bag. Ooh, grape drink mix. He pulls it out.
Alright, well, I guess I'll leave her alone then.
I think we all should probably leave her alone. He nods, looking if she's anything like her mom.
Carter shrugs. Yeah, maybe. If he chuckles, if she wants to talk to someone, she'll talk to them.
And when she does, make sure to give her extra encouragement, Okir! Exclamation mark. Christ.
Yeah.
Which you're doing a wonderful job at.
I think so. He looks over at Sol and Ricky.
Yeah, doing good, man. Though I don't think she'd want it from me.
Okir shrugs, then don't give it to her. Don't worry about her. You got your own problems, kid.
You're right. I can't knock you over.
No, you got your own damn problems. She's not your concern or business. She's your teammate. He's staring Ricky down. You trained for 8 years and you can't even pierce my armor. And I'm a new kid on the block. So either you trained with somebody that really wasn't trying to teach you, or you just don't have it in you to succeed. Let's hope it's the former. He nods at you.
Yes, sir. Understood. I've got what it takes, sir.
Good. I hope so. And whoever trained you, next time you see them, ask them why they shortchanged you. 8 years is a long time. In my culture was a warrior culture, actually. And so the clan leader would train us whelplings, and they took it very serious. I don't think the person teaching you took you very serious. No offense. Bash. Different culture, Ricky. I don't know the person that trained you, but just... That's how his culture is on his home planet. And I think I'm right. He nods his head. Maybe you are.
I think she did a damn good job. I just didn't have any real talent for key. It took a long time to get the hang of it. That's where a lot of the time went.
He just stares at Bash, and Bash with the hand to the throat thing to tell him to stop talking. Yeah, I agree. Look at this! He pulls out the MRE that he took back from Betty and chucks it. Look, I'm Marianne throwing a hissy fit. Marianne, and screw you too.
But do you hope he chokes on the spaghetti too?
No, I'm not angry at him. I'm not angry at anybody, really, except myself. Anyway, she sits up and starts eating her MRE.
Carter just looks at her and nods as Elizabeth comes back around from around the corner and sits down.
You did a good job making it around that rock, Elizabeth. You know that, right?
Thank you, okay.
I've never seen anybody go around a rock like that. And the way you sit down in the grass is incredible. Oh my god.
She scratches the side of her mask. Thank you.
You're
Thank
doing
you.
good.
She just looks down at her lap.
You gonna be able to make it back to town, or you want me to carry you? He comes over here.
I can make it back to 10. Okay, thank you, though.
Anybody want me to carry them? He looks around.
Carter shakes his head, and Sol looks at Colt and then up at Okira and then shakes her head.
Oh, no thanks. Going through his bag. Benny, good. Oz, just grow.
Carter looks down at Oz. Maybe carry him.
Yeah, I'll take him. Brains are probably scrambled from riding the back of the motorcycle.
You doing alright, Oz?
Gives you a peace sign looking up at you. Ugh.
Damn, I thought they took it out of me.
He's not used to this. Don't worry, he will be. This go around, everybody's gonna train as a nice, cohesive unit.
gonna look down at Oz. You ever need some help, just ask.
The two-finger gun to his head with his thumb to shoot himself.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad, right?
He groans. Colt, most pilots don't have to work this hard.
Soul shrugs. That just means we'll be a very cohesive unit, pilot and all.
Colt nods. Yeah.
I mean, he'll end up being like the scariest pilot out there, right?
Most ripped.
That'll help, right, man?
He's passed out again. Colt looking through his MRE. So what happened with Hazel by chance, Carter? How'd that all go? Memory Ann, who's that Hazel? What?
He rubs the side of his face.
Oh, here we go. They're gonna talk about having sex as teenagers. We should leave him alone. He walks this way. Vash, whatever. Just keeps working on his bike.
It was good for a while, then went to shit. I tried to fix it, and when I tried to fix it, I discovered she was cheating on me for some time with Dylan, the other guy in our band.
Memory Ann squinting around. Who's Hazel?
Carter looks down at her. An ex-girlfriend of mine.
Oh, so you had a girlfriend. Okay.
Yes, I did. He looks out across to the horizon, and I sort of regret every second of it.
She stands up, cleaning off her hands. Good for you. And blinks once at Carter and walks over here.
He just watches her walk as she walks. Thank you, ma'am.
She'll cross her arms and stare out at the distance. Bash, this is gonna be a fucked up fucking group of kids to work with. I'm gonna ask Julius for a raise.
Ricky's gonna look over at Carter while he pulls Ozzy into the shade. And just goes, hey, I mean, if she did what she did and that was that much of a bitch, then I guess you're right in regretting it, eh?
Carter shrugs. Nah. It was a bad decision on my part. I should have seen. He stands up, cleans his pants off. Should have seen the red flags from the start.
Bro, you're the victim. What do you mean?
He shrugs. I'm not the it's fine. He waves it off. Can we not talk about this anymore, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Soul's just whistling, patting on her knees, looking up at the sky.
Colt, did Hazel look like Memory Ann, right? These two.
Mm-hmm. She only had platinum blonde hair, and Memory Hand's hotter. That's pretty much the difference.
Colt, with his hand, gestures to Memory Ann and then to Ricky and Soul, and then he,
Oh yeah, those two like each other.
tension there. He puts his fingers together. A lot of tension, I think.
Soul nods. Definitely a lot of tension.
So, what do you want to bet? At that rate, they're either gonna hook up or they're gonna kill each other. What do you think comes first?
I think. Maybe Colonel Rainfall will kill us first. He's looking at the two of them back and forth.
Soul thinks for a second. Maybe Bash will kill us first with these runs he puts us on.
That is a possibility. Yeah.
He's gonna look down at Ozzy. I think he's getting pretty close already.
And he passes back out. You know, most pilots are incredibly intelligent to be pilots, right? Like, you have to be very smart. So they go through basic and then they do PT and stuff, but once you pass pilot school, it's like, yeah.
Soul nods. Yeah, they usually have to be pretty damn smart.
I mean, makes sense. You're not gonna have to go into combat very much. If your ship crashes and you gotta fight, I think you got worse things to worry about.
Colt nods. Bash. Alright, kids. Just take, he's looking back and forth between Carter and Memrian. Take, looks at his wrist computer, take an hour. We've already burned a lot of time, but take another hour, digest the food. So you don't upchuck it on the way back. Because, judging by the National Weather Service's report, it's about to get much hotter here. He looks up at the sun.
Oh God, how?
That time of day here, son, it's only noon. Looks at Ricky!
Jesus Christ. I thought this was fucking blazing.
Don't worry, it'll get hotter. Highest point of the day, the sun. So let the food digest, and then we're gonna run back. Okir comes around. Is all the talk about sex over?
There was no talk about sex, Okir.
Yeah, talk about sex, okay. Over here, Bash looking over his shoulder. And we'll cut as the kids take a break back. Here to the... And Pequod is, still drinking heavily. She started again.
Julius is rubbing her back. Maybe slow down just a small bit, honey?
Icy hasn't even finished her first one. And the side door opens here. Julius!
Yeah, Scar, what's up?
What the... He sees Pequod downing another martini. What the Looks down at the... What the heck? What the HE double hockey sticks is going on here?
She's had a very rough day.
Oh, terrible mother. What the heck? Get these kids out of here! Points down to the grandkids. I'll take them to the grandparents. I'll be right back. He walks off. What the fuck? Puts his hands on his hips.
She thinks she's a terrible mother. And none of us believe she is.
I turned into my parents.
No.
That was my greatest fear, actually, Scar. Oh, fuck. He comes behind the bar, opens a beer, and lights a cigarette. Let me tell you something. You're not a bad mother. All the problems those fucking kids have stem from fucking Carter, and that's the way it is, and I don't care if you get offended, Julius. Bite my dick, motherfucker. I see.
I wasn't gonna get offended, man.
He's a little fucking puss cake. That's his goddamn problem. He's the man in the dynamic. He's supposed to be large and in charge. Oh, and I don't care if that's toxic masculinity. You hear me? He points at Icy and why are you... Talk to her, not me. Scar, right. Turns and points at Pequod, who's just staring at his claw. Hand on her head in Julius's chest. He's a little pussy. That's the goddamn problem. It all stemmed from his little freak out where he blew up all the breakers, and I had to spend the weekend fixing that, mind you. By the way, I just got the golf course done. It's grass is perfect, ground level, sand pits filled, pond taken care of and clean. But either way, it's his problem. And next time I see him, I'm gonna let him know. And don't think I won't stroll down to that base and let him know. I got the scarf. I can get around, motherfuckers. Icy, you are so disgruntled lately.
Alright, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Scar.
Those kids should be ashamed of themselves, making their mother do this. They don't know how good they goddamn have it. That's their fucking problem. It could be a whole lot worse. Lest we forget this guy named Malcolm being trapped on his ship. They wouldn't last 30 damn seconds. I see. Oh. Sipping the martini, just looking at Scar, not wanting to agree with him.
I don't think they would. No.
It wouldn't last 30 seconds, and they think they're going through a bunch of stuff. They're not. They don't know anything about going through anything, because they grew up in a life of luxury, which their parents provided for them by saving the universe. Thank you. Opens a beer, hands it to Julius.
Julius starts drinking it.
And I don't know what dumbass decided, you should be over at the academy. I don't know what dumbass decided to let Ash's fucking son, Pequod lets out a moan. Oh. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I implore... Ash, great guy. Pequod starts crying. Oh, God.
Julius hugs her and starts petting her head.
I thought it was you. He just said, Julie. I am so sorry.
He shakes his head. Everything will be fine when it comes to Ricky. We have all the plans set in place. Banksy has made sure of it. Hell, Elizabeth has a number straight to Sasha if she needs to call anyone.
Banksy coming back without the grandchildren. Yeah, they snatched them up super quick. Yeah. Elizabeth has the emergency, the one that auto answers on Sasha's phone, okay? What? Using Julius's shirt to clear her eye.
It's all gonna be okay. And from what Banksy has told me, she will call if anything does happen.
He nods. Yeah. She's like her mom, so. Besides, I'm gonna go pay a visit. He looks off into the distance, this way, every so often down to the Woodbury. To keep an eye on things, and so will JJ. Scar, yeah, they're training up JJ to be a damn spy. They let loose Pandora's box about the troubled history of Ash's backstory to poor JJ. He didn't take it well either. Not every day you hear your mother was threatened to be fucking killed. I see. Oh, just can we not? And Hunt's depressed, and so's David because he's depressed. I don't like seeing people this way, Julius. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
My left paw is more of a man that Carter is going to be at this damn rate.
Julius starts to snicker.
I'll get down to that base on my own. Banksy, maybe you could come with me at some point there, Scar. Yo, damn straight. We'll go down, set him straight. Banksy, I'm not setting anybody straight, but if you want to come down and air your grief, I will. And I'll embarrass him in front of Memory Ann, too. That'll make my fucking day. Because we all know he wants to bed down with her, but he's too much of a bitch to ask her. Just like Hunt, too much of a bitch to ask David. I see him laughing.
Julius stops snickering and just starts to laugh.
Rainfall men, they want older women that provide stability. If anybody could do that, that's Memory Ann's fucking daughter, and I think it'd be good for her too. Straighten her out a little bit, you know. There was an old saying back where I grew up: when you get it up the ass, it straightens a woman out a little bit, you know. And I don't really believe in that, but maybe that's what she needs. Okay? He's really upset.
Julius has fallen off his chair, holding his stomach, laughing.
Because she's still really sad, but laughing. All right. Now you take care of that goddamn golf course. That took me all morning, all right? And I gotta go back and make sense of the mess at the academy. Everybody's depressed, and I'm sick of it. And I swear to God, if Ash's son does anything stupid, I'll deal with it myself. You and your fucking armor and pulse rifle. He slams the door and disappears. Banksy, what the hell?
Oh, Scar's the funniest man in the world. He wipes a tear away and sits back onto the chair.
I get he's trying to be threatening, and he is at times, but at the same time, up the ass.
Up the ass straight so out.
Icy shrugs. I don't think he's wrong, at least when it comes to memory, Anne. Just saying.
Julius shrugs. No, yeah, maybe he's right. Maybe if she got together with Carter, or anyone for that matter, he shrugs, it would help her out.
Icy cracking her knuckles. Carter, only a matter of time.
He squints at her a bit. You're going to do everything in your power to make sure that those two get together, aren't you?
Already am. Me and Tommy.
All right, yeah. Tommy and Nicole Rainfall. The dynamic duo.
If it all works out the way we think, she shrugs, they'll come to realize they think about how they were when they were children. They're bonded. He's imprinted onto her. She nods. Only a matter of time.
Though I guarantee that kid's imprinted onto her.
They were so cute when they were little.
Yeah, and even past when they were little, like when he was like 8 and she was, what was it, 14? The way he would look at her, you could just tell.
He wouldn't learn to drive from anybody but her. Because
That's true. I remember so many times me, Dad, Mom, all of us, we all offered him at one point. And I remember Ann offered him, and he just jumped up immediately and said yes.
Hazel looked like her, like a dollar store discount version of her. Looking at Julius.
I wouldn't say dollar store. I would say, oh, what's worse than a dollar store? 99-cent store. She looked
Thrift
like
store?
Yeah, thrift store version of Memory Ann.
All in good time. Just relax and stop heavily medicating with alcohol. Thank you. She takes the martini from Pico.
Yes, please stop doing that, sweetie.
Dad does not want to see you like this, nor does Mom, and we're gonna have dinner with them. And from the sounds of it, we need to have a good dinner because it sounds like they're worse off than you. Pequod nods. Yeah, they probably miss Elizabeth a lot.
Oh, I'm sure they do. He finishes his beer and sets it down onto the counter.
You're sure the line to Sasha worked? Yes, fix it.
We tested it, or at least Banksy tested it like 3 times while Sasha was here, so we know.
Yeah, but you're sure she would say something?
Mm.
We didn't, and we should have. Remember?
Julius looks at Pequod. I mean, that's true. But Banksy and Tal had a little discussion with her, and from what I heard about it, she looked scared enough that she sort of wanted to call Sasha at that point.
JJ didn't take it well from you. No, it was bad. Real bad. It's he's a lot like Mom. Mommy's boy, maybe some people might say. Scar. But it's good with an ODM sword or two. So there's that.
Julius clicks his tongue. There is a reason why he's one of the teachers there.
Icy, maybe we shouldn't have told him. Banksy, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not. But, I mean, he taps his fingers on the desk. Or the counter. Maybe it'll make Elizabeth happy to see him when he comes down to check on things and everything like that.
Banksy nods. Too bad Integra's not around to give him some tips and tricks of how to be an SIS spy. Pequod. Oh.
Julius looks down. Yeah. Maybe Townswell, though.
Banksy, you think? Looking at you.
I mean, Towns is up for anything.
He looks around, I'll give him a call.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd do it.
Got the golf course ready for you, motherfucker. She's perfectly imitating Scott.
It's so weird. He went from like yelling at us to informing us about the golf course and then back to yelling at us about Memory Ann and Carter.
He is so disgruntled. Pequod, I noticed the change in his persona about 5 years ago. I think I was one of the first to pick up on it because it was still subtle back then, and I asked him, "What do you want? A bigger house? Do you want?" He said no. He's just lonely sometimes and misses
Uh, maybe we could. Maybe that's.
I mean, you did walk in on them banging, Julia. I see.
I did. I saw it. But maybe we can. Maybe we could talk to him about it. Like, let him talk through his feelings about it, sort of thing.
That's Leo getting disgruntled Tim the Toolman Taylor. We'd have to approach with caution.
Yeah, maybe put me or Binksy in front just in case something happens.
Or Krellin. Speaking of which, I saw them walking out into the woods earlier. You could see them from here, out the window. They were going out the main gate, and as the gate closed, they were walking out into the woods.
Do any of us know what they do in the woods? Because I've seen them do that before.
Banksy shakes his head. Flavor says they camp out there. They like to go out and camp at night. Be a part of wildlife. Wedwick is a big outdoors. Apparently. I struggle to believe that. That's what they say.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. That guy was holed up in his house for like 3 years straight. I don't think he likes the outside that much.
Outdoorsman, Fledwick. If that's what they want to do, they're not hurting anybody. That's the way we see it. And the perimeter, even outside the gate, is more than secured, so they're fine. Everybody's fine.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're doing some weird thing like starting the broadcast up again. Like, I remember Mom told me about it. She did not like it. Unless they're doing something like that again, there's no point in stopping them.
I think we got more problems on our hand inside the gate with the walking tornado of disgruntledness that is Scar Freetooth Rain.
Wherever he goes, he leaves a wave of disgruntledness.
Apparently, the Academy people are upset and depressed that Scar sees it and just goes apeshit. And I don't agree about Carter, but God, poor Carter's gonna get it from him one of these days.
Julius chuckles. Yeah.
Do you remember when he first showed up at the apartment with the fucking teleprompter?
Yeah, and he had like the huge concussion that lasted forever.
He starts laughing. Pequod, he's come a long way from that.
That he has. He's gone from that to handyman disgruntled Leogan.
I see looking at the door laughing. Pequod's gonna lead in more on Julius as the poor children. I finally made it back to one of the beach fronts outside of Woodbury. Memory Ann just walks into the water and lies down.
Soul walks over here, bends down behind the rock, and throws up.
Colt standing here just catching his breath. Benny catching his breath next to Carter and Ricky. First run wasn't so bad. This one back, pretty bad.
Carter's laying down on the beach. You guys ever just, like, Want to scream really loud?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of want to. I sort of want to do that right now.
Go for it, man, if it makes you feel better.
Nah, it's good. It's good. As Elizabeth stumbles over to Soul. Yeah, okay, darling. She holds her hair back as she leans her entire body onto the rock. Oh god. Carter sits up a bit. I bet you're regretting those MREs now, man.
Yes, I think I lost most of them 10 miles back. They're somewhere over that cobblestone road as Memory Ann floats out into the water. It's all frosty around her, though, nice and cool.
Oh. Yeah. Not gonna puke. Not gonna puke.
Yeah, well, he closes his eyes and he has to swallow hard onto something. We're good. We're all good.
I honestly don't even feel like I ate. Dash, that means we did our job right.
Soul lifts her head up. I don't feel like I ate either. She stumbles over and puts her feet into the water.
Oh, God. We're gonna be doing this how often?
Every day for a while, unless the Colonel deems different.
Hell yeah, that'll be fun.
And most likely he will. Generalized physical training, and then you have your specialization training. Shooting ranges for the shooters. Close combat for the close combats. The spellcaster training. So on and so forth. And then applied into team exercises until your first mission.
Sick.
Sounds. He starts breathing heavily. Sounds like a plan. As he, too, just sticks his entire body into the water.
Yeah, why the hell not? He'll wade in and just sit down in the water.
Colt looks at Bash. Permission to go back to town. I'd like to see the Delta Ops, sir. Granted. You don't want to stay here? No. He goes back to town. Bash just watches him leave. I'd like to see the Delta Ops, sir. The fuck is his problem?
I don't know, guess we're not cool enough.
I don't know. I think I'm pretty cool. Look, I carried Oz back all this way. He's still asleep. Didn't wake up once. Alright. I'm gonna go take him back to the... Can I... Yeah, get out of here. Take him back to the barrack.
You think Oz is gonna be okay, sir?
He'll be fine.
Good. Got worried when he didn't wake up the whole way down.
Oz is a go-getter. He sees the squad's a tad dysfunctional right now, which is not abnormal, given your... Actually, it's very abnormal. We've never had a squad day, first day start. Anyway, kids, he's a go-getter. He's just trying to help out. He'll be fine.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. Carter twists his head. Benny, you gotta try this out, man. The water feels great.
He looks down at the water. I don't actually know how to swim. Ash, that is an issue.
It is?
Yep, sure is. Walks up this way, arms crossed, handing his a cold canteen to Soul. Sure is. I mean, we'll fix it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, fix it. Right.
There was pools where I came. Yeah, nobody ever taught me. He looks down at the water. Memory Ann, it's not that difficult. Floating this way, all the water frosty around her.
If it's a consolation, I don't swim either.
You're from Antarctica, so makes sense.
Well, I was from Southern California before that. I I don't like the ocean. It's just that.
You don't like the ocean? Then you best hope you guys aren't such big fuck ups that Big Cat and Mad Max get called, because all you're gonna see is the ocean. That includes you as she floats this way.
You see him audibly gulp and look like actually afraid. Yeah. Let's hope that's not the case.
For your sake, he's watching Memory Ann float away. I hope so.
I mean, I'm okay as long as I can touch the ground, but I mean, look at it. He's gonna point out to the water. There could be something like 20 feet long, 5 feet underneath you, and you wouldn't see it.
Shark. Just a shark alone. He's looking out into the water.
Yeah, and who knows what other weird shit's down there? No, thank you.
Octopus.
Giant squid.
Elizabeth looks over at Benny. Octopus.
Giant octopus. He looks over at Elizabeth.
But octopus looks so silly.
Not if it's got its tentacle wrapped around your throat and it's trying to eat you. Bash. Oh my god. Got the short bus squad. He's got his glasses off, wiping sweat off his face.
She makes like a little claw with her hand. But octopi only have a beak. And they don't eat humans. They won't bother you if you don't bother them.
They don't. He looks at her. I don't know anything about. Yeah.
You could say that if you want. I'm not taking the chance with one of them.
How do you guys know all this? How do you know all this stuff? He looks at Elizabeth. Memory and educated.
She opens her hands up like she has a book in them. I like to read a lot, and you just pick up some things.
Oh, he looks at Elizabeth. What kind of books do you like to read? Bash. Looking over at him.
She looks across into the ocean. I mainly like to read thrillers.
And he suggests I used to read at the orphanage every once in a while. Lorelai would just come and hand out books on a cart like an old lady, even though she does not. He sits closer, does not look old, but yeah. But you just kind of got what she handed you, and sometimes you get something good, sometimes you. And I kind of lost interest. I kept getting bad romance novels. Memory and like somebody's personal life floating this way.
Carter's head shoots up and stares at her as Elizabeth scoots even closer to him. Hey! She pulls something up on his computer. It's one of my favorite books. It's about a guy who finds a note on his windshield. He's a down on his luck writer. He finds a note on his windshield, and it says something about either choosing an old lady or a woman who works at a coffee shop. If you don't choose, at least one of them will die without your decision. And he doesn't choose, writes it off as a joke, and then boom, one of them are dead. And then it just unravels from there. He tries to solve the mystery without the help of police because it's circumstantial evidence.
What's the name of the book? He looks at her. It sounds cool.
It's called Vertigo.
Okay. He looks at her. We had movie night at the orphanage, and we only got to watch good movies. There was people who wanted to watch these things called Malcolm movies, but they showed Rain. I guess that's your family. You guys have a. I'll stop saying it. Marianne, please and thank you. Cool, far more.
Elizabeth nods down at her lap. Yeah, we do. Not that we didn't watch Malcolm movies every so often. They are good for a laugh, especially when you get behind the scenes from my Colonel Rainfall.
Bash sits down next to Soul. The Malcolm movie's not my thing, but Colonel Hawkdown It's a good laugh. You two should go watch it sometime. We got nice TVs, or you all can watch it. But I think you'll get a kick out of Colonel Hawkdown. Rick, he looks down at Ricky, your dad. He plays like so many roles in that movie, and from what little I've heard, it was like your dad was sick of playing villains, so this that Malcolm guy gave him a bunch of supporting character roles, and yeah.
That's kind of funny. Maybe I'll watch it with you guys sometime.
You never seen any of your dad is an Oscar winner, son. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard about that. I've seen some of them. I saw that Chanceman movie he was in, and I saw, oh god, what was it called? Some movie where he's a cyborg hunting some dude with a beard.
And yeah, he's away a lot. Yeah, don't get to spend too much time with him. He's a ranger, so.
Yeah, he wasn't around much for the most part. Is what it is.
He nods his head. Yeah. Yep. You ever see him?
I see him. Not in a while, but that's, our schedules didn't match up.
Okay. All right. Well, fair enough.
You said you fought with him.
I did, yeah, in the fight of my life. Let's just leave it at that. But yeah, it was something nutsoid.
Yeah. What's he like in a fight?
Good in a fight. Good shooter. Usually pretty level-headed in a fight. Not one to turn tail and run. I don't know how much I can get into it. But yeah, in a fight. He's the Ranger General's best captain for a reason. You don't just get that title. Okay, so there's that, right?
I guess so. Had to do something right?
Yeah, you don't just get handed that. That is earned through years and years of hard work and dedication. So something to think is pretty cool, right?
I guess. I mean, it would be earned with years and years of being on the frontier.
He shrugs. Not the best relationship with Dad. Yeah.
Nah, not really. It is what it is. Just he did his thing. Nah.
Understandable. Yeah. Awkward. He looks down at Soul. So, Colt dashed out of here pretty quick.
He legitimately sees Soul pout for a second before she gets a somewhat neutral look on her face, and she shrugs. That's up to him, you know?
Trying to punch his ticket out of here. Day one. What do y'all think of that? Benny, given the fact he seems experienced, knowledgeable, leadership qualities, I'd say we could use him. Memorian. Sure. Just floating this way.
I mean, if he's that good, it's gonna suck to not have him when we get on missions. Man, he seems like a cool dude.
Carter shrugs. Colt was always cool to hang out with, good to play a few games with. But if he wants to head out, he looks over at Soul, and Soul looks at him. Let's just say I don't want that to happen. As he takes off his glasses and dips his entire body into the water and comes back up. Soul looks at Bash. He'll be very useful to us, I think. He's a Marine Scout sniper. Was a Marine Scout sniper. That by itself will be very useful to all of us.
Bash nods his head. Yeah, I'd say so. Looking out of the ocean, I would say, Ricky!
He's gonna jump up out of the water.
He starts laughing.
That's not funny.
Oh, we'll get you We get you in the pool, get you swimming, used to your feet not hitting the bottom, and then it'll be all right.
Yeah, just as long as you're not having me swim out in the open ocean, we're chill.
He looks at Ricky. That's up to the squad, really. Watching Bevriad float this way.
You're gonna make me swim in the open ocean, aren't you?
He shakes his head. Won't be me. I'm not a SEAL instructor.
Right. He's gonna look over it, look around the rest of the squad. Let's be friends, please. I don't want to do that.
Carter shrugs. I don't want to do that either. From all I've heard about this Big Cat and Mad Max the Mandalorian, they don't seem like they'll be a fun time to be training with.
And as they're torturing us to death, that cocksucker will be eating steak.
Carter just sort of rolls his eyes and stares out into the sea.
Given the way you talk about him, he's probably got caviar on his plate right now.
Soul chuckles. No, Dad never liked caviar.
He's a pretty down-to-earth guy. Just some people. Looking over at Memory Ann, they like to take out their frustrations for their perceived mistakes. The people.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he's smart if he doesn't like that shit, because caviar sounds nasty.
Fish eggs.
Yeah, cold fish eggs sounds great.
You know what also sounds nasty? Just missing out on opportunities. You're here. This is a good opportunity for you guys. Even if you don't plan to stick around the military as a long-term career, it's a good opportunity. You can make a lot of money in a short period of time, gain a lot of experience, and looks over at Soul, meet lifelong friends. Shame to see him go. Anyway, you guys are relieved of duty for the day. Head into town, do your shopping, do your stuff, and relax. And try to rest up, because when the colonel comes back, you're doing what he says, and we're enforcing it. So, there is that. He gets up and walks over to his motorcycle. If you kids need me, I'll either be in the base, the bunker, or outside the base working on Janet here. All right?
Yes, sir.
Drives off.
So you guys want to head up there now, or chill in the water for a bit longer?
Carter shrugs, wades himself over to what he perceives to be the general area of Memory Ann, and he stops like right next to her, staring forward, and she sees he still has his glasses off. It's up to her.
She looks over at Carter. When did you start wearing those glasses, and why? You trying to look old?
He
Did
looks
Hazel tell you to wear them?
He looks over at her, and she sees his eyes are completely glazed over, and like little swirls of clouds are in them.
What
No.
happened to you?
He leans in. I had the freak out thing. This is my... I just call it a punishment. This is my punishment.
Her eyes are wide, looking at Carter. You can't see without those on?
He takes his glasses off his shirt that he had it hooked on, opens them up, puts them on, and the glaze and clouds just disappear completely.
She looks stunned. Keep them on, Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
We can even get you... She starts walking out of the water a strap, so they always stay on.
Carter shrugs. From my knowledge, the mask that I requested, they came with the same runes that are imprinted onto these.
How long ago was this? She's walking this way.
2 years ago?
She taps her chin. That's brutal. What brought that on?
A couple of things.
Oh. Well, if you don't care to share, she'll walk off, report to the store. She storms off.
He watches her walk away as he jumps over the little water right there, watches these two as they continue to talk about books, looks over to Soul. You good? She looks up at him. Oh no, man, you good? Yeah, I'm fine. Whenever you guys are ready, Ricky, I have the list, a little list prepared.
Yes, sir. When you are. Soul. He's gonna point to the corner of her mouth. You got a little left right there.
Oh, shit, thanks. She takes some water from the ocean and splashes it on her face.
Yeah. You sure you're feeling alright?
I'm fine, I've never been good at running like that.
I don't think anyone is. They just pretend they are.
Carter shrugs. Yeah, maybe that is the case.
I don't know. I'm ready whenever you are.
Alright. He looks at his wrist computer, checks the time. We might as well just go there now so we can rest longer back at the base.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Soul nods. Carter offers her a hand to stand up, and she takes it, stands up next to him.
The kids will make their way, boom, back to town. Of course, Oz is in the base now. Okir and Bash are working on the cycle together, and Memory Ann's off doing her own thing, and so is Colt.
Before we head to the store, I need to ask the captain something.
Carter gives him a thumbs up. Go for it.
He's gonna walk up. Captain, sir?
Yeah!
Is there a place I might be able to set up a little, like a couple potted plants or something like that?
In your barracks.
Okay, just making sure something like that's allowed, sir.
If you don't want it in the barracks, there's tons of place around the base. You gotta clear it with Memory Ann. He snaps his finger. Looks at you. It's your place to live together. It's your shared living center. So the barracks are yours. Male barracks. She ain't gonna come in there. But if you want to turn one of the rooms into a makeshift greenhouse, I think that'd be pretty nice. Grow something you can eat. That'd be smart.
That's, kind of what I like to grow, sir. I'll, go ask her right now then. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we saw her running down near around the food store. So there's that.
He's gonna look up at Carter. I'll be right back.
Carter nods.
Make his way down there.
Well, that's where you're all heading anyway. So get going. Unless you want to burn more of your free time.
No, sir. He'll just follow, Ricky.
She's down here, arms crossed, just reading her wrist computer.
Ma'am?
Huh? She looks up at you. Hair still wet, up in a bun.
I was told to come to you to ask for permission to, turn one of the rooms back in the base area into I guess he said a makeshift greenhouse?
She looks at Blake's, Sure. Whatever you want to grow. You acquire the seeds, you do the deed, you tend to the plant. They're your problem.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anything in particular you'd like grown? Give me time and I can probably figure out how to grow it.
Off the top of my head, no, not right now.
Alright, next time I go home, I'll see if I can get some seeds from my old room.
Sounds good. Maybe fresh tomatoes.
That I can do.
Be good for sandwiches.
Yeah. Tomatoes are nice. They're, as long as you water them, they can grow pretty much in anything.
She looks back at this store here. This is the food store. It's run by these old turtles. You just go in, swipe your card. You pay with the headhunter's card. You have access to it on your wrist computer, but don't think the spending isn't scrutinized. The colonel doesn't miss a beat. Clicks her tongue.
Makes sense. Thank you, ma'am.
No, he does not. Arms crossed, just like her, standing over here.
Hello there, sir?
Who's that? Where did he come from? He's looking at him and then looking around. Memoria jumps hearing Tommy's voice because she hasn't heard it in quite a while.
Carter looks over at Tommy. Mr. Wiseau?
Babyface. He walks up to Carter. Come see Tommy. Both of you.
They both walk up to him.
Gives Carter a hug first. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Mr. Wiseau. Thank you for asking.
Very good. Pats Carter on the head. You look exhausted, babyface. Pats Soul on the head and put his arms out for a hug.
She hugs him. Oh, I feel exhausted. I threw up a little while ago.
I see it. I'm working you hard here. And wear a spooky face. I see her back there.
Elizabeth walks over next to Sol and Carter and puts her arms out for a hug.
He hugs Elizabeth, wearing the mask. I see. Ever going to take this off?
Elizabeth nods. In private areas in my room. I'll take it off.
I see. Memory Ann leaning into Ricky. That is Mr. Wiseau. Mind your P's and Q's.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Memory Ann. So good to see you. He puts his arms out and she hugs him. Hi. He holds the hug on her extra long. Some people need extra love. You know what I mean, Carter.
Carter looks at him and nods. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Now who is this? Turns around looking at Ricky.
My name's Ricky, sir. Nice to meet you.
Ricky. Is that Ricky Valorius by chance?
Yeah, it is.
I knew your father. A long time ago. You look nothing like him. Memory starts snickering.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
If you take that as a compliment, that is very strange. How is your mother doing?
She's doing as good as she can, sir. Still, not having the easiest time of it after, Grandma passed away.
No, that's fine. Your grandmother was a good woman. Never forget this.
Yeah, she was, Mr. Wiseau. Thank you for saying that.
You're very welcome. I hope you spent time with her. He walks over here. How are you? Benny's nickname, puts his hand out. Pleasure to meet such a handsome man here on this fine day. Shaking his hand. He's awestruck to meet Tommy Wiseau. Don't you own, like, everything? Yes, I do.
Yeah, he owns... You point at any business and Tommy Wiseau probably owns it.
I come to see the kids today. See how you are doing on your inauguration day to the illustrious position of headhunters. Where the fuck is Sasha's son? He's looking around frantically.
Sol looks over to where Delta Squad is and points over. He's over there.
I see. And what is he doing over there?
Talking with the Delta dudes.
What is that, Ricky? He looks over at Ricky. What does he have to do with them? He's part of Headhunters.
I don't know, sir. I think he kind of just wants to be with them, wants to be in Delta, I guess. I don't know.
I see. Sometimes we want things that we don't know are not good for us. Ricky, prove yourself useful to Tommy. Go retrieve him.
He's gonna look at Memory Ann. Yes.
She puts her hand out, gesturing towards. As if telling you just do what he said.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wiseau. He's gonna start walking this way.
How often does he like to go hang out with Delta?
Well, the last 2 times that we've seen them, which are the only times we've seen them, he's gone and hung out with them.
I see. Fixing his glasses? I see. Very interesting. Does everybody here know what day it is?
Carter looks at Tommy. It's a Monday.
But what day is it? What makes this Monday special from any other Monday of any Monday of year? The Saints' death.
It's the Saint's death.
Very good. Working as a team to cover for each other, I see. I hear your whispers. He looks at Carter up with an upset look on his face.
I'm sorry, sir.
Very soon I will take you to see the sign.
Yes, sir.
Isn't he dead? He speaks up. Unfortunately, yes, he is. He looks at the ground, impressed.
Soul reaches out and takes Tommy's hand, and he will be missed.
Is we are working to make the Saints' anniversary of his death National Galactic Holiday. Memory and would military members get the day? No. She snarls slightly and stands over here.
Soul nods. Well, I hope that request goes through. I really do.
Yes, your mother will see it through. I entrust into your mother. As he's saying this over here, Ricky, you notice he's fitting right in.
He'll walk up.
He's sitting at the table with them having a beer.
Hey, Colt.
Huh? He looks up at you. This guy, who's this? Looks at Ricky. Headhunter, Rick. Sit down, have a beer. Yeah, come on, kid.
I can't sit down for the moment. I'm sorry, sir. I was told to come and get Colt by Mr. Wiseau and my lieutenant.
Mr. What? He groans. Mr. Wiseau, okay, but I thought we were off duty for the day. Why does she need me?
I don't know. The way she looked at me, it was just do whatever Mr. Wiseau wants.
He'll finish the beer. I hate beer, but having a beer among friends, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but after what we did today, I think you earned it.
Yeah, I guess. Alright, let's go back. I'll see you guys later, again. Yeah, come back soon, Colt.
He's gonna nod, sorry for butting into your guys' time.
Yeah, no problem. Colt, second time get pulled away. I'm just trying to mumbling to himself.
Ricky's gonna keep up. Sorry about that, man. Just doing what I'm told.
No, it's not you. I don't. Whatever, it's no biggie. Let's go. He walks this way. Ah, there he is! Colt. Come embrace Tommy. He walks up and hugs him. I was around these children very much when they were all little children. Isn't that right?
He hit. That is correct.
Very soon, have a very big surprise for all of you.
Really?
Yes, you will meet Yuri, my brother, very soon.
Oh. I wasn't aware you had a brother, Mr. Wiseau.
I got it! You're the guy from the room! Oh, God. Why everybody remember me from that movie? I thought I did an excellent job playing villain in Air Force One.
Oh my god, that is you. That's sick.
Yes, I was opposite of Hunk. Your namesake, actually, young man. I was a hit player the president. It was a good movie. Had dog face on plane, if you remember.
Hunk. I'm named after...
Yes.
Huh. Alright.
That was his nickname, you'll see. Hunk, nickname, I should say.
Yeah, I think my dad mentioned I was named after someone with that nickname. I don't know.
How is everybody doing on this fine day? Now that everybody is together and not running off to talk to men. Oh, I'm good. We had a run. Memory and yeah, looks at the ground.
Yeah, Ozzy passed out.
Yes, I have many plans for him as well.
Oh, is that so, Mr. Wiseau?
That is correct. Now follow me into the store. It is Tommy's treat today. Buy whatever you like. Buy the whole store if you want. Tommy afford everything. As he walks into the store, Memory Ant, don't ask. He's been like that. Many plans. You ask for answers. Just ask them. Gestures the Carter, sold Elizabeth.
Yeah, he's said to me multiple times, I have many plans for you, babyface. I asked him what those plans are, and I get nothing. He shrugs.
He puts his hands out very quickly. That guy is amazing. I hope he gives me a nickname. Walks into the store. Colt just sighs and looks the direction he came from.
Hey, I'm with Benny on this. It's free food, I ain't gonna complain.
Maria, then I guess we go in and shop with Mr. Wiseau. Here, Carter, I'll hold the door for you. He opens the door.
Carter raises an eyebrow. Thank you.
And wants you to walk into the door.
He steps next to her, looks at her. You really want to know how, huh? Or why?
No, I don't care. Just helping out a fellow senior citizen.
He smiles. I'm the only senior citizen here. You're
He,
not old.
he looks at Carter and and lets go of the door and walks in, letting the door hit him in the back.
He rubs his back and walks to follow her.
Yikes. Watching this, just yikes.
His soul walks up next to Colt. Oh, Jesus.
Bro, I don't know if they want to kiss or stab each other. It's hilarious.
This is gonna be a bumpier ride than I thought, I think, for those two. Assuming I'm around to see it.
Soul looks up at Colt. I think it's going to be a bumpy ride, too.
He nods and will hold the door for Soul and Elizabeth.
They'll both walk in.
Come on, Rick. If I have to suffer with so you do too.
Hey, fair enough. Just tell me if you want anything. I'll run and grab it for you.
Duly noted. Now, in the store. In the store, Tommy's with her. Oz is passed out. Back at base. Tommy, look at this beautiful store. Have you ever seen such an establishment, Julius? I'm in car. Turns around, looks at Carter, shocked for a second. Long day for me. Very depressing day.
He looks around the store. No, sir. Never seen anything like it.
Very good. Now, when you do these things, time efficiency very important. Take the advice of the most successful businessman to ever exist. How you do this properly is you split up into groups. And you go and you buy certain things you'll need. And now that Tommy here, you don't have to worry about overcharging card. Just buy whatever you like. I think you two, Spooky Face, and a big brawny handsome man who is kind of clueless about how the world works. Why don't you run off and go do something? Buy your favorite snacks. Go. What? Looks at Tommy.
Elizabeth looks at Tommy and then up at Benny. I guess we go buy things?
Whatever you like, Spooky Face. Find out what your friend like and buy it for him.
She nods and starts to walk, gesturing for him to follow her.
That guy's awesome. He walks a little bit ahead and gestures for her to come in so he can say it quietly.
She nods. He is pretty cool. She looks around the aisle. What is your favorite snack?
He looks up and down the aisle. Have you ever seen these? They look ridiculous, but they're called Twinkies.
She gasps, I have! I actually quite enjoy Twinkie.
They're kind of hard to find nowadays in every place. This place has them. I hear you. Wow, this looks amazing.
She starts chuckling. I'll go try and find them then. Oh,
Well, we're supposed to go together, I think.
Yeah, we will go try and find them.
They'll go off this direction. Tommy, wow, let's say her. Well, I need to get to know the newest member. You will come with me. He stares right down at Rick.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Wiseau. Sounds fun.
Very good. Put his arm around Ricky, walk him this way a little bit. Oh, I'll be only 4 left. What a shame. I suppose, Carter, Marianne, why don't you go get some root beer and vanilla ice cream? Go do it. Marianne looks at Tommy like, Carter.
Carter looks down at his list, and at the top of the list it says root beer and vanilla ice cream. I swear he can read minds.
She
Yes,
snatches the list out of your hand, reading root beer and vanilla ice cream on top. Huh. Looks at Carter.
Is there an issue, ma'am?
No. You guys will walk off this direction. I suppose that only leaves 2, since I have a Ricky with me. Go find something to eat.
Yes, sir.
And get food for Oz. He likes zucchini.
Zucchini.
Yes, you can make many things with zucchini, Ricky. Zucchini stew, zucchini sandwich, many things, Ricky.
I guess, just not a fan.
I said go, Colt, take her, buy what you like. Right. Look at Soul shrugging.
She shrugs and starts walking down towards what she assumes to be the produce aisle.
They go down this direction. Colt's gonna try to pull ahead to get some distance between her. As Tommy, you will come with me. Takes Ricky this direction.
Yeah, whatever you want, sir.
Colt, we'll start with these two. Colt's looking. Zucchini is kind of a random thing, don't you think?
She shrugs. Tommy's right, actually. You can make quite a few things with zucchini. She walks over, gets one of those plastic bags, and starts putting some in. You can make, like a zucchini casserole. She's just following him around.
She can tell he's trying to keep distance.
She just stares at him and continues to follow him around while spouting off things about zucchini. You can cut it into little strands and make it into this really good tasting spaghetti. You can put it into casseroles. You can do quite a few things with zucchini. I understand the choice.
As she's saying that, she notices he goes to a door that says employees only, tries to open it, and it's jiggled. The doorknob jiggles because it's locked. Damn it. And starts walking this way. Yeah, it's zucchini, that's something.
She just looks down at the bag and sighs.
I don't know how to cook really that well, so.
She shrugs, looks down at some cabbages that are right here. Yeah, well, you live with my father, you pick up some things, I guess.
He is a good cook. Or was, he shrugs, from what I remember.
No, yeah, he still is. Still is. Have you ever tried his beer steak?
Colt, I don't think so. I don't know. A lot of things 16 and before are like a blur. 16 in basic training, he taps his temple. And a lot of stuff that came before is a blur. I don't remember a lot. He comes back over here where they started.
She walks over, but keeps some distance between them. Looks down. Me and Carter know the recipe. I can make it for you. And since Memory Ann has been talking about steak all night long, or all day long, maybe we'll make steak for her. Beer steak.
He nods his head, looking through the produce. Now he's looking at random plants. That sounds good, yeah?
She walks up next to him. Do you like plants?
He winces just like that. No, kind of, I guess. I don't know a lot about them. That's probably more Ricky's specialty.
Yeah, he did say something about wanting a little place where he could put potted plants and stuff. In your guys' barracks, I think.
Good head on his shoulders, I think. Hands go in his pocket.
Are you okay?
Fine.
She just sort of sighs, starts looking up at the little signs that tell you what's on each aisle. Okay, we'll need some New York strips if we want to make beer steak.
Yeah. Yeah. New York strip. That's, where? Looks around the store.
That's what I'm... She bites her lip for a second.
Maybe it's out here. He goes to the door, trying to leave, and he pushes on the door, and it won't open. What the heck? In this aisle, Tommy goes this way. Anyway, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe I thought the meat mark. Is this just like all in one store? He comes back over this way.
I think it's an all-in-one store.
And they try to get away, you see. But Tommy knows. Trust me, Ricky. Patting Ricky's shoulder before they begin talking. Meat mark, meat over there, I think. He points over this direction. You stay here, I'll go get it. He runs over this direction.
She starts to follow him, but you don't know what type and everything to get.
He looks over his shoulder at her as she follows. She could be right there. Back here, Tommy walking Ricky this direction. But you notice he's watching Carter and Memory Ann out of the corner of his... Well, you can kind of see his eyes through the glasses. How are you doing, worker?
Pretty good, sir. Rough run, but all things considered, doing good.
That's good. Very good to hear. Ricky, tell me something.
Anything, Mr. Wiseau?
Your family back at home, your mother, she is taking this very hard. I understand, Ricky. I do, believe me. I lost friend very close to Tommy. Very recent. Well, not recently, but feels like just yesterday.
Yeah, they talked about him. The saint, right?
That his name was John Kevin Maley, yes, but referred to as the Saint. He had the heart of a saint.
Yeah, what I've heard about him, he seemed like a good guy.
He was, Rick. He was a good man, Ricky. He died doing very important thing for future.
Well, if you gotta go, that's the way to go, right?
Yes. Tommy, Ricky, have you had any feelings about creeping up behind people, grabbing any of these rainfall women's hips, threatening to kill people, anything like that? Has any of that crossed your mind in the past 24 to 48 hours? And don't be afraid to tell Tommy. Tommy can help you with many things. There will be no repercussions, such as having you shot by pulse rifle.
God, no. No. Why would I think about something like that? They all seem cool.
That's good. He looks around. Growing up, you don't have too many friends. You like to spend your time in the snow with old lady who doesn't care about you. I mean, loves you.
After I was like 13, yeah, that's what I did. I was training, working hard.
I see. Pulls out a pair of binoculars and hands them to you.
Thank you.
These are very important. You'll use this to watch people. Yes, it can be conceived as creepy, but at the same time, we need to watch my plans set in motion unfolding before us. Anyway, don't use them quite yet. So, tell me something, Ricky. When you were growing up, what compelled you to want to train with Leslie?
Um, I wanted to join the military. My father tried to teach me how to use guns. I didn't take to it, and I'd heard stories about how good she was, and I wanted to learn from the best, so I wanted to train with her.
I understand. I see. This makes sense to Tommy. Tell me something, Ricky. Did she ever leave the bunker to come see you at your martial arts tournaments or anything like that?
Uh, you see, he kind of looks away and rubs the back of his neck. No, she's busy. She couldn't make it the few times.
I understand, but you see, I am almost galactic level CEO, and I make time to see my friends and family.
It's she'd be there if she could. It just was bad timing, sir.
I understand. I'm sure it hurt your feeling.
Well, not really. It is what it is, man. You know.
Okay, let's see. Now you see these binoculars are quite interesting, Ricky. They have infrared sensors built into them, so we can study the increase or decrease of body temperature.
Okay. Well,
Lift them up just like this and hold them to your eyes.
he'll do what Tommy says.
Do you see Memorian and Carl?
Yes, sir.
Good. You'll keep an eye on Memorian's body temperature. Tell me if it rises. I will watch Carla. As Memorian's walking here, looking around the frozen goods section, pulls out some vanilla ice cream, tosses it into the basket Carter has.
He looks over at her, looks at the ice cream, notices something wrong with it. Takes a step forward, opens up the freezer again, takes out another one, looks at it. Yeah, fuck. Does it again. That one's good.
What's wrong? She turns and looks at Vanilla.
Yeah, vanilla. He lifts up the ice cream carton and then puts it into the basket.
What was wrong with the one I put in the cart?
It was bent at a part. It was a little dented.
She comes over, reaches in the cart, and bends the one he just put in to see what he does.
He scratches his cheek, staring at the
He
carton.
bends it more.
Come on. It's probably the only good one in there. He takes the carton from her.
Grabs her hand, grabs his hand, stops. What is your problem?
He looks up at the ceiling. I'm a bit OCD.
Why? She'll open the door for Carter, put the one she bent in, and reach into the back and pull out a pristine one.
He looks at it and up at her and smiles. I lost control about something that didn't deserve to be lost. My freak out happened the day that I learned Hazel was cheating on me, and he bites his lip, thinking about something. And it was the day that I learned that you weren't going to be around anymore. And I had finally decided to do something, and then boom, that chance was lost.
She squints at Carter as she's saying that.
So he kneels down, puts the ice cream into the basket, stands up and looks at her. I lost control, and I don't want to lose control again. This is, as stupid as it is, very stupid, one of the ways that I can keep control.
She looks at him. Carter. She'll wait with her finger this way as she's walking over here getting milk and stuff.
He looks at her. What?
She was really cheating on you?
He puts a hand in his pocket and
It was
shrugs.
that, it was, I never, I think I met her once. Not anytime you were dating, but it was the one with the southern twang.
Yes, that was the one.
She rolls her eyes. Carter, you could have just got a better deal buying a hooker. She opens another.
Carter lets out a laugh.
If you really wanted to screw a hole that bad.
He didn't screw.
Good for you. You probably would have gotten STD. That's sexually transmitted disease. And I don't think you would have done well, Mr. OCD. Inspecting some of the soda, finding her favorite brand of root beer.
He offers the basket to her so she can put it in.
She puts in her favorite brand of root beer. Wizo.
He nods. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I probably would have.
I'm absolutely right. I'm usually right about everything.
I have to agree on that.
She looks over her shoulder at Carter, walks over here to the potatoes and stuff like that. Shaking her head.
He looks at her, starts to check out the potatoes, puts some in the basket. If I can follow my sister's logic correctly, which I like to think I can at this point. I've only known her for, 18, 19 years, so. I think she's gonna make you something that you'll enjoy, that you've been wanting all day. Because that's just how she is, and he picks up potatoes. These are what go with it.
She looks at the potatoes. Well, you better make sure they're perfect then.
I
There's a
mean,
blemish on that one. And another one, and another blemish, and another one.
oh shit. He starts to put them back. and
She'll
then
grab one of them he put back and put it in the cart, the basket.
He looks at it and then up at her.
Not the end of the world if the potatoes aren't perfect.
Yeah, it looks like he goes to say something, closes his mouth, and then goes back to looking at the potatoes.
Just pick enough potatoes so everybody can eat whatever your sister's cooking.
He nods. I plan to.
This is going to be harder than I thought. What the fuck is going on? We can hear Tommy mumbling to himself. This is a very strange interaction. Did not anticipate this. I think this is very strange. What do you think, Ash? I mean, Ricky.
Um, what are you asking me? What do I think about what, sir?
Just those two up there. Read the body temperature. Carter's temperature rising, hers rising too, but at the same time, very standoffish towards one another, don't you think?
Oh yeah. I've been saying it to some of the others all day. Those two like each other, 100%.
Oh, clearly they do. But at the same time, there's something coming between them that Tommy can't see right now.
I don't know. Carter seems like he's a bit closed off with some stuff in his past, and permission to speak freely, sir.
Of course, granted.
The lieutenant's kind of an ass.
She wants the dick. And from him, you can tell. I can tell. I've seen this many a time. But not like this. This is just stupid.
Oh, she does. Maybe she's too proud to say she wants it.
Could it be something like feeling inadequate due to age gap? No. That would just be dumb.
That'd be really dumb. I mean,
She's supposed to be smart, you know that, right?
I'd assume, sir. I mean, she can't be older than like 24, right?
Well, she has an 8-year age difference between Carla.
Really? She doesn't look it.
He nods his head. No, she doesn't. She is her mother's daughter. If you ever meet her mother, you will be shocked at the beauty. Just like her.
Makes sense.
I even like her mother. I think her mother very sexy. Don't tell anybody Tommy say that or kill you. Is he adjust the binocular?
He's gonna chuckle. No, wouldn't dream of it, Mr. Wiseau. And no, she's very pretty. Of course he likes her, why wouldn't he?
Please tell me things are going better for fucking Spooky Face. Come with me this way, Ricky. He takes Ricky this way with the binoculars. In this aisle, Betty's just grabbing. He's got a cart. He's just grabbing shit off the shelf and throwing it into the cart. Tons of.
Elizabeth tilts her head. Are you really going to eat all that?
He looks down at the cart. You never know when you're gonna get your next meal.
She rubs the back of her neck and then up at him. You're gonna have 3 halts every day. I will make sure of it.
He looks down at the cart. I guess it is a bit much.
She nods and then walks up next to the cart and looks inside of it. Okay, so we'll keep the boxes of Twinkies, since you enjoy them. And then we'll also keep, she picks up some bags of chips, these. Is there anything else you really want to keep?
He looks down at the cart. No, let's just comes over here, grabs a couple more boxes of Twinkies. We got a lot of mouths to feed.
She nods, continuing to stare at the cart. Well, you agree? Many mouths to feed.
We could get some chips. I like barbecue chips.
Then we'll get some barbecue chips. I'm more partial to green onion and sour cream.
I've never had those, actually. I've seen bags of them before he puts up his finger.
You've never had them? She walks off down the aisle, grabs a bag, puts it up to him.
No? No.
She tilts her head. No, I mean, we need to try them, you know? So, I'll buy these. I'll buy these. And
Okay.
she put them up to her chest.
I mean, pickings weren't slim around the orphanage, but you just got what they had, kind of thing. Pushing the cart this way.
She follows after him. Right, yeah. Well, now, and especially today, we get to choose anything you want.
I've never experienced anything. He's coming around this aisle like, just choose what you want. That's crazy. I guess, is that what it was like growing up for you guys? You just got whatever you wanted? Comes over here. That's crazy.
She shakes her head. Well, we usually had to, like, work for this. We had to earn it, type of thing. We had to do our chores, and eventually we had to stop working and everything like that. They didn't just give us things because we asked for them. That's not how it worked.
He nods his head. Okay. We're coming down this way. Probably makes me sound lazy, but I never would have left a place like that, coming from where I came from.
She looks down at her feet and nods. Yeah, it was pretty good.
What the fuck is this? Under his breath! Always talking about orphanage. Be quiet, baby.
I mean, he's just talking about his life. I mean, they seem to like each other.
I think so. Spooky Face is difficult case. You make sure you do not touch her ever, or have you shot. Do you understand me?
Yeah, sir, I won't offer her a fist bump again, sorry.
And do not threaten to kill her. We've had enough of that, thanks to your godforsaken father.
I'm sorry, my dad did what?
Never mind, you don't need to worry about it. Just watch them, make sure very close. You make sure.
Wait a minute.
We'll have to see the chemistry between the two of them. I think it's too early to tell right now. Tommy planned for this eventuality, with the help of John Lorelei.
boy, you're playing matchmaker.
Of course. Why else would I fucking be here? This town sucks.
That's brilliant. I like you, Tommy. Mr. Wiseau, sorry.
Mr. Wiseau, yes, I tried many times. I helped their parents through many issues. And your father before he became a moron. He's adjusting the binocular.
Oh, there was a time he wasn't?
No, he tried his best. Leave it at that. Tommy has forgiven him, but don't want to deal with him.
Well, there's two of us there.
Sometimes we must forgive people, but that does not mean we have to deal with them.
And that's fair, man. I don't know. So which couple do you think's gonna get together first?
Don't know, I hope all of them at the same time. Plan is to bring them all back together. The whole family, they're all fucked up. You should see it, there's this Lyogan, he hates your father.
Oh yeah, is that Uncle Scar guy?
Yes, very disgruntled, very upset.
Well, then I should probably keep my distance from him.
Tommy worked very hard, yes, don't worry about it, you will never be invited to Rainfall Lane.
Okay. Fair enough, I guess. I wasn't expecting an invitation.
These kids are very strange, not like their parents. Their parents, much more intelligent than them, I think, which is surprising. Tommy was sure these children would be much more smart. Just look at this over here. He points. What the fuck is this? What's going on here?
I don't know. Maybe he's scared of her?
What is to be scared about? She's a beautiful girl.
Exactly, a beautiful girl with a really cool family. I mean, that'd be kind of scary.
Now, his mother is youngest acting 5-star general ever, so pretty illustrious family. From his end.
Yeah, but I mean, the Rainfalls pretty much own everything you don't.
No, that is true. I suppose, but I think there's more going on here than meets the eye.
Maybe. I don't know, man. I never been in a relationship, so I can't tell.
Look at this. He makes sure to keep much distance between him and her. Something going on here. Something is afoot. Tommy can tell.
Oh yeah, something's going on. You think he does like her, though?
Oh, absolutely. Trust me, I know these things. Dolphins.
Dolphins?
Yes. Someday I'll teach you about it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wiseau. Well, if you're a matchmaker, you know any girls that'd like me?
Tommy was never actually that great with the ladies, believe it or not. Good at helping other people find them, though. Trust me. But no, don't know too many single women. Tommy mostly kept to himself. Very depressed after the Saint's demise, and never the same man.
No, I can't blame you there. I know it hurt when my grandma died.
Yes, hit by a bus. Not like somebody neglected her. Adjusting the binocular.
Yeah. Hit by a bus, yeah. But you haven't...
Willingly hit by a bus too, mind you.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, forget about it. Look, body temperature rising.
Yeah, through the roof.
This imprinting, Gallia, you don't need to know about it, but yes, half-elf, same thing.
Huh. You said you didn't have luck with the ladies. I wouldn't have guessed that. Good-looking guy like you.
Tommy never have too much luck. Was married very long time ago. She broke my heart, and yeah, just focus on making money and helping others. That's what I try to do.
Worst things to do with your life, right?
I think it's the right path for Tommy. And even help you if you prove not to be stupid like your father.
Well, that's the plan.
You haven't felt like talking about shooting anybody in the head, right? Or stabbing somebody in the head with Kai blade since you gun phobic.
No. I mean...
Very good. I think there may be a bright future for you.
Thank you, sir. Did my dad threaten to shoot someone in the head?
No, never. He was such a wonderful man. He's adjusting the binocular. Totally confusing Ricky.
You gotta be BSing me there because wonderful man, yeah, that's totally what he is.
Not the best relationship with your father, Ricky.
Eh, not around much to develop one, you know what I mean?
Even if he was around, would you have wanted that?
You're gonna sit there for a sec, kind of take the binoculars down and think. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll see him again. You're in military now. You're going to run into him. You might want to prepare for eventuality. What the fuck is she doing? Get closer to him. Go up behind him. Press against him. She's ridiculous.
You want some popcorn? I think it might go with what we're watching.
Nah, get stuck between my teeth. The kernels hate it. Have to floss.
Chewing gum. It's a lifesaver for that kind of shit.
Not a bad idea. As down here, Memory Ann and Carter. Memory Ann picks up a zucchini. He said zucchinis, right?
For us, yeah.
Do you think they already got them?
Well, he bites his lip. I think they did go down to the produce. I mean, having a couple more won't hurt. If they're his favorite, then he shrugs.
She looks down at the zucchini. Looks up at Carter. Puts it to the side of her mouth, and with her tongue, it starts pushing out her other side of her tongue. They always look like giant cocks to me.
Carter turns completely red, turns around. Cucumbers for me. Those always looked foul. Eggplants too, you know. Ha ha.
Relax, Carter. She throws the zucchini down. Walks this way.
Yes, ma'am. He walks.
You need to chill out, Carter. She's looking at some of the snack food, getting some packages of cookies, vanilla wafer cookies. Does my presence make you uncomfortable, Carter? Rainfall.
That's definitely not how it makes me feel.
Sure seems that way. So during your freakout, what did you do? Singe Uncle Scar's hair off? Or is that not worth talking about?
He stares at the snacks for a bit. I hurt less.
She looks over her shoulder. How bad?
Well, she still has a scar. He points to his right forearm. Lightning going all the way up.
She shivers for a second.
He points to his right cheek. Got two pretty big scars right there. And I don't think she ever fixed the scars on her left arm.
Makes sense now. I saw her, I've seen her once, very quickly in passing when I was up on Gateway doing some things for the Colonel.
He nods.
Didn't even get a chance to stop and talk to her. Her head was buried in a book. She right past me.
He chuckles. Yeah, that sounds like her.
Well, I mean, I didn't hurt anybody during my freakout, but if you remember when Aunt Suletta and I were living with you and Aunt Pequod for a while there, because when I had my freakout, I shattered the majority of our house. So there's that.
He looks at her and smiles. I do remember that. Actually, I enjoyed it when you lived with us.
But I didn't suffer any ill effects afterwards. She points to her eyes. That is strange.
He shrugs. From what Icy told me, sometime after her freak out, she began throwing up and she felt just really sick and everything like that whenever she would look at Grandma or my father, or any of the family, really. But, yeah. Apparently, this guy, Ebenezer, he got like a really bad case of chicken pox. And then your mother, she lost the use of some of her body.
It means your maturation process is not complete yet, but on the plus side, it's means it's not permanent, so you won't have to wear those forever.
Yeah, thank God. He chuckles to himself.
Good, because you look terrible with them. I'm just being honest with you. I'm sorry. I mean, you look horrible.
He stares at the snacks. Thanks, Memory Ann. Means a lot.
It's just the truth. She shrugged.
He
It's
shrugs.
not meant to be a slight. It's meant to be motivation to do whatever you have to do to get over it. Hazel. Sticks her tongue out.
He looks over at her.
Hazel didn't teach you how to drive. She'll pitch a package of cookies to Carter's basket.
He lifts it up so he catches it. Yeah, she didn't teach me how to drive.
Wouldn't have anybody else teach you.
Mm-hmm. That is true. He walks up closer to her.
Did you know I was stationed here? Is that why you ended up here?
He looks around. Are you asking if I'm following you around?
Yes. She shrugs, crosses her arm.
He raises his eyebrow. And if I said yes?
She looks at Carter and tilts her head. Carter, I think you like me because I was, besides your sisters and your mother, probably the first girl that was nice to you.
He looks at her. Yeah, you're probably right. And he bends over.
I mean, clearly you didn't like me that much if you found yourself bedding down with the hick. She's gonna walk away. Give the basket to Wizo. She'll walk out. Tommy watching this. What the fuck? Do you say this?
I can't believe she just said that. Holy shit.
How dare you? How dare you? Everybody in the store can hear Tommy.
Jeez.
How do you fuck this up?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking to you, Carter.
He just continues to stare at the snacks.
Poor dude. That was vicious.
Women can be vicious, okay? You must be careful. Especially a girl like her. Feels neglected in the Department of Love. But maybe it's her fault. What is happening? I planned all this very carefully. Over here. He's over this direction now, picking potatoes. Beer steak needs potatoes, right? Turn this way, we're okay. He's turning this way.
She's tapping her foot. Yeah, it does. She looks over at him and gets a somewhat mischievous smile on her face as she casts a misty step and appears right next to him.
Jesus Christ almighty. He looks at it. You are good at that.
She shrugs. I do enjoy it at times.
So cooking beer comes over here, steak.
Yep, beer steak.
Back up against this counter. Right.
We just need enough potatoes for everyone to have either one or two, depending on their tastes. I know I'll only want one, Liz only wants one, and Carter will want two. How many do you want?
I was gonna go eat with the Delta guys. They're doing a cookout, burgers and dogs. Not the beer steak's definitely probably 10 times better than whatever they're cooking, granted, but
Um, right. She just puts 4 more potatoes into the basket. Right. I'll go. I'll go give this stuff to Mr. Wiseau so he can buy him.
I'll see you back at the base for a while there. I gotta look over. Bye! Hey, disappeared. What the fuck is this?
I don't know, sir.
What are you doing? He lowers the binoculars, looking at Soul.
She looks at him, handing you the stuff. Am I just supposed to go and buy it?
He's looking out the door where he walked away. I can't believe this. Yes, fine, just leave the food there. Go. Do whatever you do yourself.
She nods.
Do you always let things you like walk away from you? Your mother didn't. Jesus fucking Christ. Some of the food. Get out of here.
She sighs. Yes, Mr. Wiseau. And she'll walk out.
You're hiding behind that aisle, you little blind bitch car. Surprised you can see your way to buy food off the shelves. Anyway, Ricky, what is going on? He looks down at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is a bit. She looks a tiny bit scared, looking around. I don't know.
This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Give me those. Takes the binoculars from Ricky. You go console your friend. Do something.
Yes, sir. He's gonna. At least they're still together.
Oh. Daughter of Davine. Fuck this up. Fucking walk away from everybody. Fucking moron elf woman. Mumbling to himself. What's happening here as he's looking around very confused. But they're this direction now. Because he wanted to see who walked out of the store. Oh.
It was so okay.
And the lieutenant.
And helped.
He's just looking at the door.
She just whistles a long whistle to herself.
Fucker, I swear to God. He's just they can't hear him, but he's just mumbling to himself. Well, that's odd. Are all military units like this? Looks down because in basic and in advanced medic training, it was like nothing like this. There was no drama, no nothing.
I don't think any military squad, other than one that comes to mind, was like this.
What was the other one? Just this one? Or?
It was Alpha 9 in our squad.
Oh, okay. That's the one that your family was mostly in.
She chuckles and nods. Yeah, a lot of drama happened from what I heard, but they got through it in the end.
Definitely for the better if they were all together. If you ever want to eat something together, let me know.
She looks
I
at
always
it.
ate alone at the orphanage, so yeah. Always talking about fucking orphanage.
He sees the surprised look go on her mask for a second, and then it disappears. Okay, yeah. She looks down at her feet. If you want to eat with me, we could definitely do that. Sometime, anytime you want, anytime you want.
Whenever you're comfortable. You could just sit and watch me eat, and then I can leave, and then you can eat. What the fuck? These two see him around the corner.
If... Oh, there, I would have to take off my mask. She starts to look around quickly. I could get by the stuff now if you want me to.
He'll let go of the cart. Sure. Sorry.
Oh, what are you sorry about?
I'm nothing. No big deal. That guy's watching us with binoculars. You should probably go give him the food.
She turns around, sees Tommy with the binoculars. Oh, okay. She takes a step away, turns around. I'm sorry. She turns back around and walks up to Tommy.
He watches her walk away, mumbles to himself something she couldn't make out, and disappears. Tommy lowers the binoculars. Give me the food.
She hands him the food.
No, you pull it on the ground.
She puts it on
In
the ground.
fact, empty the cart. He flips the cart over.
Her shoulders go up near her ears.
Can't believe this. Why don't you here do this? Go stand in the corner right here. Count to 50. That will give you enough time to not have to see him on way back to bunker that you're going to be living in. Because I know it's too much for you to talk to somebody who would like to see you without that ridiculous mask on, you spooky faced robot. And you, points to Carter, you especially, very disappointed in you. And you, if I hear anything strange about you, I will have you shot, motherfucker. Storms up.
Okay, nice meeting
He
you,
just
Mr.
leaves a wad of cred chits. There's like 10,000 cred chits there to pay for the food.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Wiseau. Hey, he's gonna kneel down next to Carter. You alright, bro?
Yeah, fine.
Don't take any of it personal. Everyone's tired. She probably didn't mean any of what she said.
He shrugs to himself. He probably didn't. And he starts putting all the rest of the food that Tommy had dropped into his basket. Picks up all the cred chips. Can you help me out here, Ricky?
Yeah, of course. He'll come over and start helping. Listen, bro. I think she's just angry about, having to run and everything. She's tired. I don't think she dislikes you at all.
He looks at Ricky. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And he looks over at Elizabeth. You good? Your shoulders are still. She lowers her shoulders down. I don't think I've ever seen Mr. Wiseau like that.
He just said anniversary of his buddy's death, and he just seemed frustrated about stuff. I'm sure he won't be mad at you, hon.
She lowers her head a bit. Yeah, I'm sure. You guys need any help? And he shakes his head. No, you can go ahead. Go on. Me and Ricky got this. She nods. Alright. Just call if you need any help, I suppose. She walks off.
So, that was interesting.
That's a word for it. It's not every day you see Mr. Wiseau do something like that. As he gestures towards the counter where you pay at the checkout.
No, it's not. At least from what people have said about him, he seems like a level-headed dude.
Yeah. From most of what I saw of him, he seems very chill.
Yeah. So, just the two of us. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but, what do you think of the lieutenant, actually?
He looks at his basket, goes up to the counter. I think she's very beautiful, and she can be very sweet. He reaches into the basket. But people change, and the person I knew a few years ago probably isn't the same person as now. And he looks up at Ricky.
People can change, but I don't know. Uh, yeah, she's a bit rude, but she seems nice enough, right?
He shrugs, opens his mouth to say something, closes it. I've tried with a girl that just seemed nice enough.
Yeah, that Hazel chick you were talking about.
Yep.
Oh, she was a bitch. Who cares? Just because she was doesn't mean anyone is, right?
He shrugs, finishes putting all the stuff from his basket onto the counter. Yeah, that's true.
And, the lieutenant's a bit heavy-handed, I guess, but I don't think she's a bitch like that Hazel chick, you know?
He chuckles to himself. Hey, I don't know. I really don't.
Hey man, look on the bright side. You don't have Tommy threatening to shoot you if you touch a member of your squad.
He looks over at Ricky. Why would he do that?
I got no clue, bro. He talked something about my dad being weird and then said if I touch Elizabeth, he'd shoot me or have me shot.
Carter chuckles a bit to himself. Well, I guess don't touch her.
Yeah, I guess not, bro. I don't know what I did, but apparently I did something.
He shrugs. I guess. He finishes paying, puts everything into a bag.
Ricky and Carter will make their way back to HQ, come down the elevator. If they look in here, Okir's sitting at Julius's desk. Hey, Max. He looks around. Who am I? He pulls out a lighter. Oh, I'm angry. I'm Julius. Oh, fire! Bash. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. Put that away. There's cameras here. Oh. He puts the lighter.
Carter stares into the office.
Wait, who am I? He comes up, starts stomping his feet. It's not fair. He goes into he's got a cup with ice, pulls out an ice cube and slams it down on the desk. And, he's holding his lighter up to the ice cube.
Should we tell anyone about that?
Nope.
Choke on your spaghetti, and he throws the ice cube this direction. No.
At this point, Ricky's got his wrist computer up and is recording that.
Oh god, what a fucked up day.
Car-
They just start laughing.
Carter snickers to himself slightly. We'll let them have their fun, man. As he walks into here.
Oh, I'm gonna, but that shit's gold.
He holds up the bags. Alright, got the foodstuffs. Beer steak, right? And Soul looks over at Carter. Yeah, beer steak. And he looks at her. You okay? He looks over at Elizabeth. Are you okay? And they both just nod at him. And he shrugs. Alright. Sets the food down. If you guys need help, just let me know, yeah? And they both nod at him. It's freaky when you guys do that in unison and you know it. Soul chuckles to herself. Sorry. Thank you for carrying the stuff here. And he gives her a thumbs up. If you need someone to cut things up, I'm your man. He walks back out here.
They both doing alright?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. It seemed like that whole trip was a disaster.
Not really. Because Soul, she's actually sort of good cook. At least my father taught her the recipe to beer steak, which is like his signature thing, and she's making that now.
Oh, thank God, because I can make food, but I can't cook.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, I know how to cook some things, just not that well.
Yeah. He's gonna look over there and see what she's doing.
Who? Memrian?
Memrian.
She's sitting down on the ground playing a game, man.
You should go see what she's doing.
He breathes in deep. Give me a second. And he walks into the kitchen, over to wherever the fridge is, and he opens it to look for one of the root beers. He grabs one out. Yeah, right. Walks out, stands next to her, and sets it onto the floor.
She lowers the game, man, and looks down at it. Looks up at Carter. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here, she'll hold out the game, man.
He holds it for her.
Play if you want. I'm bored of it.
He shrugs, slides down the wall to sit next to her, and starts playing on it.
Have almost any game you could imagine on it. She slightly turns closer to Carter's direction. Like I said, your dad overpays me.
He smiles. That's a good thing, right?
She shrugs. Yeah.
He nods and just starts playing a game. And he'll turn slightly into her direction as well.
Nice.
They're still mocking Julius and Julius and Memrian in here having a great time. You should have seen it. They're rewatching the footage of it that happened in here. Look at fucking Julius's.
He's gonna come up and knock on the door.
It's him. He doesn't knock. It's Ricky, for fuck's sake. He opens the door.
Sirs, good to see you.
Yeah, come on in.
He's gonna come in. You two doing alright?
Yeah, just winding down, ending the day. Pops open a beer.
That sounds like a good time. We went shopping. Mr. Wiseau met us there and insisted on paying for what we got.
That's good. You guys minded your P's and Q's around him, kept him happy.
I tried to, but
Looking at you.
I didn't do nothing. But something with the people he had split up. He just got really mad, bro.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how mad? You know what I'm saying?
He flipped a shopping cart.
This is gonna be a fucked up squad. You realize that? What age can I retire at again?
Is it really that bad?
Can I just go to Rainfall Lane and condition people in this academy or something? Do I have enough PTO? That's not how it works. Oh, fuck!
I'm fucked, aren't I, sir?
Yeah, Okir's hand. Big fingers on the desk. Yeah, I think we all kind of are, probably. Everybody here with the exception of the Colonel and this person. Gestures up to the picture.
Yeah, shit, is that... Looks like that's my grandma.
Bash looking at the picture. Yeah, something like that, yep. Drinking his beer awkwardly.
Why does the colonel have a picture of my grandma on his desk?
You know, Rick, that's not for us to talk about. I already told you this. I'm not gonna repeat myself.
Sorry, sir.
You can take it up with the colonel, but honestly, I wouldn't do it right now or anytime soon.
No, yeah, I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't meaning to badger or anything like that.
That's one tree, as I said, we don't bark up. So, yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. Is Ozzy doing alright?
Yeah, he's good. We sent him to the med bay. They checked him out. He's fine. He didn't sleep much last night anyway. He was up doing. He's pretty meticulous about that ship, so, and he's been grounded for quite a while since he lost his co-pilot. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Anything you might know anything he likes to drink?
I honestly, I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I would ask him when he wakes up. He's a pretty easygoing fella. I think he's more of a go with the flow of things as opposed to some of the people you've met today, Rick.
It seems like it. He's a nice guy, just a little quiet.
Yeah, definitely. Well, he doesn't deal with drama well. So, then some people just don't. Everybody says they don't deal with drama well, but some people don't want to deal with it, period. And today was a drama-filled day. It's never like this around here. It's no squad has ever been like this. This is going to be a bumpy ride. So, buckle in.
Oh boy. Thanks for letting me know. I'll check in on him I'll go and check in on him in a sec. But one more question.
Mhm.
He's gonna point to the emblem. Is that supposed to be my dad?
Huh? Looking over at you. Bash. Very astute. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know all the details, but there was a time where your father, to my limited understanding, incurred the wrath of General Lorelei, who was in charge before Colt's mother. And I think she had drawn it on a Spartan squad's armor, and it had been adopted by the colonel as the new Headhunters logo, since the Headhunters had to be completely rebuilt from the ground up.
Okay. Cool. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, it's based off him. It's Rainfalls don't like to talk about this, man. The Elder Rainfalls, I've been around a fair amount. They don't like to bring him up, but from what I understand, at one point he had like a lazy eye or something. That's why the one eye is like fucked up looking and flat on the drawing. Yeah.
No, yeah, something about some ship he was on some squad. I think Mom talked about it. You know, if you tilt the knife a bit more and put a matching one on the other side, it'll look like a skull and crossbones.
Looking at Ricky, Bash looks down at his beer can. Duly noted. Dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
As Ricky's leaving, he does hate his dad. What the fuck? Just have a beer. Just have a beer across the... As Ricky's walking out, who's moved? Oh, okay. I see somebody. Oh.
Soul walks in. She has an apron on because she was just cutting some stuff up and walks up behind these two. Benny?
Yeah, he turns around. He's got his helmet in his hand looking at it. I don't know how she does it. Puts the helmet on. Wears it all the time. Cold. Eh.
She smiles at the two of them. How many potatoes do you want?
4, please.
Not a problem. She writes down 4, looks up at Colt, nods, and actually writes something down, and turns around. Oh, right. Turns back around. Any, like, allergies that I should know about? Either of you two.
No, ma'am. He turns, nods respectfully. So, cold, negative. Yeah.
Okay. And you're both good with spice. The way I make it, it gets sort of spicy.
Um, I am good with anything. Food is food. Cold. I don't make me one. I'm gonna go with some Delta guys and kind of thing.
She nods. I know. I'm gonna make you one anyway, so you can have it at a later date. She smiles at him. I want you to try it.
He tilts his head in confusion. Thanks.
She nods. It's not a problem. You're gonna love it. It's not gonna be the same as you remember. Like I said, I make it a bit more spicier than Dad, but you're gonna love it.
Looking around frantically for an exit. I'm sure I will. Thanks. Backs up against his own arm.
She smiles at him and looks over at Benny. Alright, so 4 potatoes, good on everything. Alright. She just puts like a couple check marks down, it looks like. I'll be back with you guys' food in a bit, okay?
Thank you. He's holding his helmet, still trying to figure out how Elizabeth does it. Colt whimpers slightly and turns back and looks at his arm.
She walks back into the kitchen and starts preparing everything. He wants 4 potatoes. And Elizabeth chuckles a bit, stabbing 4 potatoes with a fork. You know what? I'll probably could guess that much. Oh, yeah? Yeah, actually. She turns and looks at Soul over her shoulder. He said he likes to eat, so I probably could have told you he would want a lot of them. And Soul shrugs. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Is he fun to talk to? And she's cutting up more and more of the steak. He seems to be fun at least. I don't really know him yet. I would like to know more. He seems to be interested in me talking about books at least. Hey, there we go. If you continue to talk to him about books and other things like that, maybe you can take off the mask. She puts her hands out and does it and gestures in a come on, you know what I mean motion, and she nods. Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe. She looks over at Soul and a smile emoticon pops up on her face. And Soul nods. Maybe is good enough for right now.
Shifting scenes. The Rainfall Lane golf course. The elder Rainfalls are enjoying some drinks. Pequod's not having any to drink though. Julius has the martini. She's done drinking for the day. She's just eyeing up the steaks Uncle Banksy is making. Icy's lifting up Integra, baby talking to her. You look just like a little Pequod, and you're gonna grow up to terrorize everybody with hail.
Julius chuckles, rubbing Pequod's head, looking at Icy. Yeah, those two are gonna get into a lot of trouble.
Oh my god. Pequod looking over. Those two, those three. Boom. Boom. The adult who should be responsible who won't be, and boom. I heard that. And no, I won't be.
Well, hey, if I put money on it, I would have lost.
What's the big deal? Looks over at Pequod. Why are you drinking so much? Pequod, oh, Julius will tell you.
Julius looks at Hunk. We don't feel like we were the best parents for a while there.
Hunk, pats his lap for Davine, who is helping Banksy for a second.
Davine looks over at Hunk, walks over and sits on his lap.
Just us, I don't think. I don't know. Elizabeth has me questioning every move I made the last 20 some odd years, so yeah. As a
Julius,
father.
Julius chuckles. How no, Dad? You were probably the best parent out of all of us. He looks at him.
I don't know about that. He looks off into the distance. I mean, maybe. I have no idea. My vote is your mother was the best. He looks at Davide, stroking your cheek.
Davine smiles at him and looks all around. I personally believe there is an argument to be made for all of us being the best parent. She shrugs. But you were pretty damn good, honey.
I tried. Just don't think it was good enough.
Julius sighs and shakes his head.
Pequod, I didn't. Or I didn't try hard enough, I should say.
You were good. You were perfect, honey. Don't worry.
So that at least your kids never told you they hated you. There's that. Tal. Christ. Under his breath. I see. Oh.
Julius shakes his head and whispers over to Pequod. You know, yeah, now there is that. We were never told that.
Pequod. True.
As Davine just shakes her head, gripping the martini glass a bit tighter and looking over at Suletta.
Hunk, take a drink.
She takes a sip of it.
Even your... Take the edge off.
She nods, lays her head on his shoulder, and takes a couple more sips of the martini.
The time will come. You'll get her.
She's gonna do what now?
Well, I kind of think Memory Ann needs a couple swift kicks in the ass. Actually, agreed. I see, agreed! But, honestly, I think us lining up to all scream at her is not gonna solve anything. I think we just need one surgical precision strike from her favorite aunt. Kisses David on the head.
She smiles at him, gives him a kiss on the cheek. And a surgical strike it shall be. Would you mind, son, if I, at one point, we're not sure when, but if I went down to the headhunters' home base and was just suddenly there in her barracks? And Julie shrugs. Go for it. I think that'll help her quite a bit, as he takes a sip of the martini.
How did their first day together go? I see. Well, he doesn't really know how, because he... Never mind. You're so cute. Look at
Julius looks over at Suletta. Me and Memory Ann got into a bit of a screaming match.
I thought you two were... Oh.
Nope, as soon as she saw the kids, everything went to the toilet.
On groans. Oh.
And, you know, it is, I suppose, fair what she said. It's not fair that I put her with them, because if they get hurt, it's on her and everything like that. But you know what? It would be like that with anyone.
It's not fair when you have the love of your life and your kids in battle against the freaks in that armor on Mars. And people are getting shot and the ground's exploding. And your future son-in-law's shields are breaking or burning. And Ash and Towns and thought you're potentially about to get shot behind it. I mean, but yeah, it's not fair. It's not like we... Oh, whatever. You
That
really gotta give it to her, sweetheart. He looks at Davine right in the eyes, lifts her chin up. Give it to her.
Oh, trust me, I am. Julius, would you mind if I told her some things about our past? And Julius shrugs. Whatever you think will help. I'll tell her myself if you really want it. And
Pequod,
she,
just the ash stuff is off the table. I do not want our kids to know about that man. They will hate me if they find out that there's. Oh god, why did I allow him on their squad?
Julius rubs her thigh. It's they're not gonna find out, so it's okay, right, Mom? Ash, no Ash stuff, and she shakes her head. I will not bring up a Sherian at all. And Julius nods. See?
Pequod, I looked at everything in totality, and I figured the high road was if he wants to join the military and serve, there was two options with this Ricky individual. I could have screwed him, barred him from the headhunters. Well, three options really. I could have screwed him, never let him join the military. Screwed him and barred him from the headhunters and sent him to hold a lancer on some space station for the next 30 years. Or let him in the headhunters where he can have a chance to make a real career out of it. Hunga, I think you did the right thing. I'm not comfortable with it at all, but I think we take the high road. Anything goes wrong, Tal, we have the situation under control. Do not worry. Trust us.
Julius nods. Yeah. They. Even if it all goes wrong, we have plans in place, and it's like you always said during what was going down, 20 years ago when that went down. We always take the high road no matter what.
Yeah, but these are our kids.
And if they do happen to find out, our kids will take the high road because that's how we raise them. That's how we taught them constantly. They take the high road. And you know what? If they hate you for letting him on their squad, fuck them.
Hunk, well said. He starts chuckling.
I I apologize for cursing in front of the children.
Nah, it's okay. Besides, you should have heard Scar. He was letting it loose in front of him. Lugnut showed up with the kids, and then Scar came storming back into the academy. I love when Scar gets on a rant. The look on your face, dear. He's looking at Davine. It's so adorable yet perplexed at the same time.
It always happens at the weirdest time. You never expect a Scar rant to suddenly hit you.
As she's saying that, they see Scar, cigarette hanging out of his mouth, driving this way on a golf cart. Pequod, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes indeed.
Him with his fucking flannel shirt. He was ranting to us about Carter not being a man. Tal. Yeah. Trust us, we've had.
Yeah, I think everyone who lives in Rainfall Lane has heard that one.
I feel very sorry for Carter when he comes back. Let's just put it that way. Oh, would you look at that? He's going to clean the number 5 hole again. Oh, he's pulling out the weed whacker. Here he goes. Honestly, I think he just does this to keep busy. I think he did this earlier today. Hunk, yeah, he did. He came and he said, I'm gonna go take care of the golf course. And what'd you tell him, dear? You said, but you already did that 2 days ago.
Right, yeah, I said, you already did that 2 days ago. It only needs to be done every week or so. You're okay, you don't need to do it.
Aren't you? Yeah, we tried to get him to stay, eat lunch with us, and he just got in his little golf cart, drove off. Still don't understand why he drives the children's golf cart. He looks ridiculous.
Maybe it takes less gas?
I have no idea. He's off his rocker, I think.
Yeah, he should, he scratches his cheek. We should definitely try to help him out with something.
I think it's like an OCD thing, this golf course. He's always been quite particular about it. I see, he wished he could have brought Integra here. Pequot, thanks for another depressing annotation. Nicole. You're welcome. Integra, and she's got Hale in her other arm.
Davine looks over at Hunk. It is quite depressing, Hunk.
Stroking Davine's chin, looking her in the eyes. Yeah. I would have never been able to get through it without you. When we saw her like that, maybe we can do something, figure something out. We gotta... Oh boy!
She nods, puts her arms around his neck. I'm sure there's something we can do. Like, is there, some type of dating site for Leogans?
Pequot, buy him a hooker? Shrug! I see laughing.
Julius chuckles to himself.
I don't think that will fix this issue. Though I do think that is an option on the table.
It's certainly on the table. He just shakes his head. This might be a dumb question. Has he ever gone to, like, visit the little memorial that Saris has put up?
Looks at Banksy, who then looks at Hunk. Nah, he won't set foot in ashes. You know how it goes, Julius.
Right, yeah. Didn't even think of that.
Besides, he's like, why don't you get out of Rainfall Lane for a while? Fire me, that motherfucker, is basically... Starts chuckling. That's the only way you're getting me out of here. So, don't like to push buttons.
Davy nods.
Actually, it's at the academy with some of the students, what we like to do is... I know it sounds terrible, but we get Mr. Freetooth all riled up, and then have him chase some of the new... Oh, well, ask your mother. You've never seen students run that fast, when this man with the cigarette hanging out the mouth screaming at them.
We just usually tell Scar that one of the students broke a light bulb, and then broke another light bulb, and then...
That's not true! That's not true! Yeah, one time, Mom told Scar one of the students was Ash's son. She didn't say which one in the group, though. The Scar chased him around for hours, isn't that right, dear?
Davy has a tiny bit of a mischievous smile on her face.
That's the cute smirk.
I mean, I knew it would work. I just wanted to see how fast Scar could run, honestly.
Pequot slapping her leg, laughing. I see, that is great. Looking over at Scar. Look at him. He just put out that cigarette and he's putting another one in. Oh my god. Scar reaches into the golf cart, pulls out a mug of coffee, starts drinking it. Oh dear. Still at a watch.
Julius stares at him. Yeah, oh god.
As you're saying that, Julius notices Scar's gesturing with his hands, talking to himself, but you're too far away to hear what he's saying.
Odds are, what are the odds that he's practicing what he'll say to Carter right now?
I see laughing, looking at Scar. You would be correct, brother.
Julius turns to
You see how he's pointing his finger down at the ground? That's him, pointing his finger down at Carter. Oh, he's shaking his fist, calling Carter a little baby.
Please tell me that Scar is calling him a blind bat.
Icy, she's thinking blind bitch, to be more precise.
Oh man, I only say that because I've always wanted to hear that in Scar's voice. It's just him looking at her son and saying, "What's up, you blind bat?"
Banksy has handed out the steaks, sits down finally. Everybody starts eating. Pequod, these are good.
I mean, he shrugs. Vixie's steaks are always good.
Han, cut me a piece, dear.
She cuts him a piece, puts it up to his mouth.
He takes a bite of it. Icy taking a bite of the steak Banksy cut for her. And Memrian hopes Julius chokes on this. She's chewing the steak. So let it go.
Julius starts to laugh loudly. Oh, just to I'm gonna chew this extra fine just to make sure I don't choke on it.
Hug, what's I mean, I know it's young. I know the squad is young, but what's that DEFCON 1 plan you have where you bring in those like heavy hitters for the really dysfunctional people?
Oh, Mad Max the Mandalorian and Big Cat.
You think you're gonna have to go that far with this group?
Julius looks at the martini, takes a long sip of it, staring at Hunk. Yep.
Not bad, huh?
Oh. Uh, just call it a gut feeling. I feel like I'm gonna need to call them in.
Well, maybe it'll be good for them as a collective.
Oh, 100% it'll be good for them. I mean, those two are always good for any dysfunctional squad I know. So, of course it'll be good for them, and who knows, maybe it'll help them grow closer.
Build some character. Did you see if Elizabeth had the mask on by chance?
I
He never made it out of the damn office.
I was not able to get out of the office.
Oh, my God. Must have been a hell of a day.
He shakes his head. Oh, fucking memory, Ann, that's what it was.
I see when Memory Ann's not happy, nobody's happy.
You're goddamn right, Icy. You are goddamn right.
The crazy thing is, too, is we were gonna promote her to captain, and then you would have had two captains there, Bash and her, but she would have been second to Bash, of course, but not anymore.
Not anymore. He chuckles to himself and sips the martini, and then sighs. I do. I do need to tell her some things, though, that I think that she needs to hear.
Pequod, maybe we all do. Not that we'll ever get a chance to see them unless we storm into the base. Which, Honk, I mean, I would consider doing it just to see Elizabeth, but I mean, it'd be like, the coddling thing all over again, and so, I don't think so.
Davy nods. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to see all the kids again, but maybe that would be overstepping my bounds.
Yeah, that's how I feel, so we're probably out of it.
Julius sighs and shakes his head. Just so you guys know, you're all always welcome on the base.
I trained
I've
the
given you all-
spellcasters, and I don't even feel like going down. Won't catch me dead there. Still let a looky at Julia.
He just lets out a long sigh. Yeah, I understand. And drinks the rest of his martini.
You think Bash and Okir did okay without you?
Oh, I'm sure they did. They're both very capable individuals. I even gave Okir like a little list of things to do, and Bash too. Well, that was back in like the beginning of my headhunters, but he had a list.
Towns is down to help JJ with things. Thanks, he looking at his wrist computer.
Davy nods. Very good, very good. My my little boy trained by an SIS operative.
Yeah, give him a stealth field generator. Keep an eye on things, and I will most definitely go down. Yeah, maybe I'll join you at some point.
Davy nods. I'm sure Elizabeth would love that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess. Banksy, yeah, Elizabeth. This groans. Maybe we shouldn't go down. It would be like cuddling them, you know. It's like keep the distance. Oh.
Davy sighs and takes another drink of her martini.
Tail lifting one of the embers from the coal grill out of the grill hung. Hey now. She drops it slightly. Pequod looking up at the sky. Look who's coming, Julius.
He looks up.
Your favorite gigantic dragon that spies on us. Every single boom! Landing on the ground. Scar, motherfucker! The shockwave sending him flying off. And he lands and just looks down at all the rainfall.
Julius looks up.
I will never get used to that, Hunk squeezing Davine super tight.
Davine hugging around Hunk, basically straddling him. She jumps.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, maybe I'll just sit like this for the rest of the day.
That would make me feel better. Maybe it'll make you feel better.
I think it would.
The hell is he doing here? The golf course is completely ruined where he landed.
Julius rubs the back of his neck. Oh man, Scar's gonna have to clean that up.
Pequod, he's just coming to check on us. Doing his afternoon flight around the fucking Milky Way. Exercise.
Yeah, flying around the Milky Way. Classic exercise. You know, you just don't get used to having a dragon around.
Has anybody ever considered asking Lorelai why he's gigantic at such a young age? I see, most likely because he's filling the Time Dragon's spot as their deity. Sipping the fuck deity? Pequod, Jesus.
It will always amaze me how you can say information like that, Nicole, and just say it completely casually.
Oh, I mean, I think it's cool. We have the ultimate form of protection at Rainfall Lane. Shouldn't you guys be happy? There's no way Ash could ever get in here. Look at that thing. She points up to. No, yeah. I felt safe before, but once he started growing at a rapid pace, I felt even safer. So there's that.
Julius nods. Oh yeah, definitely. He'll definitely protect us no matter what.
I see staring up at him, smiling. Mother, son of a bitch! They could just barely hear it on the wind. Scar shaking his fist up at the dragon. It just looks down at Scar, looks back down at the rainfalls and Pequod. He grew up fast. It was like one morning he was this big, a couple weeks later, you'd wake up and you'd just see the eye staring in at you, and then the eye slowly over time turned to just seeing blue out, because you're just seeing a small portion of that gigantic eye.
Julius shakes his head. The first time that ever happened, I was scared like you wouldn't believe it.
I don't blame you, son. As Hale goes for another one, lifting it out. Hey! I said stop. She immediately stops, looks scared as the dragon its wing covers his face, and he begins cowering in fear.
I mean,
That is pathetic. He's fucking up, Ed! Oh god, even he's afraid of the dad voice. Made me jump a little bit.
Julius chuckles. Now that is something I bet you're never gonna get used to.
He is legitimately frightened. Do it again! I don't want to yell at her if she's not doing anything. Icy, just pretend to yell at me. God damn it, Nicole, as the dragon flies up! Icy, that is absolutely pathetic.
That is awesome.
Motherfucker, Scar! The Rainfall Sea Scar jump in the golf cart, chasing him down off into the distance. And we cut there.